Obodo jisi ke n'ụbọchị eruona. Oyibo.
It's a free one. Be free. Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies. Confuse them.
We mo. Yeah, we mo. Obodo we mo. No basanye ga kwantumo. Iye die gugeme. Okwitara kara mi nguru ma mi ga kwuru mu gwo ya baby mo. Abe Maria.
Boy feeling.
Ayandaba.
Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. I gonna motang wakuna kogabu.
And there it is right there. So there it is right there. My glasses feel somewhat a bit fuzzy. Maybe when I'm playing the maybe when I'm playing the Kegai song, I'll take that time to go and clean it up a little bit. It looks blurry somewhat. I don't quite know why. And I've not been drinking. In case you want to lead to conclusions, but good day, pardon me. Good day, good to see you. And how are you? Good day, good to see you. And how are you? I hope you've had a decent day as we congregate here to have another get together around Matters Nigerian. So we get together around Matters Nigerian Pull up your seat, relax into whatever position of comfort best suits you, and then do this. Put your hands up. Just as those pastors like to command people. I don't know what they put in their mouth, but let me attempt it. See if it works. And tell me how many of you are doing this as well. So put your hands up and surrender yourself to the space for however long the session lasts. So do that. So surrender. So surrender yourself to the space for however long the session lasts. So it's going to be it's going to be a meandering, leisurely stroll through All Matters Nigerian. It's going to be a little bit of this and a little bit of that. We are even going to make a pit stop in America to catch up with what is going on with Donald Trump, because we should be paying some attention to American politics, if only for that the abundance of our audience, they are in America. So we have to pay heed to what affects them as well. I don't know that much. I know enough about American politics, but I don't know sufficient enough to hold sway. But I'm happy to open up that conversational space and have the Americans duke it out as they like. So we're going to make a pit stop with Donald Trump. He's always good copy. There's always controversy wrapped around that name. But only a pit stop though, because All Matters still will remain abundantly Nigerian. So just relax into it. We'll even be doing some pastor storyline. There's a clip. Actually, should I just play you that clip now? I saw this and I marveled. I saw this and I marveled. I saw this and I marveled. So let me play it to you and then you can marvel too or not. Let me play it to you. Let me get myself off the screen. I saw this though. And my eyes, it takes something for a Nigerian pastor or an African. I don't think this guy is especially Nigerian, but it takes something for an African pastor to do any of that. Their psychedelic motions to before. Anyway, watch this. Let me stop making noise.
Whatever you are doing over there, which is not bearing fruit, now with this fruit, it will begin to bear fruit. Look.
Which brethren, what is happening to the gentleman? The moment you got this fruit.
Stop in Jesus' name. Whatever you are doing over there, which is not bearing fruit, now with this fruit, it will begin to bear fruit. Look.
Which brethren, what is happening to the gentleman?
And there it is right there. It's a gift that just keeps on giving. The African pastoral, is that pastoral or pastoral space? Let me put it that way. It's a gift that just keeps on giving. Whatever it is that you're not that you're doing there that's not bearing fruit, from this moment it should start to bear fruit. It throws an orange, and the guy starts to do acrobatic somersaults. So, what's the interpretation of that? Sometimes you wonder what the messaging is, what they are trying to put across. What does that even mean? Do you know? How do you even begin to contend with that what's the thinking there? What sort of conclusions is it inviting, and what are the intentions behind it? It's just a funky, cool Medina. Just a funky, cool Medina. So, funky, cool Medina. Let's play it one more time. It's only 20 seconds. It's just a gift that just keeps on giving.
The moment you got this fruit.
Stop in Jesus' name. Whatever you are doing over there, which is not bearing fruit.
All right. So that's the ridiculousness that is otherwise known as African Christendom. The ridiculousness that is otherwise known as African Christendom to matters more serious analysis. Nigerian reform drive falters, threatens Africa's biggest economy. So this is coming in from Reuters. You can see the Reuters logo there. So now this is now essentially an appraisal piece by the international community of the Tinubu'S administration and its policy thrust. And just from the headline, they're not especially imbued with confidence. Analysis: Nigerian reform drive falters, threatens Africa's biggest economy. So quite what led them to that conclusion, we find out soon enough. So now, reforms, when you are going through reform and you are going through a wind of change, our heads usually do roll. And when those heads roll, they roll kicking and screaming. You know, when you cut off the neck of the head of a snake, you know the body still pulsates. So the pulsating of the body of a headless snake are breaking. Tension as protesters lock Works Minister Umahi in his office. So corruption fighting back, I suspect. We get into the body of this, of course, but the no-nonsense approach that Umahi has adopted since he came into that position, you knew that very quickly it will come up against some form of resistance. But is this the resistance to reform? Tension as protesters lock Works Minister Umahi in his office. So what's quite led to that, we'll find out soon enough. He's taking situation now and is promising you that things will be different. I will abandon Emefiele's policies, says CBN Governor Cardoso. So how to win friends and influence people is probably how you want to understand this. Because, of course, that alone already puts him in the good book of so many people. That alone already puts him in the good book of so many people. I will abandon Emefiele's policies, says CBN Governor Cardoso. So, shall we just get this out of the way? The new governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Olayemi Cardoso, has disclosed that money supply... the new governor, so somebody just sent me a text, so that's I don't know if you, like me, hook your WhatsApp onto your phone. So when the messages come in, you hear the ding, and then you see me pause. The new governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Olayemi Cardoso, has disclosed that money supply is behind the rising inflation in the country. So tell us what we don't know, Yemi. I think we all suspected that anyway, but what you are going to do about it is more really where your expertise comes in. If the Naira is experiencing a squeeze in its chase against the dollar, then that tells us that or what does this even mean? The new governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Olayemi Cardoso, has disclosed that money supply is behind the rising inflation in the country. Also, the new CBN team has disclosed that it will need to abandon some of the policies of its predecessor, led by Godwin Emefiele, and focus solely on monetary policies to strengthen the Naira. Cardoso stated this during his screening and confirmation as the CBN governor yesterday. The deputy governor screened and confirmed Imam Usoro, Abdullahi Datijo, Balabelo, and Philip Ikeazo. So that's the monetary team of the country now. So yes, whilst answering questions from lawmakers, Cardoso said the Apex Bank is let me do that entirely all over again. Sorry about that. The new governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Olayemi Cardoso, has disclosed that money supply is behind the rising inflation in the country. Also, the new CBN team has disclosed that it will need to abandon some of the policies of its predecessor, led by Godwin Emefiele, and focus solely on monetary policies to strengthen the Naira. Cardoso stated this during his screening and confirmation as the CBN governor yesterday. The deputy governor screened and confirmed Imam Usoro, Abdullahi Datijo, Bala Mohammed, and Philip Ikeazo. Whilst answering questions from lawmakers, Cardoso said the Apex Bank is faced with numerous challenges which the team had identified and would address them. We have identified issues of corporate governance. So corporate governance, that is a loose and an ambiguous term, but essentially is conformance to the rules laid down in the statutes of that particular parastatal, that particular agency. That is the loose pedestrian definition of corporate governance. So do things XYZ way for ABC reasons. So those are already documented that you file this set of something to consequence in data, next consequence to consequence further. So that's corporate governance loosely. But of course, there was an abandonment of due process throughout the Emefiele tenure, and that is really what has led us to where we are. So this is really one of the first things that they have identified, that they were not playing by the rules and they were just playing fast and loose. We have identified issues of corporate governance, diminished institutional autonomy, discontinuity of orthodox policies, and foreign currency issues. So a lot of ambiguity is still embedded in those phraseologies, but of course, a roundabout sense to it. Addressing inflation and price stability is the function of the CBN. We will address the issue of foreign exchange unification. If there is a need for interest rate alignment, we will do it for economic growth. To manage the economic policy, Cardoso said size matters, adding that the CBN team had identified macroeconomic indices and will facilitate new ways to attain a $1 trillion GDP in 8 years. So, actually, let me check something. What is the size of the Nigerian economy? So let's see what the baseline is. What is the size of the Nigerian economy? Oh, okay, let's see where the baseline is. Oh, okay. So now okay, so these are 2022 figures. So you can see that right there on your screen. The size of the Nigerian economy as we stand now is $500 billion loosely. So it's $500 billion loosely. You can see it right there on your screen, $504 billion. So the size of the Nigerian economy as it stands now is $500 billion loosely. But the promise being made by the new CBN governor, it says to manage the economic policy, Cardoso said size matters, adding that the CBN team had identified macroeconomic indices and will facilitate new ways to attain a $1 trillion GDP in 8 years. So in or within 8 years, this guy now, Cardoso, and you can write this down and pin it to your wall, because this is the promise that he has made to double the size of the Nigerian economy in 8 years. 8. So that's the promise he's making. But we've had this sort of conversations on this platform before, and I'm saying, and I'm of the view that even that promise, which sounds somewhat outlandish, is still lacking in ambition, because I've always said on this platform that just in terms of policy realignments, not having to do anything, but just to realign policies to free up the economic space, that can quadruple the Nigerian economy within 12 months or 18 already, just by the stroke of a pen. So I think it's attainable, and I think it's under-ambitious, even as outlandish as it may seem to you. To manage the economic policy, Cardoso said size matters, adding that the CBN team had identified microeconomic indices and will facilitate new ways to attain a $1 trillion GDP in 8 years. On inflation, Cardoso said each will be tackled based on their causes. If the inflation is in food, we should ramp up production of food. If inflation is in energy, we know the challenges of energy. If you are importing, automatically you are importing inflation, Cardoso said. So this if you are importing, automatically you are importing inflation. This speaks to a lot of the things that are, is it a maker or to Niger, or there's a narrative on this platform that importation in itself adds to the reasons why the economy hemorrhages so much and the value and the naira loses its value, because of course the moment you take that money out of the country, then you take that value out of the economy. On the issue of money supply, Cardoso said the way money, on the issue of money supply, Cardoso said the way money has gone up in Nigeria, that itself is behind inflation. It is the problem. It is a big problem. But going forward, we will do everything possible to ensure that deficit financing does not bring problems to us. So the issues of money supply. So on the issue of money supply, you know, Nigeria now has to very, very quickly move away from that sort of economic space of using physical cash. I think even as lowly a place as Kenya, they've consigned that to the annals of history quite a long time ago. So the idea of carrying wads of money all over the place, that's just a nonsensity. If you are listening to me abroad, wherever it is you are outside of Nigeria, try and remember the last time you actually used physical cash to pay for anything. I cannot remember the last time I actually used physical cash to pay for anything. So it's an anathema to, anyway, it's a way of the past. On the issue of money supply, Cardoso said the way money has gone up, on the issue of money supply, Cardoso said the way money has gone up in Nigeria, that itself is behind the inflation. It is the problem. It is a big problem. But going forward, we will do everything possible to ensure that deficit financing does not bring problems to us. He went on. These are the assurances I can give you coming from outside, because we will maintain a good working relationship to block the excesses we had in the past. I believe that the CBN under us will have no choice but to embrace a culture of compliance, Cardoso said, adding that they will abide by the CBN Act. So does that then mean that he's not going to use the Nigerian sovereign wealth to try and become president like Emefiele did? We will not wait for oversight before we interact with the lawmakers. We will have zero tolerance for abuse of processes. We recognize the fact that we need to work closely with these chambers at the National Assembly to ensure compliance. According to him, deficit financing and undue money glut are responsible for 50% of the inflation. He said the Senate, he told the Senate that there is a need to stabilize the naira to settle Nigeria's outstanding debt, stating that the country is only spending money in printing currency rather than bringing in revenues. According to him, the immediate thing to look out for is to address operational issues, which are the unsettled obligations of the CBN, are worth of 4 billion or 7 billion naira. He opined that Nigeria will not make progress if it is not able to handle that side of foreign exchange rate. So it's getting a bit too technical for my understanding. So if you have a better grasp of all of this, then come into the thing and expand our knowledge. Cardoso said the issue of foreign exchange rate is worrisome, adding that Nigeria must have a stable exchange rate. So for all that I understand or don't understand, I certainly understand this. There has to be somewhat of a predictability to the value of the naira. So if the naira, if it's going to settle at 1,500 to the dollar, or it's going to settle at 700 to the dollar, wherever it's going to settle, it needs to settle fairly quickly, because the chasm, the sharpness of the movement of the currency, it doesn't make for anybody, it doesn't make for economic planning. So it's just too wild the way the Naira is going at the moment. So it needs to settle at some predictable value in order for an economy to wrap around it. Cardoso said the issue of foreign exchange rate is worrisome, adding that Nigeria must have a stable exchange rate. Also speaking, a deputy governor, Philip Ikeazo, said the present CBN is going to strengthen governance and focus on monetary policies and not fiscal policies. He said the country must decide to support the physical measures of the CBN and ensure that exportation thrives. We will think outside the box, tackle inflation and free flow of Naira. So there it is. The new guy departing somewhat from the old guy, which he necessarily has to do. So those are damning words against Emefiele, by the way. Damning words against Emefiele. So damning words against Emefiele. So we did say we're going to make a pit stop in America. So let's make that pit stop now. Judge rules Donald Trump defrauded banks, insurers, whilst building real estate empire. So let's just take a couple of paragraphs. The Americans will know more about this. So if they want to have a conversation around it, then they can. A judge ruled on Tuesday that Donald Trump, let's do that again. A judge ruled on Tuesday that Donald Trump committed, if this is not going to go, I don't think. Let me see if I can expand the, let me expand it a little bit. If I, yes, I think it's better now. A judge ruled Tuesday that Donald Trump committed fraud for years whilst building the real estate empire that catapulted him to fame and the White House, and he ordered some of the former president's companies removed from his control and dissolved. So there it is. There it is right there. A judge ruled on Tuesday that Donald Trump committed fraud for years whilst building the real estate empire that catapulted him to fame and the White House, and he ordered some of the former president's companies removed from his control and dissolved. So it's a race against time, actually. Donald Trump, that's Alexander Gomez poking fun at me. It's a race against time, actually. Donald Trump is headed in one of two directions. He's headed either to the White House or to jail. So that much I know about the goings on in America. So that much I know about the goings on in America. A presidential election, you will remain a serial loser, Ganduje mocks Kwakwanso. So now that the NMPP or whatever it is, the Ganduje, the Kwakwanso candidate has been kicked out of Kano State State House. Kwakwanso, of course, very quick to mock. The national chairman of the ruling All Progressive, Congress, APC, Abdullahi Ganduje, has mocked the presidential candidate of the new Nigeria People's Party, NMPP, Rabiu Kwakwanso, saying he, Kwakwanso, will remain a serial loser. Ganduje made this statement whilst hosting the Bauchi State NNPP governorship candidate in the 2023 election, Haliru Dika, who formally defected to the ruling All Progressive Congress APC at the National Secretariat of the party in Abuja. According to the former governor of Kano State, the pursuit of selfish interest as against national interest will continue to hinder the realization of Kwakwanso's presidential ambition. He also blamed Kwakwanso's inability to maintain a principled stand in party politics over the years as another factor that made the former Minister of Defense a perpetual loser. The APC chairman, who hailed and described the decision of Jika to return back to the ruling party as a step in the right direction, noted that the former NNPP flag bearer in Bauchi State by now must have realized that the Kwakwansia-backed NNPP as deceitful and exploitative. So there it is. So that's more or less the meat and drink of that. So that is more or less the meat and drink of that. So let me bring you this one. This one now. A lot of you may have you'd have seen this clip. I certainly heard the story, but it looks as though justice has now been brought to bear. But what are we making of this? Alika Ogochukwu, Italian who beat Nigerian to death, are sentenced to 24 years imprisonment. So if it's the same story that I'm thinking of, this guy apparently said the Nigerian guy looked at his girlfriend. Also, let's actually find out together. A 33-year-old Italian, Filippo Ferlazzo, who beat a Nigerian man, Alika Ogochukwu, to death in Italy, has been sentenced to 24 years imprisonment. The court of Assise, or whatever it is, somewhere in Italy, sentenced Ferlazzo from Salerno near Naples on Wednesday, September the 27th, for the aggravated voluntary murder of the 39-year-old Nigerian street hawker who was physically disabled. It will be recalled that on July the 29th, 2022, Ogochukwu was assaulted in broad daylight as he was hawking on the streets of XYZ, located in the province of ABC, region of Italy. The convict beat Ogochukwu to death using the crutches that this deceased used to walk, then straddled him, crushing his neck and head. This happened in front of several onlookers who did not intervene. Some of the onlookers, however, recorded videos of the attack using their phone. On July the 30th, 2022, Filippo was arrested on murder charges. The Italian police stated that they believe Filippo attacked Ogochukwu after he had asked Ogochukwu's girlfriend after he had asked Felipe's girlfriend to buy a handkerchief. Two protest marches were held in a town in Italy's XYZ region a few days later to demand for justice for the Nigerian whose death attracted global headline. Meanwhile, the chairman of the Nigerians in diaspora, Honorable Abike Dabiri Arewa, has expressed satisfaction over the justice meted out on Filippo. I am glad that this case finally got justice. Like I always say, there has to be consequences for actions, she said in a statement issued by her organization's spokesperson. Dabiri Arewa commended the Nigerian mission in Rome for following through with the case and other cases involving Nigeria. NID C0NMAN boss urged Nigerians in diaspora to remain law-abiding, excel in what they do, and never forget home by giving back to their homeland. So I'm glad that that level of punishment was meted out, because that played out in the ugliness of it played out in open glare, and everybody just watched on. I thought it was going to be one of those that is just packed away under, whatever. So let me go to this. Yoruba people, congratulations. Dallas has officially declared October the 7th, 2023 as Yoruba Festival Day. So I think there's an adaptation somewhat of Yoruba. Are they saying Yoruba is also going to be a language on their driver's license or something? So the Yorubas penetrating very deeply into the United States. Let me take you to this one. Let me take you to this one. Court sacks Kaduna governor announces election inconclusive. There are conflicting headlines around this space, actually, because I've also seen headlines that affirms that the Kaduna governorship election. The All Progressive Congress APC Governor Ubasani has been removed from office by the Kaduna Governorship Election Petition Tribunal after the PDP's candidate Isa Mohammed Ashiru filed a petition challenging the election of Sani to the governorship of Kaduna State on March the 23rd. In a split decision of 2-1, Judge Victor Oviewe's 3-man panel declared the election inconclusive and ordered INEC to hold a supplementary election within 90 days. The PDP challenged Sani's election as the sitting governor of Kaduna State on the grounds of irregularities and electoral fraud. The tribunal further declared that INEC will hold the election in 7 wards, 4 local governments, and 24 polling units with 16,300 voters. The PDP and the Isharu had called 24 witnesses during the hearing and presented arguments and documents to support their claims. So there it is right there. Let me. let me give you the last readout, and then we'll have the K Guide song, and then we'll see if there's anybody in the room to take on the conversation. So let me give you the last readout, and then we'll see who's available. Right. Nigerian reform drive falters are threatening Africa's biggest economy. So let's see what this has to offer. Nigerian President Bola Tinubu's lightning-fast reform, pushed after taking office in May, sparked hope that his administration will be business-friendly. Let's do that again. Nigerian President Bola Tinubu's lightning-fast reform push after taking office in May sparked hope that his administration will be a business-friendly antidote to mounting economic troubles facing Africa's biggest economy. Fast forward to more than 100 days in office, the key planks of his economic overhaul are unshackling the naira from its rigid regime and allowing fuel prices to rise are coming loose. So that's the verdict of the international community. The naira hit a record low of 1,000 to $1 in the black market this week, widening the gap with the official rate, which stood at 785 to the dollar on Thursday. Petrol pump prices, meanwhile, have not budged since early July, despite a more than 30% rise in oil prices. Some now fear Tinubu will not be able to win Nigeria off the costly policies that have stymied investment and throttled economic growth. Momentum just seems almost in reverse, says David Omojo Molo, Africa economist at research firm Capital Economics. Public anger is swelling as inflation spirals higher. However, and Nigeria's 2 biggest workers' union are planning an indefinite strike next week to protest over a cost of living crisis. Sentiments towards Nigeria has been continuing to sour as the initial reform momentum under President Tinubu's administration has faded, said some expert from somewhere. For years, Nigeria has tightly controlled the official naira rate, even amidst decline in the price of oil. sales of which brings in 90% of the country's foreign currency supply. But providing dollar at an artificial low rate has led to a yearning gap between official and black market rates, leaving businesses and investors unable to access dollars. The central bank has also created import restrictions aimed at reducing dollar demand. Tinubu's decision to let the official naira rate weaken saw it briefly converge with the black market. Last week, he assured investors they could take money out, touting a reliable one-figure exchange rate of the naira. But the gap has widened to nearly 30% this week, and 4 sources told Reuters it was virtually impossible to get dollars from the central bank on an ad hoc basis. The incoming central bank chief said on Tuesday that policymakers faced a nearly $7 billion backlog in foreign exchange demands. Foreign airlines alone had $783 million in ticket sales trapped, the International Air Transport Association said. This is one major factor keeping investors from putting money to work in Nigeria. Another negative real bond yields and the slow central bank response. 10-year local government bonds yield less than 15%, whilst inflation is above 25%. What they have done so far is not enough to attract domestic debt holders or foreign investors into their domestic debt market, said Carlos De Souza, a portfolio manager at some big firm or the other. Right, so that's essentially it. Let me leave that there, we have Thomas, we have Ajan Lekoko, and then we have Joel of Nashville. So sorry, what was that? I can hear somebody in the background, or is it myself that can hear the background?
Who is that? Who's from where is that coming? One man.
Can you hear it as well? So
yeah.
Yes. Everybody.
Who else do you have there other than?
No, I have. I'm not quite sure where that's coming from.
Who is that? I mean, okay, we have Thomas.
It's not me. It's not me. Definitely, it's not Joel.
No, everybody is muted, but I can hear the echo still. I don't know what's going on.
Are you trying to play a video?
No, I'm not. I think everything is muted.
Is that from you, Joel? Do you need to go out?
No, I'm on mute. Okay, let me go out and come in. Let me see if it's me.
Yeah,
let me
go out and come back. Are you still hearing it, one man?
I'm still hearing it, even though I've muted myself as well.
I think it should be from you.
Oh, okay. You know what? You know what? Let me go out and come back in, and then we see if that fixes it. Let me go out and come back in.
I think someone is cutting grass or something in the background.
No, there's a feedback. There's an echo back.
No longer echoing back. There's not.
No, I can still hear it.
I think it's from. Maybe you need to go back.
Yeah, let me go out and come back in.
One man, you go out because you are the host. You go out. Let's see.
Yeah, let me go back and come back in. Yeah.
Yeah, guys. I think
the general.
Babao, Mojento.
Yeah, it is one man. It is one man.
I think it is one man. Yeah.
And you saw how Ajelekoko just chose me first. You see?
Because he
I'm
was
obedient.
trying, it was when he got you in that we started hearing that noise.
Baba Aja, good evening. I'm just joking. I'm just joking. Baba Aja.
It's because you're
It's
Igbo.
racism. It's racism. It's
Wala,
racism. I call racism on Ajale Koko. It's racism. Eh? All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. Let's just kick it off as it is, and then hopefully the gremlins disappear. I think Ola is suggesting that yes, somebody is saying it's me, but I think it's gone now. So there it is. Let's kick it off. Let's kick it off. We'll kick it off. Let me play you this clip. So this was sent in by numerous people, including our Abia State correspondents, but a lot of people sent this in. So the report from Abia State, the state of play there, as Alex Otti trying to now use that infamous Wole Soyinka terminology on the Abian people. Badue, Abia style.
Guys, something is happening in Abia State that I am freaking out right now. I just saw a video post on what's it called? People of Abia posted a video of this specialist hospital on Aba Road. You know, the one that C0NMAN built I don't know when I think, but I had 2018 when my father died. My security man that was attached to me then, we were coming from the village. We had an accident on the way. One of the policemen entered coma. So we
other things, but can I give two inputs and then
but the commander said no, that we should take him to
sum
that
them up. So let's try it. So just say num1 is equal to input, enter a number, okay, and then we'll copy that and say
machine that you can put somebody inside. And after that, the man came back. I think after checking his body system and all that, we took him back to FMC. Then with some treatment, and he came back to life, you know. But what I'm trying to say is that C0NMAN built that place. Alex Otti, what is going on? Why are you deceiving us like this? Because I just saw a video saying that he's going to commission what? Alex, I challenge you, take me to court if you built that place. You didn't build it. C0NMAN built it. What are you guys thinking? What are you guys saying? No, it's bad enough that you guys say nothing has been done in Abia, but it is worse to do us. The more you look, the less you see. Why are you commissioning what others built? What's going on? Why are you taking us for a fool? I will not stand and watch you do this to Abians. I will not stand and watch you. This is cheat. This is pure deceit. See, I challenge you, Alex Otti. Governor Alex Otti, if you built that hospital, take me to court. If not, you're deceiving us in Abia State. Is it because these people, this other regime made mistakes, they didn't show all their works on social media? I don't know who handled their media that didn't show all the works on social media. Now you're taking advantage of it. What you are about to commission, you didn't build it. You didn't build it. Enough is enough. This is unfair. I have put in so much as an Abian to see you and watch you do this to
this will
Abian.
give us two numbers, and then it'll print out those two numbers. So let's try this. We'll say num1, comma num2. Let's run this, and we'll say 10,
will not
and
speak.
we'll say
I will
20.
speak. Alex Otti, this is pure deceit. You didn't build that hospital. You can't commission it. You didn't build it. C0NMAN built it. Governor C0NMAN built that place. I disagree with you. I disagree with you. This is pure scam. You can't paint a place that was built by another governor and come and commission it. It's pure scam, Alex Otti. I challenge you to it. Sue me to court if I'm lying, if you built that place.
Badue.
One man, can I? Are we good?
Where is one man? One man.
He ran away. He ran away.
He might maybe muted himself. He didn't know.
Hello? Yeah, I think it's there.
Take that rally from the user and then show it out onto the screen. Now, what I want to do
What is that?
is something.
Who is that? Who is that? Who is playing all this thing now?
Everybody, please hold on. What's going on? Ajale Koko.
That person stopped it already. Someone else was playing a TV at the background or something like that.
I think it's up. One man is not on the screen, so maybe
that the user is giving me. Well, if I want to add them together,
who is that again?
Really simple.
Ajale Koko, I think this medium has been hacked.
You think it has been hacked?
It has been hacked, yeah. I mean, this thing. I mean, I went out.
Nobody
went out and came back.
Oh, hold on.
Immediately one man went out. Immediately one man.
Hold on a second. Are you hearing me? Are you hearing this stuff?
Yeah, the daddy freeze. I mean, daddy.
No. Say, Ajale Koko. Hold on.
You have your TV on.
Hold on. I was on mute and I was playing it and you could still hear it. So there's a problem.
Okay.
See,
yeah, you are muted. Everybody
hold
was
on.
muted.
I'm gonna mute myself right now and see if you hear it.
Why don't you go out and come in?
No, we can't hear nothing now.
I don't think it's anything to do with you. I think this thing we're using to stream. I think another stream is interfering with ours.
Exactly.
Yes,
Because
exactly.
I shut my computer down completely, and you guys were still hearing it.
Oh, really? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I was muted also, and you could see here I was playing the background here.
Yeah, so hopefully that has disappeared now. Maybe I should be filing a complaint. Maybe I'll get some sort of discount off the back of that. Who wants to take on that Abia State space? We kick it off with that. Yeah, but I beg your pardon. Before we kick it off, let me just acknowledge Ayo. So that's Ayo doing opening it up just exactly how we like it. So that's Ayo. He always runs a series of it. And that's how you're running a series. And really have to acknowledge that Ayo, by far and a clear distance, the sponsor of this platform, without a doubt. But let me just say this to Ayo. So Ayo, don't feel obliged. I'm not discouraging you from doing it, but don't feel that you must do it. So of course, continue to do it, but don't feel under an obligation to do it. So thank you, Ayo, for that.
It's not your business. I mean, he likes what he's going on.
I almost feel sometimes as though he's not compelled to do it, but of course, all is always welcome. So thank you, Ayo, for that. So to the conversation.
All right. Good morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you may be listening from. Like, share, subscribe. Jewel of Nashville. Well, man, what I see clearly is a case of a bitter person. I did not see where Otti said that he built a hospital. Most of the facilities, or most of the roads, except for the one he did in Aba, which was like in pure comatose, had like weed and everything. Definitely, there will be roads or companies, or I say companies, facilities that these previous government may have built, and just in skeleton, just the structure. Maybe they have not equipped the place, like we saw in Edo State with Adams Oshomole and Obaseki, the hospital that he built. The hospital that Adams built, but the equipments were not there. When Obaseki came in, he put in everything and commissioned the place. So what is her problem? What is she fuming about? What is she fuming about?
She's angry because he's attributing to himself things that were built by previous administration. She even cited the example of having used a facility that this guy is claiming that he is now commissioning, now trying to bracket that achievement under his name. So that's the bad word. That's the bad word that Shoika was talking about. And it's Alexander Gomez's party man, by the way. But
one man. The issue there is that a facility or a project, it has no life until you put life to it. What do I mean by that? If you build a structure, a house, and nobody's inhabiting it, definitely there won't be no furniture, there will be no fridge and all that. Yes, you have a structure there, which is what is happening in Nigeria. We have to call these things out. You just see them build a structure, build a skeleton, and they just commission it. Nothing is inside. So what did Otti do? What Otti did was simple. Equip the place and commissioned it. It could be even operating even at maybe like 20%. He came there and did a total revamp. I don't have an idea of the story, but I have seen a glimpse of it.
Well, that's not the first time he stands accused, Alex Otti. He was commissioning a road the other day, only for us to discover that that road had already been completed. He said he built it within 3 months or something, and that road was already built by the previous administration. He just
one man. The issue there is that we should always be careful about people that come out to castigate government. If you have been to Aba, you won't be saying this thing you're saying. Yes, so if somebody might build a road, and within, just like the one they did in Imo, I was privy to this. You build a road in 6 months, it's gone. Yes, you built the road. At least I was privy to one, they call it Amuzara Road, inside Owerri, built by Achiku Denwa. I will come from Port Harcourt to see my friend, and they say, oh, they built the road, and it was built. 6 months later, I came to see my friend. There was over 20 potholes on the same road. Before 2 years, that road was gone. So the thing there is that what Otti is doing, there is no road that Otti is building except from those ones that were taken over by grass. There is no road Otti is doing that has not been touched before. But the thing there is that they are using a different technology when they come to that road, because it is impassable. People are suffering on the road. Cars are drowning. People are dying on those spots. Trailers are falling in those spots. Is that what you call road? So if he is rebuilding those roads and commissioning them, what is wrong in that? Which is not an idea that I really like. But in a place like Nigeria, you have to blow your trumpet. So the lady, I think, is overreacting. Look at her pumping up. I mean, I was looking at her, I was like, typical of the woke crowd. Just for the likes. Well, I don't even think Otti should respond, and if Otti has to, just make some clarification, because as far as I'm concerned, she's a citizen as well. Maybe me put out something there and just explain it. But I don't think that requires a reply.
All right. So you are insisting that Alex Otti is not the graduate governor of
No. I don't think. I mean, you see it by actions. You see it by people. You see it by the demeanor, the character of people when they are in office. You see, when you're a governor, whatever thing you're going to be as a politician, at a governor level, you must show some glimpse of it. And when you show that glimpse of it, do not think that person will change. Look at Wike. You think Wike will change? When he went to Abuja, it's the same thing. Look at Umahi. They went and closed the gate the other was it this morning or yesterday? And the workers had to protest. But he made a point, and everybody was like looking at it like, what's going on? He said that civil servants were coming to work 12 o'clock. That he will ask for files, and they will be like, the guy is not here. Or probably by the time he wants to ask for the file, maybe he wants to get a file from them at about 3 o'clock, they're gone. We have a fundamental problem in Nigeria. And when we see characters that are different, we should just praise them. Because look, one man, the Nigerian problem is not just the politicians. We are also the problem. You see, but the issue there is that for that of the people, I'm going to call them some slack, because we have done them, I say we, like I'm in government. The government has dealt them so many blows that people tend to compromise in whatever things they're doing to make ends meet. Take, for instance, the issue of gas and petroleum, the high cost of diesel. Now I was listening to some of the one of the representative from one of those parastatals. I've forgotten the name, and he was saying that people, because of the high cost of fuel, they sleep in their offices. So they go to work on Monday, sleep in their office till Friday, then go home. Is that a normal thing to do? It is not. But that is the reality the people have to face. So in doing so, you are not also making that person not close to the family. You are breeding space. You are bringing up. You are opening up space for people that could even cheat in their marriages. So you are breaking up your families, and when you are breaking up the families, you are breaking up the society. There was a video I would have sent to you, one man, but you cannot even play it here, where a lady was talking. I think they wanted to ban prostitution in Delta State, and the lady was like, "What is your problem?" Was challenging the government officials. That why should they? My problem was not what she said. My problem was that she had a face to it, and how gladly dressed she was. I will send it to you on your WhatsApp. And she was saying it there that it is their coochie that they used to pay rent. It is that bad. So, one man, I would like to, focus on what the real issues are, rather than somebody that, okay, if the place was painted and the place was looking nice, what is your problem? The problem is in the ownership, the claiming, which the governor did not do. He did not. He just saw that the government commissioned. What does she know? What's the meaning of commissioning? Does commissioning mean that you built it? It could be renovated. You could commission a renovated project. You could commission a new project. And one man, another thing is that you see, the government may have put out a statement, but you know that those statements are not what we see on social media. The people like the obedience now will now say, "Oh, Otti," they would like to, as it were, make the whole thing look big and dramatize it. Oh, Otti has built a hospital and this, that. You do not get the real information from the social media. You get some, but not all. So I think that she's rather reacting to social media rather than what the government says, and I think it's quite unfortunate. She should be ashamed of herself.
All right, we're keeping an eye on Alex Otti. By the way, we've got Enigmatic tracking him, so we're watching him like a hawk. But take us to a different space. What are you looking at in the news, Joe?
I want to talk about Cardoso.
Right, okay.
if you may permit me, I want to call him President Cardoso. Why do I say that? Cardoso is the last hope in Tinubu'S government. If the government is going to make anything good, if we're going to make progress, we're going to stay stagnant, or we're going to retrogress. The problem is the ownership, which the government did not do. It did not just
that is that him back again?
He's back again. But you know what? One man, we can talk through it.
Okay, carry on. It's a bit disconcerting.
This one has been too long, though. The other ones were strong.
What's going on? I'm not even sure.
Everybody mute.
Can Prince Daddy go off and come back? I think it's come from Prince Daddy.
Prince Daddy. that from you, Prince Daddy.
No, Prince Daddy is not there anymore. I think it's dipped out. Just like Kolata said. I think it's an interference in the stream. Or the obedience coming after me, as Emmanuel just said.
One man.
Yeah.
Are you there?
I'm
mute, mute everybody. Let's see what's going on. Everybody,
okay,
I'll mute myself.
Now. All right.
One man, everybody is muted. Then we are still hearing the voice. One man,
you want to send that link? Yeah.
One man, why don't we shut down this section and send another link? Then we continue, please.
Yeah, but we may lose our audience. I don't want to lose the audience.
But if you cannot hear ourselves very well, it's still not making sense.
The show must go on. Let's just if you can put up another link.
Take everybody out. Take everybody out.
Why you come back?
Can you take everybody out one by one?
Yes. Okay. All right. Let me do that.
Keep everybody out there. We come back ourselves.
All right. I'm kicking you.
One question for one man before you kick everyone out. Is your phone on?
My phone is on, but my phone is always on.
Yeah, are you sure your phone is not on YouTube? That's what I'm saying. Or it's not captured?
No, my phone is not on YouTube.
Okay.
All right, I'm kicking everybody out, but come back immediately so that just to test out what Kolata just suggested. Has it stopped?
Yeah,
stop.
All right.
Process of elimination.
All right. So Prestige, Darati, come back in. And who else did I kick? Prestige, Darati, Ola. So come back in and then carry on, Joel.
Yeah. So one man, like I was saying, I would like to refer to him as President Cardoso because he is the last. He is the last line. That is the last hope that we have in this Tinubu'S government. He is the last hope. I listened to his interview where he was being grilled. Very confident, and I really liked what I heard. Emefiele had many things in his time, but I was surprised that. I'm really surprised that Tinubu has no balls to go to the real person that has been directing the affairs of the country, which is Buhari. I think Emefiele is just a scapegoat. Because one man, it's a lot of things that happened under the Buhari administration that has to be called out and have people pay for it. But Tinubu has no balls. Like I thought he does. So Emefiele is just there languishing. But away from that,
I thought you wanted to talk about Cardoso.
No. I'm one man. I'm giving you a background. You know the way I do it.
Yeah,
so
okay.
with Cardoso, I am looking forward for him to bring out those policies that will spawn us forward. Because one man, you see, is the sum total of all the ministries, the activities of the ministries, is what is going to give Tinubu that edge, or that's going to give him that pass mark. But as it is today, it is like, the government is flat. It's like it's business as usual. Now, if you ask me what the Minister of Agriculture is doing, I don't know.
What do you expect him to be? What do you expect him to have done within the first
I want to say, I know that it is not the business of CBN to dabble into agricultural issues, but I was expecting that there would have been an emergency in two sectors from Tinubu: energy and agriculture. Today, the agricultural sector is flat. And another thing, it was even three: security. You went and put Badaru and this other dude there. What are they doing? The kidnapping is still going on. We had one that went on in the capital of Zamfara.
On the side of agriculture, you remember recently Tinubu ordered the release of some grains from strategic, what do you call it? Strategic grain
reserves. Yeah.
So in order to bring down the price of food, so he has done a little bit there. So,
Babaja, have you ever seen when something
let
went
me
up
tell
in
you why
Nigeria?
CBN can go into agriculture. You see, when you want to go into agriculture, you are looking in from subsistence farming. No, you know, when we are
No.
talking of
I'm not talking about no. I'm not talking about subsistence farming. I'm talking about when I talk about emergency in agriculture, I'm talking about pure commercialized farming. I'm not talking about okay, go ahead.
I'm coming. You know, the central bank is the owner of the monetary policy. So when you are thinking of agricultural loans, you understand who is going to make the loan cheaper, right? So, you know, is the one that is going to say, okay, we are going to have a special loan that is going to deal with agriculture. And instead of you guys charging 23%, we are going to give it at the rate of, let's say, 1%, just to boost investment in agriculture. And so the federal government can now complement through the fiscal policy that, okay, you are importing tractor, we are going to make it duty free. So everything around agriculture, any loan, whether you are talking of the value chain of it, we are going to make it so low so that we can boost the country production. So that's what I just want to say. So CBN has huge influence on agriculture. So I hope you understand that.
Okay. All right. There was a reason why there was okay, go ahead.
Sorry, just quick one. Maybe it's not the job of the CBN to be disbursing loans to farmers. Maybe CBN should focus more on their core competence. And do that right and stop getting into all these places where the only thing that happens is corruption. Thank you.
No, you know why I say so. You understand when you when I said it, because it happens where I live directly. You understand that, you know, the rate for agricultural loan is totally different from the rate of any other commercial.
I know, but I'm just saying the vehicle should not be through CBN. That's all I'm saying. I get what you're saying. I'm just saying it is not in CBN's. In my opinion, it's not in CBN's. It's not CBN's responsibility. We should have Bank of Agriculture or development banks or all these community banks that will be doing it. Not CBN.
Yeah, but who controls other banks? Who regulate the banks?
It should not be done directly by CBN. Is my point, and I stick to it.
No. I'm not saying bank. Central bank will start giving out loan. That's not what I say. But they can make the framework for banks that will be lending for agricultural purpose. They can make the regulation for them. That's monetary policy. So they are not supposed to be commercial banks to themselves.
Okay, my brother, let me tell you this, because the reason why I'm telling you this is that I was speaking from experience before you had some. There's a reason that before I came to the United States, I was into writing proposals for commercial farms, and the people that were disbursing the fund was the CBN. I don't know if any of you remember during the Obasanjo regime when they brought out a loan of 600 billion for commercial farmers and 400 billion for commercial husbandry. I was in that game. I had about over 20 farms I marketed. About 7 of them qualified. I wouldn't have been in the United States today going by that agreement. But what happened? The funds were being disbursed by the CBN. Directly from the CBN.
Are you saying individual open an account with CBN? How did they disperse it? So you go to the CBN and you open an account.
Hold on now. Can you allow me land? Let me tell you. You go to the CBN. You go. They have like an agricultural department in the CBN. They have meetings with you, the commercial farmers, because the loan was there. The money was there, right? But what happened was that they said, okay, you do your business plan, you write a plan and present it to us. If we see it worthy, then we give you the loan. The people that qualified, the people that, I mean, I was coming from the Port Harcourt, Imo State, Anambra Essex. The people that qualified, and we was waiting for the CBN. We've submitted it. We submitted the business plan and everything. I now got the lottery visa to come to the United States. 3 months after, they said the money was missing. So all I'm thinking is just this. If those funds cannot be managed by the CBN, it is too much the CBN can do with time. Allow the microfinance banks to manage stuff like that. You don't have to be there. They are closer to the people. They will be able to manage them. They will be able to oversee them to make sure that the loan that they collected was right. While the CBN concentrates on just basically policies. The moment you start allowing CBN to have a hand in all of these loans we are talking about, then they get distracted. It is only normal. Nigerians will besiege you. Then you start compromising. Then by the time you start, look at, and I don't know if you guys listen to this guy and the Erisco guy on Chinese television. He said that when he goes to CBN to get loan during the Emefiele's time, they will tell him, there are agents that will tell him, okay, do you need $2 million or something? If you say, yeah, I need $2 million, they will say, okay, you know what? The exchange rate is 460. That 460, that 60 naira, we are going to take it. And it was like a round tripping for those people. They were agents. So, do you think that there are no people, there are no persons in CBN, including Emefiele, that was involved in that racketeering? It was. That is why I said, President Cardoso, he should make sure that he concentrates on policies and allow those things that ought to, like, make the CBN about policies. Make it smaller. Do not involve, if any department, make policies for them and let them go deal with it. Just place monitoring on them. You shouldn't be the one doing all the disbursement or trying to. No. That is away from it. So one man, that's what I want to, my advice on Cardoso.
All right, brilliant. Let me do this. Joel. We usually do this as the room starts to fill up. We run through everybody so that you know how it is sometimes when
go ahead.
But I'll come back to you because I want to speak to you about that pastor that was throwing oranges at people. But let's go to Kulata next, having documented his thoughts. So Kulata, you are the finance guy. So what does this headline tell us? Nigerian reform drive falters, threatening Africa's biggest economy. So unbundle that for us, Kulata.
Yeah, so that article on Reuters, I mean, it's acknowledging reality because the more I think about the reforms that Tinubu did, the more I understand it did not know the extent of the rot. Or maybe he knew a bit of it, but did not appreciate the full extent. Because right now, things are going south, and they're going south real fast. But they're fundamental problems. They're fundamental problems. Our dollar supply, it's been obvious, honestly, but we just did not know how bad it is. We have a dollar crunch issue. And right now, from that article, we have a backlog of $7 billion. That is foreign exchange demand backlog. We owe the airlines $783 million, close to $1 billion. That's trapped ticket sales. Even the airlines were cheating us. And again, a lot of things I've been saying on this platform, that there's backdoor subsidy going on in petrol because, like I said, if they sell, the only thing that is fully not subsidized is diesel, and diesel is about 9,000 naira or something like that. So that means petrol will be right around near it's like 800 and something. So I mean, there's no inventory that's lasted that long. And I've said, I mean, they also alluded to crude price almost hitting 100 and the price of petrol not budging since 600. So I mean, there are two things there. You see how the crude prices affect some of these things, and you know that the refineries will pass cost. If I mean, they will pass inventory cost, they will pass all that stuff. The oil marketers will pass their profit. If they're buying something cheap now, if the spot price is going up, the future price will perhaps go high. They need to lock in their profit and lock in their margins. They need to lock in their margins. They'll jack up the price. But when you look at the price, it's still stuck at 600 and something. So one invisible hand is helping. It's acknowledging this article. So these are all the things I've kind of been saying for the past few weeks in one place. But how do we get out of it? We need the money. Like,
sorry. Before you tell us how to get out of it, is the direction of travel, is it still the right one? Because we were having that conversation with Zita just the other day, and she was telling us that the policy is back to front and it's been led in the wrong way. So
it's not that.
Is it worth persevering with, or have they just made an error in judgment that they need to?
It's not error in judgment. It's not. I mean, you can say maybe they went too fast, but at the end of the day, though, whether they go fast or they go slow, the fundamental is still there that no money. There's no money. So if they had waited, assuming they had kept exchange at 400, kept subsidy. Look at crude; it's like $100, close to $100. Imagine imagine the subsidy that will still be paid. It will be worse than what is being paid now. How much will be used to defend the naira? Because the dollar is independently strong nowadays. Dollar is gaining against all other world currencies, and that's just dollar. Of course, we have other exchange rates that we trade. I mean, we have other exchange rates going up, but dollar is especially strong. So, if like I've been trying to think, like, could they have done this right? Like, what could they have done? Like, if they said they waited, if they had waited, right, then we'll still be borrowing money because we've not fixed our cash flow problems. We'll still be borrowing money, and all this backlog will still keep increasing because the problem is people want dollars, they can't get dollars. And the article also alludes to the fact that everybody that says CBN should block import of this, block import of that, CBN they're already doing it. They already have all those policies to block this importation of that, block that importation of this. So we cannot control the demand because all those block is not working. There's no enforcement. And even if you enforce it, it's not going to like do what it's supposed to do. I mean, of course, in Nigeria, you really can't enforce all these things to try and control the demand. At least in terms of importing products, there are many blacklisted items. This article talks about it. So for people that say, they should do that, the main thing is we need to increase our. I mean, if it's only crude we're selling, we need to increase the amount of crude we're selling. I don't understand a country that will just sit down and let people just be stealing their crude. And I'm sure they know the people doing it. And you know the country is being run down by seeing those people doing it. So stopping the stealing is one thing, but the infrastructure for the crude in itself is so decayed that we can't easily, even if you stop the stealing, you can't quickly ramp up production just like that because they've messed up a lot of pipeline infrastructure, especially the one onshore. So it's a precarious situation, one man. I'm not gonna lie. It's either you postpone the inevitable or you go to the inevitable and change your behavior and fix it. Everybody complaining now is because people are suffering. Suffering is real. I'm seeing messages on my Facebook. People, I don't know them. We just went to secondary school together. You know all these people that you just have common friends of like 100. You went to boarding school together. Maybe it's even not your set. You just read the message, begging with voice note. almost crying. I'm like, you start thinking like, my God, this is real. It's not, I mean, your own immediate family, you can take care of them. That one is no problem. But other people that don't have people abroad or money saved in Nigeria, they're in pain. But it is what it is because
Hello, Kulata. Please,
yeah.
before you go forward, because this you made now, right, was a point I made here, and one man and Thomas were making fun of me when I went to Nigeria. So I went to Nigeria last year December, right? Then the fuel was still at 180 something, right, or two something, roughly like 250 or something. Kulata, at that time, the suffering in Nigeria was much. So now what you now say, what we are seeing right now is triple. So for those of you that were castigating me or making fun of me, welcome to New Nigeria. It is really, really bad. Continue, my brother.
It's bad, but here's the thing: is we can't focus that it's bad because it's keep saying it's bad is not fixing the fundamentals. Backlog of $7 billion is a fundamental question. Where are we going to get money to even fix the backlog before we even talk about padding that we can now have some reserves to make sure there are no shocks? Like assuming we had some money to defend, we can play within a range whereby if the thing is going to drop, CBN will quickly release more dollars into the market. And if there's nothing dropping, they don't have to defend anything. We'll keep building our reserves. So Nigeria has gotten to the point where NNPC is not making money or is not sending money. That money from the crude we're selling, because obviously Jonathan was selling 2.1 million barrels a day. Tinubu right now is selling 1.1 to 1.3 million barrels. So by just the virtue of volume of crude we sell, we're off, and our population is not shrinking. So to even get to where Jonathan was, it's almost impossible now without attracting a lot of investment. Because our existing infrastructure, I don't even know if it's going to get us to 2.1, even if they stop stealing, because they've destroyed so many things. So there's that. So Cardoso is not a magician. There's no magic he can do. Another thing that I like that they wrote here, they talked about the negative bond yield. Our what's it called? I think what we offer, the interest rate we offer right now is 15%. Our inflation is 25%. If I put $1 million in Nigerian treasury, let's just say treasury bills, I will make 15% of that. So I'll make 150,000. But guess what? Inflation is 25%. My money, I'll lose 25% of that. So I have a minus 10% negative yield, meaning if you invest money in Nigeria, even the Nigerian government right now, you will lose money. You will lose 10% as of today. So that means government needs to increase interest rates beyond the inflation. And this is not technical math. So this is just back of the napkin. This is just back of the napkin math, just to be able to explain this thing easily. So what will attract me to even invest in the safest security in Nigeria that is supposed to be your own government treasury bill? If it's 15%, based on the article, if it's 15% being offered, inflation is carrying 25%. It is exactly what I was telling one of my primary school person that's doing real estate. He said, come and invest in real estate. Oh, one thing. I said, alone inflation. I said, if inflation is 25%. So if I put XX money now, at the end of the year, I've already lost a quarter of that money. I said, is it true? They said, yes, it's true. I said, I live in America. I have alternatives. I don't have to invest in real estate in Nigeria. I can do real estate in America, and I'm not going to look at my money just go down the drain. So how do we attract investors when even what is supposed to be almost the safest investment in Nigeria, you're losing minus 10%? So that means government will have to jack up interest rate ridiculously high. If you jack up interest rate ridiculously high to curb inflation, then cost of borrowing becomes more expensive. People cannot access loans. They cannot do this. They cannot do that. And okay, maybe you get a few investors in that says, okay, fine, at least, I mean, I will have a positive yield. I mean, it's a bit safe. But then, what will be our interest rate? 35%. I mean, how can we have ridiculously high interest rates? And there's no guarantees that jacking up interest rates is going to even solve the inflation problem. What will solve our problem is to grow ourselves out of this mess. Productivity. And it's not easy. It's not easy because that's a long-term plan. The short-term plan, like I keep saying, is either you sell assets or you borrow more money. But we've borrowed ourselves to the gills now. But I mean, we still have capacity to borrow if there's guarantee that it can generate a lot of tax revenues or revenues from alternative places. But I'm very, very open to Nigeria. I mean, this is when we need creative thinkers.
Is dangerous for us. It's extremely dangerous for us.
Can everybody stop for a moment? I've got somebody wanting to hear the background.
Is there background noise?
Yeah, hold on. All right, carry on. I've got a chap from the something listening in. Carry on. It's still there. It's like a television sets up. If you stay quiet, I think you might hear it.
Let me go quiet again.
Yeah.
I think it's better now.
It's better
yeah,
now.
It is better now, but it's somewhat disconcerting. But carry on. Yeah, carry on.
Yeah, so like you say, we have our fiscal situation is terrible.
Kulata.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Oh, okay. I beg your pardon, but it's asking everybody to mute. So let's all mute. Okay, carry on. Carry on.
Okay.
Yeah. I think you should have heard it. Yeah.
I didn't hear anything, but the bottom line is we're in trouble. We need $7 billion right now for our backlog. That is money that's already, to satisfy the foreign exchange demand that we have right now. So if someone can give Nigeria $10 billion, we will get out of this mess quickly if they use that to satisfy the backlog, and we now have additional $3 billion to pad. But how much longer will it take us to eat through that? Because it's the same problem we've been having since I was born. Back in the 70s, Naira was better than dollar. Everybody keeps saying that nonsense. But you can see it gets progressively worse because you guys are not producing enough you're not producing enough to export, to sell, to maintain a favorable balance of trades, to keep your inflations low, to kind of like, keep your interest. The interest rate, it depends. Keep a reasonable interest rate that will spoil growth and development. Because we don't do that, and you can literally watch the Naira falling, and it will continue to fall until habits change. We're forced to look inwards. We're forced to resolve our security situation. We're forced to refine our own crude. We're forced to, like, I've heard people saying we manufacture. We don't manufacture enough for 200 million. 200 million is almost the size of America. America is just 100 million more than us. And look at the manufacturing levels that go on in America. Let's even forget America. Look at the manufacturing levels that go on in Indonesia. We're not near that. Outside of Lagos, how many manufacturing hubs do you see in Nigeria? Everybody looks at Lagos and use Lagos to judge. What's happening in Ibadan? What's happening in Abeokuta? What's happening in Anambra? What's happening in Kafancha? Guys, habits needs to change. Forget about all those are long-term stuff. But the immediate term is, where can we get at least $10 billion? Because if we don't get at least that $10 billion to at least clear off something to clear the backlog of, and something to sustain. Because if Tinubu delayed that decision, he will still have had to look for this money. And at this point in time, we need to sell something. I don't know if there's a license that can be sold. The way when we sold GSM license, we raised billions of dollars. Maybe a right of way, maybe something. Sell something for the immediate stuff. Sell something that will make a foreign company or a Nigerian investor to come and invest and stay with the investment, and that investment will help our economy. Assuming we sell right of way and people build train or build this or build that, at least that infrastructure is going to stay in Nigeria. You can't carry it away. The worst case scenario is they're going to charge us toll or charge us fee, but the infrastructure will be there for us to use. Why can't someone think of something to sell? Maybe sell part of NMP, just sell something to kind of like get the thing to stop.
Oga Kulata, this is the issue. This is the issue. You see, I remember prior to the election, we were all speaking in big languages. Look, our problem was put in three words: consumption to production.
Okay, that's
period.
enough.
No. See. Kulata, I know it bites you hard when you hear that,
that's
but
enough,
it's the common
enough,
sense.
Joel.
Hold on, Kulata. Hold on, Kulata. Can we? You're talking about loans. We have had loans in the past.
I'm talking about Joel. The reason I'm pissed
Can I
with
just
what
say
you just
something
said,
now?
let me explain something. I'll let you go. The reason I'm pissed with what you said, I'm talking about fixing immediate problem. Consumption to production is not happening.
It is going to happen. What I'm telling you, that's what I'm trying to proffer to you. What I'm trying to proffer to you right now is this, right? Can we have been borrowing money. Can we borrow money about 10 billion or even say 15 billion? If we have anyone that can give us that kind of money, can we borrow that money? Hey, hold on, please. Let me just land. It is your field, but I'm just asking, just a common sense question.
I'm just an enthusiast. I'm not my field.
Okay, so can we just borrow and pay this 7 billion backlog and use the other one about the 7 other billion and declare an emergency in agriculture? Yes, we are going to suffer.
Already been declared. Wait, Joe, let's have a conversation. Emergency in agriculture has already been declared. We need money to back it up and security to also back it up.
That's what I'm saying. That you were talking about we have capacity. You were the one talking about our GDP, right? And to borrow.
I did not even mention GDP. I did not mention
Hold on
GDP.
now. Hold on. I mean, this was your words before prior to the election that we still have a chance to borrow. What I'm saying is
we can borrow.
Good. If we have chance to borrow 15 billion, can we borrow 15 billion, pay off this 7 billion you're talking about? Right? Yes, it is on our bill, but we can now declare a state of emergency, real state of emergency, not this one we talk about.
But I don't want us to borrow, Joel. I said we should sell something. I really don't want us to borrow. I said
we shouldn't borrow at all. That's
okay.
There are two options. I said there are two options.
Okay, see, Kulata, we have been borrowing.
Let me ask you this question.
Go ahead.
I think we're missing a very big point. Kulata, what happens to the cutting cost? Because have the government did anything in that aspect? I've not seen it. Don't you think that?
Wait, cutting cost
in government now? There are a lot of cutting costs to be done.
Okay.
Don't you think so? Which can get off a lot of revenue.
Yeah. So here's the thing: is there are two things. I mean, an area where potentially could help to reduce ease of borrowing and also to get more money to pay. But our problem is foreign exchange. So cutting, like if you lay people off right now, those are more people on the streets.
right? So government says we're cutting costs, and they fire a bunch of people. There are people on the streets now. You can
Not in
say
government.
government.
Not in
Wait,
government.
but
Kulata, me
wait.
and you
Let me
know.
let me
Yeah,
talk. Let
me
me
and you
talk
know that.
where.
Yeah, it's
Let
not
me
a
address what you're
foreign
trying
people.
to say. Let me
Yeah.
address some of the areas. Some of the areas you're trying to say is like all the excesses of politicians, for example. Those excesses, I'm going to be very blunt with you. The amount of those excesses is not that material. It's just going to be very symbolic. At least you'll be passing the right message, but it's not going to make a dent in our situation. So if everybody wants to get satisfied that this politician they took a haircut, yeah, you see that haircut, but the situation will not improve. I'm just being honest with you. Someone did an analysis of how much all these people spend. It's not going to make a dent. Our fundamental problem has always been a fundamental problem since the 70s. It's more like habits needs to change. We need to like produce stuff that is world standard more, or we substitute a lot of things we import. At least if our stuff is not good enough for the world market, let it be good enough for us. The barest minimum we should do right now, at least reduce the ease of demand of the dollars. If we just take out PMS, AGO, kerosene, diesel, just take that out of what we're using dollars for. Just supply that locally. That's the barest minimum. If we can even do that, that will be good. But I'm not even talking about that because that's still medium term. I'm talking about immediate term. Naira will continue to crash if we don't have $7 billion. I'm talking about now. I'm not talking about consumption to production that will take 10 years.
Kulata,
Where are we going to get
Kulata.
money? Where are we going to get money next month?
Good
Is what I'm
thinking.
talking
Good
about.
thinking.
Kulata, that's a good question. See, as it is now, it's not okay. Let's assume that
I can
government has
provide
got.
solution to that problem. But
Okay,
now you,
provide your solution before I talk. Ajali Koko, please go ahead.
all right. How many Nigerians do we have in diaspora? What's the population of Nigerians in diaspora?
I don't know. Let's just estimate. Let's just call it
2 million.
4 million or 2 million.
2 million. Okay. If the government can come up with a special exchange rate for diaspora money coming, that could raise them a lot of millions of dollars or billions of dollars. If they said they have a lot of cash, let's say they have the Naira, right? If government said to save Nigeria, Nigerians in diaspora, we will exchange, we will give you 1,500 Naira to a dollar if you are sending $1,000 and you are sending it to a special account.
Ajale Koko, you are breaking up a bit.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if Nigeria set up a special account for diaspora's money coming to Nigeria, say if you are sending home $1,000, we will exchange for you $1,500. $1,500 Naira to a dollar. That's a special exchange rate for Nigerian in diaspora. Government will raise billions of dollars doing that. They can start
Should I
off.
answer you?
That is just to save Nigeria, to take us out of this economic fool, put us on how do I say it? On economic to put us on the right track towards solving our economic problem, because it is that forex that we really need. So let us, any money coming from diaspora, Nigerians in diaspora, special account, $1,000. If it is $1,000, you will get it for one. What do you call it? 1,500 naira to $1. I think that
how do you finance that?
Let me answer that question.
We have the money, we have the naira, don't we?
All right. Let me answer that question. Yeah.
So essentially, what you are saying is to set up a diaspora bond, and with a 50% return. We've set up a diaspora bond before for $300 million. It was due last year, 2022. Guess what happened? The government had no money to pay back. So diasporas have been burnt, because I just looked at it. We our very first ever diaspora bond, was set up for $3 million debt. Government did not repay it.
Sad, honestly.
Government did not repay it in June 2022. And then you are saying we should provide immediate dollars. We've not fixed the dollar demand issue. And government will now be owing us 50%. I don't know what term. Let's just put some term there. I don't know. Let's just say 2-3 year term. Government will be owing us. That is worse than any loan the government will borrow for the immediate term, not for the long term, for the immediate term. So number one, we've done that before. Number two is expensive. Number three, the government will default on it. So
no, the format this one is going to take is different from what we did before. I don't know how the one we did before. I don't know the format.
It was a bond. They issued a bond.
Yeah, that was a bond. This is an exchange. This thing we are not doing a bond. Exchange rate for diaspora right now for inflow of forex into Nigerian economy. One special for everyone.
What Ajale Koko is talking is more like subsidy, but the only thing is that you are not.
Yes, a kind of.
You are
what mechanism do you use to enforce that? What mechanism?
It can even be enforced. It can be enforced. But the question is this: how does the federal government fund it? Because you need money to do that. Because it's like you are doing subsidy too.
Those kind of things.
They are making a lot of money now. They are making a lot of revenue now. Is the useless?
The government is buying dollar at a very higher rate. Look at it. This is what you are saying. You say go and produce rice. The market rate for a bag of rice is 50,000. But you say, okay, I'm buying from the farmer 80,000. That's exactly what you are saying. You are raising the price floor for exchange rate. It's a form of subsidy. You understand? So it's like I give you more for your dollars. But the question now stays, how are you going to fund it? That's another debt. So you are saying
you're compounding the problem, Ajani Koko. The dollar demand is there. It's not going away. It's just a matter of time. What you are saying is a matter of time. And for sure, I can tell you, without anything, the government will default on it because they will not be able to.
Wait to Kulata. The difference is that you are increasing your local debts now. That's the mechanism now.
You are bringing in. No, Ola, listen. Ola, technical to here. You don't have to go on to look at this debt. Alandiko is saying we will put diaspora give $1,000 and then they get $1,500 in return. This is very simple. What he's saying.
Where's the naira?
So there's no, even forget naira. Government will use that money to fund the rubbish demands that we have. That demand is not going away. The supply, you say you temporarily increase supply by basically screwing up your financial fiscal position in whatever time you're going to return it.
Let me tell you how government can
it's not workable. I'm sorry.
You are losing us all in the science of it all. For us dollars,
it's not workable. It's not workable. 50%. Come on,
Let us hear from Ola now. Let us hear from Ola now.
Kulata, wait. Let me see. There are ways government can fund it. It's either you tell your student to go and print dollar straight, right? Naira straight to buy dollars coming from the Nigerian diaspora. But what's the implication of you printing more currency?
So when you print those naira, what happens to inflation?
What happens to inflation? That's where I'm going to. That's where I'm just telling the Ajalico that it's not that straightforward. He is going to compound the problem. So the only one of the potent way to increase, number one, to solve this problem now, whether we like it or not, it's an option. You can borrow. But meanwhile, when you borrow too, you are devaluing your currency. You can borrow for the immediate. You understand? Solve the problem. But you want to make sure that within the next 12 months, you want to increase your output to counterbalance the effect. Maybe,
let's talk about 1 month. This is 1 month solution to $7 billion. Let's even simplify.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Where can we get $7 billion right now?
Borrowing is an option for that 1 month. That's what I'm saying. Okay, you can't go just within a month increase agricultural output. You can't.
Exactly. We can't.
So maybe the only thing you want to say, maybe you want to punish Nigerians that are spending foreign currency. That's the alternative. Okay, no traveling, so that anybody that want to travel outside the country, no more forex for you, no more you see a stock code or whatever. No more money for students that want to go and school abroad, and it's going to create another set of problems entirely. So the option we have now is to borrow for the immediate need while you work on your.
All right, Kulata, I want to play you a clip. This clip has been viral. There's been several interpretations of it. And Rotus on Arise, he's given an interpretation as well, but I'm not sure if you have seen the clip. So let me play it, and if you have seen it, can you talk us through what this guy is saying? This is a guy heckling Tinubu.
My president, commodification of the naira. Commodification of the naira. This is Ayode Jubaka Ibongoli. My president, Your Excellency, commodification of the naira. Yes. Commodification of the naira, monetary policy. Commodification of the naira, cassava. Use cassava. Cassava, commodification of the naira for monetary policy.
Did you get any of that? Do you want me to give you Rotos' interpretation and then you from there?
I've not seen that, but that sounds funny.
What
saying?
No, he was
saying that booster the. Oh wait, I get what he's saying. It's what I've been saying too now. It was the value of the naira by cassava value chain.
Yes. Let me give you Rotos' interpretation.
Isn't that what I've been saying here for weeks now? Like cassava value change, sorbitol, tapioca starch, all these things. Okay, continue.
Yeah. Listen to this and then give us the fullness of it.
Of the naira using cassava. This gentleman yelling at the president at some function. Here, take a listen. Video, which apparently I don't know how I missed it, but people were tagging me to talk about this commodification of the naira using cassava. This gentleman yelling at the president at some function. Here, take a listen. I'm sure you've seen it already.
My president, commodification of the naira. Commodification of the naira. This is Ayode Jubaka Ibongoli. My president, Your Excellency, commodification of the naira. Yes. Commodification of the naira, monetary policy. Commodification of the naira, cassava. Use cassava. Cassava.
What about Bado?
Hold on.
All right. So I don't know why he kept saying, I don't know who that is. I don't know why he kept saying monetary policy and was tagged. But the only reason why I'm responding to this is because so many people on social media said to answer to explain what this means. So the naira is already commodified in that we are linked to oil prices. So if you look at the last two recessions that we had in 2016 and 2020 was as a result of oil prices falling precipitously. And so we are linked to it. So we are commodified. The value of the naira is linked to a particular commodity. That gentleman wants it to be linked to cassava as a result of the fact that Nigeria is the largest producer of cassava in the world. We just put up the chart. We can put it up again. So as of 2021, 63 million metric tons, Nigeria in first place. The Democratic Republic of Congo in second place, 45.6. You've got Thailand, about half of what Nigeria puts out at 30 million. Ghana, 22.6. Brazil. But how much do you earn for your cassava exports? And when you look at the earnings, it's a different story. Thailand, that produces half of what Nigeria produces, exported $1.2 billion worth of cassava in 2021. Cambodia was second, 667. Laos, then you got Vietnam. You see the Asian nations dominating it. And then the USA, when you talk about a diversified economy, so 218. So, you know, you move that further and you look at the fact that when it comes to Nigeria's total exports, if you look at the foreign trade in goods statistics on the Bureau, we did 279 billion in total agri exports, Q2 280. So I said, let me annualize this. If you annualize and say you've done 280 billion in each quarter, it comes out to 1.1 trillion. And if you use with 1,000 Naira exchange rate, that only comes out to $1 billion in an entire year for all your agricultural exports, which means that we are really, really behind. So cassava, the issue is because there is the same issue with any agricultural export in Nigeria. There's logistic issues. It only has about 48 hours before it spoils. So you've got to get it to a processing plant as quickly as possible. Bad roads, lack
So that's the guy, Kulata. He goes on to explain further. The guy that was heckling Tinubu. Do you want to listen to his explanation, or do you want to pick?
Yes, but honestly, isn't this exactly what I've been saying? The cassava value chain, that we are the highest producer of cassava. We're only drinking gari with it. We should make tapioca starch. We could make sorbitol. We could make all sorts of products that we can export, and we have competitive advantages. Anyway, continue. Continue.
Yeah, because the guy was then invited to freeze, and then he, let's say,
how you live, Bongoli? I'm fine. I was sleeping. My brother was the one disturbing me, calling my phone.
Which of your brothers?
Saying that my blood brother, if you know, he would harass me the way every Obi will harass Bongoli, but it's my brother, you know. And then my mom is PDP. She's never liked APC for my ticket and book a hotel on. You don't see it. It's we here at the bottom level that will be fighting ourselves. KK won, defeated Oyetola, and it is going to take many years of a lot of planning, a lot of work to get there. It's not just Bongoli saying commodify the Naira with blah, blah, blah. Brazilian real, trading palm oil with Malaysian ringgit. Then if Nigeria has comparative advantage when it comes to a certain cash crop, why don't we work towards using that currency for global trade? And that is just the meaning of commodification, backing your currency, in this case with a tangible asset. It's not like you're backing it with gold or you're backing it with crude oil or something. In this case with a tangible asset. And it is going to take many years of a lot of planning, a lot of work.
Okay, I think that gives us a better feel. But Kulata, it sounds as though some form of pegging the Naira to cassava.
I'm not going to say we peg Naira to cassava, not quite. But I can say we invest in a lot of cassava value chain. There's so much ethanol, sorbitol, tapioca starch, anything gluten-free. Cassava is a substitute. There's so many.
Exactly, Kulata. You got it. That is exactly what the guy is saying. Is exactly what Kulata is.
I'm not saying you can't back it up like it's not crude oil. It's not crude oil now, cassava. So, but there are many things we can do because sorbitol is, like I said, I sent you a link of one lady. She lives in Oyo State. She's making $12 million a year on cassava. Just one lady. She doesn't have to come to the United States to come and fact brew like us. So, we really, really, really need to do a lot of things with cassava. Everything should not just be gari alone now. There's so many things you can do.
But we're not world number one though. So if we sort of if we
In
value our
production,
yeah
we're
cassava,
number one. We're
are
number
we?
one in terms of
Did
output.
did
Yep,
did
we are.
did Rotus not say it's Malaysia and whatnot?
No, that's exportation. Like the
No,
people
we are number
selling it.
one producer of cassava in
We're
the
number one
world.
producer by a large mile. Nobody. I mean, number
Exactly.
two to us is by a large
So
mile.
is it then saying
25%.
you can come in as well, Prestige, because I can see you in the comment section showing some knowledge of that space. But is he essentially saying that the value of the naira should track the value of the price of cassava internationally, because that is where we have a competitive
I
advantage?
believe, but
I don't think so.
cassava is not that important of a product that you can put the value of your currency on. I mean, let's not get too funky. But at least cassava is there to tap. What are we doing? Do we want someone else to do it? Palm oil, is it? Look, palm oil. We got in the 1910 something, before Malaysia and Indonesia started doing theirs. Nigeria was the leading one. We were number one. I mean, there were some even seedling trades that happened between us and Indonesia and Malaysia. But it's not like they had their own too, but we had better yield ones. People,
No, even
there's
up to
some
60s, the 60s. We're still
we just
living
had
in peak oil.
we just had better yield, palm oil, whatever. Is it seedlings or kernel or whatever? I don't know. I'm not an agri person. But look at what Indonesia and Malaysia, look at what they're doing with palm oil. There's so many stuff they're doing with palm oil. Go to any bakery, any supermarket, you're going to see palm oil on almost every junk food that is being sold in a box. There's some derivative of palm oil in there.
Kulata, let me just even add simple things. When you buy coffee here, you will see responsibly sourced. You understand? Part of those responsibly sources is when people go to foreign land to process their coffee bean, they put like processing plants there, so whereby they use it to help the local economy and to make sure they are not doing something harmful to them. So if we can look at cassava from the point of responsibly sourced, simply means that don't just carry our raw cassava, just come to our country, put the plant to process. You can now, maybe your sorbitol, whatever you want to use it to produce, you can put some kind of plan to put it to something that is almost finished product that we take. So when you are trying to commodify, you see, you turn the value chain to the fact that, okay, all the essential commodity that will come out from this, you are doing it locally. So what you are just trying to do overseas is just like you just export, like almost finished products. That's exactly what this guy is saying. Instead of you just doing all your efforts, you make just $1 billion from what some people are going to make like 200 billion. That's exactly what this guy is saying. So because it's a good idea, but is it a short term? It's still not a short term. Whether we like
it's not short term. Short term, we need to borrow. If anybody is going to borrow us money, we need to borrow. Or let me go to Baba. If they can get Emefiele to cough out some money.
We will. Don't laugh. You are taking this thing.
How much will he cough?
He and these people, they must cough out the money. We will squeeze him.
Guys, that money is gone.
No, I disagree with you. Okay. Kulata thinks the same thing, but I strongly disagree.
I heard they're trying to cut deals, but they said they're still waiting for more concessions from him.
You said no. You and I were on this platform talking about Nigeria needs close to 100 billion. How much can you actually get from him that will be significant enough?
Not only him, all his cohorts, all of them.
Give me a number. How much do you think we can recover back?
I don't know.
Thinking of maybe.
No. You can't say you don't know.
I'm thinking about maybe 15-17 billion.
Wow. Okay.
Honestly, those things are distraction now because we are dealing with organized crooks. So don't think that when you start this case, don't think it's what you are going to get in a month or 2 months. It can even take a decade for you to even get some.
Exactly. That's why. Exactly.
No. Where I disagree is wherever you have it, if you voluntarily call for your money, offshore facility will not say they will not give you or send it.
So
they will
if it's not
voluntarily bring
cooperating, if
in
it's not
what they want
cooperating
to
with you,
bring
what are
in.
you going to do? If it's
Say,
not cooperating with you, if it's not cooperating, what are you going to do?
they will die in jail. Simple. Forget it.
So
They will
what do
rot
we
in
achieve
jail.
from that at the end
Then
of
the
the
money
day?
is gone. Then so what's the point?
They pay with their life.
See,
Let anybody come and talk about human rights here.
see, Abacha didn't even get.
It's
Abacha
200 million people against less than 1,000 folks here.
Abacha could not even achieve what you are suggesting. Talk less of democratic government. So, see, the best solution, like they're saying now, the only thing I'm seeing from this point now, two things: you borrow, or you want to deprive Nigerians of forex.
I don't want us to borrow, even though our GDP to debt ratio is still okay for us to borrow. But let's think outside the box. Let's challenge ourselves. Let's look inward.
What's the implication? What's the implication if you do not borrow now and we continue to default? What's the implication? Just
okay, let me ask you a question.
Let the government
can I ask
their
a question
thinking
to the
cap.
platform? Do you guys, okay, assuming it's just a question, you can tell me to, you can tell me go suck on the lemon if you like, but assume, is it wrong for the government to say that, okay, Chinese companies, German companies, whatever, come and buy, come and bid, come and buy right of way for certain stretches of land? You build your rail, or you build whatever, you pay us for that right of way in billions of dollars, run it for 100 years,
I will
run it for
even go
100 years.
extreme. I will go extreme. Buy our airport.
Let him land there. Yeah, land it collateral.
Run it for 100 years. After 100 years, you can hand it for us. I mean, just put some guide rails in terms of like how much they can charge you, and I mean, you have to put some guide rails, but basically come and buy right of way and build stuff on it, stuff that nobody can carry away. Example is rail line, example is road. Tax whatever you need to tax out of it, but give us the money and run it. Are you guys against any of such ideas?
I support 100%.
How can you do that?
Why not?
That means you are mortgaging your country.
Even sell the airport.
How can you surrender your country to?
We are not surrendering. Who runs Gatwick? Who runs other airports abroad? They are all private holdings. Why are we holding on to things? The business of government is not to be in business. It's not to be, government should not be in business. Hands off. Let the private people do it.
Then let Nigerian buy it.
No, we are even.
Let them come. Those who with deep pockets. Aja lead the pack. Come on.
Baba,
can I say something real quick?
Why do you want to surrender your country to?
Wait.
Already dominated you.
It's not sorry. Listen.
You want them to all the infrastructure of your country. You want them to own it.
You cannot manage it clearly at this point.
What do you mean that you can't manage it? I don't get it. So we lack capacity.
Wait.
That's what we are saying.
Who
We
owns
don't have the
Gatwick?
capacity.
A Nigerian owns Gatwick.
To manage our country by ourselves.
Does that make Britain stop?
Hold on, everyone. Let BT come in.
What I'm saying is that the first thing is like I agree with Kulata to some extent, but you must first determine how much does it infringe on national security. So that's the first, because as a government, you must make sure.
I think that's Ajan Lepoko's concern. Carry on.
No. He's more. You know where it's going. He's not.
No. That is yes.
You know where it's going. No. Let me finish.
National security.
Let me finish. No. Let me finish.
Okay. Yeah. Continue.
What I'm saying to you is that if for the last 65 years we've shown that we cannot not only manage something, we cannot even expand to make more money from those assets. So what's the point of holding on to it because of Tiwa mentality? You must open up your market space. Even America here, they open up their market to Chinese funds, to Arab money. Everybody does it.
So Chinese own the railway. So Chinese own the railway. Chinese own the airport.
I'm saying
Chinese they have all the critical infrastructure in America. Or what are you talking about?
No, they have stake in it.
What do you mean by stake? So have stake is a different thing, but say they can own it, let them operate it for 100 years.
Where is your money?
I mean, don't say this.
I have a solution. I have a suggestion.
We have the money. We have all the resources.
We
Where?
have the capacity. We have everything
Let's
to
not
turn
deceive
around that.
ourselves.
We just need.
Show me the
We just
money,
need that.
Ajan. Show me the
Have
money.
that much money, Daddy.
You need that political will. You need leaders that can
That is
take.
long term.
Yes, it's not long.
Okay.
Yes.
All these natural resources we are saying we have is only a debt under the soil. I mean,
No,
we
not
haven't
only.
managed any one of them.
Hold on, Ajahn Lekoko. Expand on that. Prestige. What do you mean a debt under the soil?
I mean, we have not been able to, extract any one of them, all these natural resources we have. The only thing we have been able to extract our maximum, is oil. That's it. I mean, and half of it is being stolen. So right now, even at all when we extract it, we're gonna have to bargain with the West. And they are the buyers. So they're gonna negotiate, to buy, the demand between buyer and supply. They're gonna level it to purchase what we have right now. So we are depending so much on natural resources instead of building our human capital. That's where I think we should follow, and that can yield immediate result.
One man, sorry, before you continue, can I ask a question? Because we say we need about 100 billion. Do we even have that much?
Babati, immediately we need $7 billion immediately.
But let me ask you, for what we even need, do we even have that credit line to even access $50 or $60 billion right now? Do we have
that what? Credit?
Yeah.
Yes.
No, I mean, our reputation. First of all, our reputation is in tatters because of the audit that they did. Not the forensic audit, but the books that Emefiele released showing CBN's financial statements. The world got to know that a lot of money in CBN was actually borrowed, and CBN could not balance. Was it that CBN could not balance his books or something?
Kulata, can I ask you something, Kulata?
So how on God's
Let me ask Kulata something.
Are you not going to open okay, go ahead. But
Kulata,
go ahead.
Can we borrow money? Everybody's proposing we should borrow. How about our foreign reserve? Look at where we are right now. Can we be able to borrow what we want?
Foreign reserve is another thing entirely in this situation.
Foreign reserve.
Can they borrow us money even if we have
man of prestige? A great deal of money. A great deal of money in our so-called foreign reserve is borrowed.
Exactly. So the Kulata, the thing is this: I have suggestion, but I know this may be brutal, right? This may be brutal. Can we increase tax on foreign products? What I mean by foreign products is this: you look at organizations that are in services already that are patronizing foreign products that they need dollars to actually pay for services in software product that can be localized. Although it's medium term, it's not that short. You look at someone now that is having partner in India or in the United States, but you know that this product can actually be made in Nigeria, and you increase the tax in favor of that product.
Allow it, please.
Let me land.
If you say they should tax them. You must already remember we were discussing this a few weeks ago. If you want to stop that or tax it more, you must already provide those companies that will give them the same stuff in your country. If you don't have that, you can't tax them for importing now without providing.
Okay, no, you did not even get what I'm saying.
Ola, what kind of goods are you talking about?
There are some foreign software products in Nigeria today that can be localized. Now, you need a lot of dollars to service all those. My experience in the industry before I left shows that we have capacity locally, but for some reasons, people still patronize foreign software products.
Software. Now, I'm sorry. I think software is not a very good example of something we should tax.
Wait now. How do you know? You are jumping. You are jumping.
How do I know? Because it's going to stifle our productivity. But continue.
Well, see, you are not getting it. Okay, now you buy a software product from India, and India, let's say a bank, for instance, is paying average of $5 to maintain a solution from India every year. Now look across how many banks we have in Nigeria. I'm just giving banks. There are some organizations, and we have people that can produce products. at least at the microfinance bank in Nigeria, many, if not half of the software they are using for their banking hosts in Nigeria today are produced locally. And when you look at those people, they are insignificant when you compare to the big commercial banks. What is it that the big commercial banks are hiding that they cannot patronize the local one? If, after all, we've seen a situation whereby the local, some of these commercial banks, before they grew big, you understand, they used to patronize local. Wait, oh. Now that's just a suggestion. That's just a suggestion. Again, another suggestion is this. So another suggestion is this. Now, the only crude oil we have quota. We have OPEC quota. Now, is it possible we invite some foreign countries to just do some forward sale for them, and we down the consequence of joining OPEC if we can just secure a good contract for let's say for long-term contract to bail out of this and just bail out of OPEC, just like Canada and some country will bail out of OPEC, and let them just sell as much as crude oil we can sell for the future purpose. Just to get so now.
Ola, wait before you.
Where is Prince Daddy? This is this sort of conversation.
Ola Fagun, let's stay on that. First of all, that software example, I think that is the wrong good, because first of all, enforcement is almost impossible. Number one. Number two, it also stands the chance to stifle productivity, because before you get alternative, it's going to be a problem. I will support if you say they put a tax on discretionary products, such as, luxury goods, luxury cars, furniture, like junk food.
What about rice? What about rice?
Rice is essential.
You ban rice outrightly.
Sorry,
yeah, but rice is essential. Are we producing enough rice to satisfy our local demand?
Hold on, please. Remember, I showed you a list of the top 27 most imported items for manufacturing. Remember that list, Kulata, that we were talking about the other time?
Yeah,
so
yeah, I remember.
If Ola is talking about increasing taxes on those things without providing alternatives for them back in Nigeria, that's a recipe for disaster for your manufacturing.
No. We are getting it wrong. You think there won't be alternative, but there will be challenges in the.
There is none right now. You can't stop one without providing the other one. You must provide it first.
That's not totally true. That is a choice. That's not totally true.
You can't. No, hold on. You can't jack up. Hold on, please. Hold on now, Olajo. You cannot increase taxes on what is imported without already providing.
Let me tell you something that I know about those foreign software very well. I will use FlexCube as an example. Whenever India sells FlexCube to you, they don't want to leave their hand. They're supposed to stay with them and you keep them paying dollars. Now, option we give them that, okay, guys, we want to keep your products, but we want to start using our guys now. If we have like 50 of your guys before, we reduce to 5. And you must do something to make this thing work for us. Otherwise, we deal away with you and go to another people that are ready to work with us.
FlexCube is critical to Nigerian economy. You can't use those kind of examples. There's useless stuff. People importing G-Wagon, something can afford G-Wagon, then you can afford to tax that person. Not FlexCube.
Kulata, it may not be a perfect example. I'm just trying to stifle something so that the conversation we are having now, we are talking of luxury now. But I know that e-Transfer, for example, e-Transfer is using locally made software to drive, whereas InterSwitch is using foreign software to drive its own payment system. So we have so many Nigerians in fintech today that they have local solutions. But why is it that some people are still paying several millions of dollars to foreign companies?
I understand this software space. FlexCube and Intransact are not playing the same space. It's like you saying people should not import SAP or Oracle Cloud into Nigeria because of one thing. Those things are what they need to do in Nigerian economy. Look at products where it's only the rich people that can buy, and if you jack up the price, let them pay the taxes for bringing luxury.
How did Union pay? Deal away with Visa and
all right,
we're getting into the weeds. That's not necessary.
Don't get it too deeply technical so that we can retain the attention.
No, we don't need to go. The software
is not even technical. We are not even technical because
let's break it down.
Ola live story.
It's very simple. You need money. You must raise more money. That's just what it is.
But that is Ola's field now. He's suggesting what can be done.
I'm telling you that the dollars we are sending now.
What Ola is saying is going to hurt Nigerian economy. It's going to hurt our economy.
You can't jack up imports now for
some of these businessmen. They use that to supply your forex outside. It's not totally true.
So what we should really be focusing on is the refineries. I don't think I can say that anymore because 1/3. I mean, is it 1/3 or 1/4? Is it a 1/4 or 1/3? I mean, we read that number like 2 days ago and I've already forgotten. 1/3 or 1/4 of our forex is for imported fuel. We have Port Harcourt refinery. We have Warri refinery. Forget about Kaduna refinery. That's never going to work. If we just substitute that, you can still continue our bad habits of importing gari or whatever. Because all that, I mean, it's not like we spend too much. The one we spend money on that we have no business spending on is importing petrol. Can we just stop that? Can they allow the refinery? Because my fear is if they fix even the Port Harcourt refinery, someone is just going to go and damage something. There's risk of sabotage because some other people want to continue making money from import. So even if they fix it, if we're so terrible as human beings, if people have
7 billion, how can we raise that 7 billion now?
Allah has said it now. We must borrow or we sell. The fastest is borrowing. But who's going to borrow us? Okay, if they borrow us, okay, guys, think about it. If they borrow you money and you are not, it's like you run someone, it's like a tenant wants to rent your house. You ask that tenant, what's your social security number? Then you now go and run the credits. You see that tenant has credit of 400 or 500. If you're going to allow that tenant to stay in your house, won't you jack up the rent? So anybody that's going to borrow us money right now, what interest rates do you think they're going to give us? They'll give us like subprime.
Story about that.
They'll give us interest rates that, I mean, from what I heard, we're still paying loan that was borrowed under Babangida. So we'll add more loan with higher interest rate.
Kulaka. Are you hearing me?
I'm hearing.
Kulaka, you see, we are speaking too much grammar. We are not solving no problem. The easiest way, we don't have time. If we borrowed at 15% or 20%, go and get that money and fast track this economy. Borrow enough to pay off the 7 billion, borrow enough to invest in the economy. Tighten up your government. We do this spending of government. Let's work on our consumption attitude. And that is it. Ban what you have to ban. Make sure we manage an economy. That's it. During the Buhari time, we were being lied to by Buhari and Emefiele and everyone around them. So this is just 8 years of fraud. I knew it was going to be like this. But we cannot keep crying. We cannot keep crying. Let us go and borrow.
Some power licenses too. You know, a lot of things. We can look for some combination of borrowing and selling of assets. So we just.
I agree. I agree with you, Ola. I agree with you. We need to sell assets.
Kulaka, what kind of asset can we sell to add any kind of forest?
Transmission.
What can we sell?
Power asset. All those things that we put this in power asset. We can quickly say that.
So exactly, if we say that some Oyibo company, but I mean there's national security implications there. But you have to put regulations around it. But if I call Prestige and Sons from California,
Kulata, what national security is second national operator causing us? You put framework.
No, I'm talking about transmission. I mean transmission.
See, the thing is within your political space. You still regulate it. The only thing is that these people, they've come to make their money. So
Yeah, but
there are so many assets. There are so many national assets in America and Canada that are foreign investors. But
okay, for example, the ports of New Jersey is run by people from Qatar. It's not run by America.
So look at all football. Look, go to UK. You will see so many foreign.
Okay, I have ideas. I have ideas. Assuming we sell the rights for the ports, for Port Harcourt, for Warri, for Sapele, we sell them.
How can you do that, Gulata? Is that not part of doesn't that have national security implication?
No, that's just business.
I mean, our port. Yeah,
I know. It's business now. It's not. I'm not
to Nigeria.
What are we waiting for? The port we have is not working.
Underdeveloped country like ours cannot do what you guys are doing, because
why?
We cannot do it, and the reason is that we have not perfected those infrastructure to work well for us. We don't even know how it is run in the modern world. Then you want to give it to.
That's why we're selling it to people that know.
Hold on. You don't know how it is run. Then you want to give it to people that know how it is run the best, that run it and make a hell of you. You will never develop. That is
what?
Hold on. What do you mean so much? Hold on. We have the capacity to develop those infrastructure if we have disciplined leaders that really want to work for them.
In one breath, you are saying we can't handle it. In another breath, you are telling us that why should we surrender what we can't handle to investors?
No. What I'm saying is that your leadership must have commitment into into developing those infrastructure. We must develop it to work well for us. We can do it if we have the right people in the right position.
We are not patriotic enough. We are not patriotic.
We're not going to have the right people.
If you put the right people
you won't have the right people. We've never had the right people.
Yeah. If we put the right people there that are not corrupt, they can develop that country for you. That country have the potential to be one of the greatest economy in the world.
Okay, let's say that's long term. We are talking of now.
We can do it now.
Down the road. Now. No,
I suggested earlier. Hold on, let me land. I suggested earlier that if we have a special exchange rate for diaspora people, that can quickly give us that forex that we can use now to run the economy. Look, how much do we have? Hold on. How much do we reckon on annual basis from diaspora?
20 billion last year. 20 billion last year.
How much?
20 last year.
Okay,
correct.
20 billion at this. Below the current exchange rate. So if we move it to 1,005, how much do you think we're going to reckon?
The economics does not work.
Oh Lord, what do you mean that the economy does not work?
It doesn't work. 50%, like
we have to make.
I can't.
That money. Let us make it as a matter of emergency. We need. Look, we can solve the problem of our country by ourselves.
We are not patriotic enough, Ajanle Koko. India. Let me speak, please.
We diasporans are we are potential solution to the problem. That we can use, we can tap into
potential, right?
Can anyone hear me, please?
Yes.
Okay, just 30 seconds. Where we are not patriotic, if we are to be India that's in this problem today, and they call for their diasporian to remit all their money through the formal sector for just 1 year, you will see them roll up their sleeves. But for Nigerians, it's not going to happen because we don't have, there's trust deficit.
No, don't say
the
that.
people
Baba,
and the
Baba,
government, there's
it will
trust
not,
deficit.
can I say something? Baba, it will not work. Because
Exactly.
you don't trust most of
We don't trust
people
the government.
abroad don't trust the government. And that is what Aja is saying. That is where what Aja is saying.
No, Aja is saying we should be patriotic when we not fix ourselves.
He's talking about transparent leadership. He's talking about transparent leadership.
That is the next century. Talk another thing.
Add
Then we are not ready to move the country forward. If our government, if even this present government, if they can come out today and present everything that we have, be transparent enough that a lot of people, no matter the damage we have incurred, there is no need of covering up.
With 4 module refinery, diesel has gone up to 1,000. 4 module refinery, 2 in Edo, 1 in Anambra, 1 in Delta, and yet nothing happens.
I know what you are, but first of all, you cannot move. You cannot move the country forward without the people supporting the government in terms of because the trust is broken.
Exactly.
A lot of investors need to come in, even local investors. They cannot. Most of them cannot. I know what I'm saying. Somebody like me, I cannot go to the bank to borrow money.
That is why I'm adding incentive to it. The current exchange rate is 1,000 in the black market.
Yeah.
So exchange it for us in diaspora 1,005. You will see billions of dollars trooping into that.
Are they going to print the dollars to pay back?
You want to follow the normal economic theory that is being preached to you by the West? What concerns you with does America not print the money? Does America not print the dollar?
Is it going to be
Does America not print dollar? Does America not print dollar excessively to help their economy? What are you talking about?
Can Nigeria print dollar?
No, you don't need to print. I'm not saying
What
dollar.
concerns us with dollar?
Naira.
All we need is to encourage our own currency.
You have so much naira in that country that can be exchanged to dollar.
Let's have a conversation.
Yeah, we're having conversation. You have so much naira that can be exchanged to dollar.
I want to ask you a question.
Yes.
Currently, Buhari printed you have to forgive this language, a shitload of naira through that what's that called, through CBN ways and means. So we already have that to deal with. Our inflation is already 25%. So you said give $1,000 to get 1,500, and you said we're going to print naira to do what?
What are you talking about? Are you telling me that we don't have enough?
No, I'm asking you. No, I'm very question.
No, hold on. We have, look, that money we are sending it to the economy, to the country, to fund the economy. So it's tied to productivity. It's not just for consumption.
So that $7 billion that is already spoken for, so that immediately that goes. Then what else is left?
What do you say?
We have $7 billion demand right now. So they bring the money now, right? They're going to satisfy that demand because to get the economy moving, right? So after they satisfy that demand,
we're not gonna. But we got to meet our creditors. We got to reschedule some of these debt with them, and
no, this is not. I'm not even going to debt at this point. I'm talking about dollar demand. I'm not talking about debt.
Yeah,
like people that want dollar. I want dollar for school fees. I want dollar to import equipment. I want dollar to do this.
No. There are certain things that we have to stop. School fees, we are not paying no school fees. Your child cannot school in Nigeria. Bye-bye. We have to look. We are not paying for any school fees for anybody going to study in abroad. That one is no more. You cannot school in Nigeria.
You deny them.
No. It is not a matter of importance to the national development.
Are you going to deny them access to the best educations in the world?
No. We have schools in Nigeria that they can go to. develop that infrastructure, educational infrastructure in
Develop
Nigeria
for
Nigerians to
how many
school in their
years?
country. And so if you want to go and school abroad, that is luxury. Nigeria is not going to pay for you.
Ajaleko, let me back you up. Let me back you up.
Nigeria is not going to pay for that nonsense. It is
Baba, tell them the truth. Tell them the truth. They don't want to hear. It's just I don't know what they are saying here.
If you think that is the truth, then I'm
that's
sorry
the
for
truth.
you.
That's the truth. He's saying. He said the truth.
Fund,
Build your infrastructure. After all these Oyibo people, Ireland, they used to come here to study before. They used to come to Nigeria to study before. What happens?
You are not going to build infrastructure in 1 month.
Wait. What
guys, we're talking about immediate problem. You guys are talking about Alice in Wonderland.
No, wait.
So if you are looking at the immediate, if you are looking only at the immediate, you will not solve any problem because it's just like come tomorrow and beg. That's not the problem we are facing. A lot of Nigerians has accepted. A lot of Nigerians have accepted to fall into any policy that will bring Nigeria out of this mess. If not that, let me finish. If not that, let me finish. If not that, we will not endure this fuel subsidy removal. Hence, we have endured this. They start to put the right policies now. That at least we know that in the next 2 years we get out of this mess, or 3 years, or even after your administration. But we're not seeing that directly.
Yes. Let me just say this. I'm sure I'm telling you something you already know. In all of these processes, there's the short, and then there's the medium, and then there's the long term. So in the long term, yes, you can build up your speed in order to have a standardized space so that you don't require internationally anymore. But in the immediacy, we don't have any schools that is worth anything now. They are even rejecting transcripts from Nigerian institutions, and you are saying people shouldn't study abroad. So that lowers then the quality all the way through. Let Ola come in. Yeah.
One man, see, what Ajaleko said, it may look harsh, but I will just give a solution that is still what Ajaleko is saying, but less harsh. See, if you want to go and school overseas, I'm not going to give you official dollars. If you like, talk to people in the diaspora to give you dollars and pay them naira in Nigeria. But government, I'm not going to give you. For those government official that likes going overseas for meeting to do meeting.
Why? So sorry, why? Why would you not support somebody that wants to go to some of the best learnings available in the world for the benefit of the country?
Now, what's the ratio of this we are talking about to 200 million Nigerian people? Because the problem of Nigeria is that the people causing problem for Nigeria.
No, don't go to the problem. No, stay in the narrowness of the conversation.
That's what I'm saying.
Hold on.
How many are these people compared to the entire Nigeria? Because
hold on. So don't go on. Just stay in the narrowness of the conversation. How many are these people compared to the 200 million Nigerians? So let's narrow it to examples. So somebody has the capacity and the brain acuity to get as far as possible to be one of the top brain surgeons in the world. He comes from that Nigerian space, but then of course, international training required. Just an example. What value is that person to a million average person? Is that person more valuable to the Nigerian state than a million average Nigerians?
Okay. What you are missing here is if you listen to my solution properly, then this one will not come up. Then maybe later I can tell you the implication of if you want to stay the same lane when Nigeria is sinking. Now the question is this. I'm not saying Nigeria should not go overseas, but it should not be something that will be like so fast.
No, because you're making it sound like a luxury. Is it a luxury?
Let me land. One man. Let me land. The thing is this: if you have money to send your children overseas, I don't have a problem with that. What I'm saying is this: don't use government official dollars to do that. Find alternative. That's why I said if you can.
No, why? Why?
Because Nigeria is in trouble, and we have to get out of this trouble for now.
What will get us out of that trouble?
Now, see, Argentina is my quite example. If Nigeria go bankrupt today, and if I want to be like
no, don't go in that direction. You have to stay narrow to the question. Okay, go on.
If you don't let me talk, how are you going to learn what I'm going to speak? You are guiding me. That's exactly what you are doing.
Go on.
Now, when Argentina went bankrupt, even everybody that had money in the bank, they could no longer access their money in the bank. So what happened to their national data schooling overseas? They could no longer school. Everything don't scatter. The question is, for Nigeria not to get to the level of Argentina, we need to pay some sacrifice now, and we have to find alternative. If we know that people demanding money to school overseas are part of the problem now, before we get to the level of Argentina, let us stop it.
Yeah, but that is where that is where I was trying to pursue. They are not part of the problem; they are part of the solution. Is really where I was inviting that conversation.
Ola, let me give you. I mean, you're an engineer by background. You're an engineer like me by background. Let me give you some numbers. So the cost for foreign education in 2022, Nigeria spent on foreign education is $1.38. The cost to import fuel, petrol, diesel, AGO. Wait now, get in line. $1.38 is for education. $1.38. The cost for mineral fuel, $1 billion. Billion. The cost for importing petrol, mineral fuel, $23.9 billion. Which do you fix? Which one is more cancerous to your economy?
No, of course, yes. We know very well that is that a subsidy.
So why are you chasing someone going to school?
The subsidy is already
gone. You're ignoring the elephant in the room, going to chase the mouse.
Kulata, subsidy is already gone. We were here telling us that. Do we even really?
This is not subsidy. Petrol is still imported into the country. It costs dollars to import the petrol.
Okay, petrol is still imported to the country, right? That's what you are saying. It's not subsidy you are talking about. You are talking of the importation, right? Not the subsidy.
Importation, just importation of refined fuel, petrol, HGO, kerosene, and all so on and so forth.
Now, what can you do about that? About non-importation for now? What is your solution for it if you stop importation? What's your solution?
I'm saying we should look to fix the refineries and stop caring about someone's school fees.
That's long time. We both agree. Because if you stop importation now, what is the implication to your economy? But if we ask Nigerians that can afford to spend in foreign, that okay, talk to your brothers in diaspora, let them give you money, but we are not going to give you government money. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying people should stop studying overseas, but let the body not to be on the government.
Can I say something?
Come in, Joe. And then we want to bring Zeta in as well. So all the voices say, come in, Joe.
Okay, I see Kulata's side, and I see I don't know who was the other person that was talking before me. Sorry, I don't know. Ola, and I see Ola's side too, right? The issue there is this. I believe that instead of in the oil sector, for instance, if we want to, like, looking at the damage that has been done to the infrastructure already, if we want to do a quick fix, right, it's going to take us time. So it has to be something that has to be intentional. We have to just work toward the security, and we not eradicate. On the other side, where Kulata was talking about, 1-point-something billion is a paltry sum compared to what we're going through. So I don't know. Kulata, I'm still saying, if we can have some kind of austerity measure, borrow, and let us have some austerity measure. I see on our side, we can cut down most of these people that travel with this dollar. They travel to study like a social worker, and all that. No, if we want to sponsor, if the government will say, like one man is saying, people going to abroad, that is going to benefit us, right? Am I talking?
No, I think somebody unmuted. Let me see. Okay. Sorry, carry on. Yeah.
You want to talk?
Okay, so talking from Ola's side, talking from Ola's side, if anybody is traveling from abroad, right, to study, the courses, it has to be like the person is going to work there and study and come back. Because what happens is that we sponsor most of these people and they never get to come back to Nigeria. If you sponsor someone to go study social worker, you know that person is not coming back to Nigeria. So why are we putting the stress on the dollar to sponsor these people? If we have to sponsor certain people, it has to be intentional. Okay,
Joel,
what area do we
Joel,
need? Hold on now, hold on.
Joel, hold on.
What
Sorry,
area
5
do we need
seconds.
expertise
5
in?
seconds. 5 seconds, Joel. You did not listen to Peter Obi. You concept. You did not listen to Peter Obi. A person that travels abroad, that goes out to school, jackpot, spends, I don't know, let's just say he spends X amount of dollars. That person is going to be a future source of dollars back into your economy. But continue.
I know. We are just talking about. See, I'm not talking about people jabbing. I'm talking about the resources we spend sponsoring people to people going for education. My point is this: if you are going to study social worker, then your father should go and look for where to find they get the money. If you are going to study something like medicine, courses, engineering courses, AI, all these courses that will impact in our society, then we can fund those people. If I believe that if we do that, we must have called the money we spend on education by at least 50%. Because the other way we can do this thing is either we go for the big guy, which is the oil, right? Or we start cutting costs little by little, different sector, cutting the cost of governance, like this type of education. We start cutting it. By the time we do that, we're going to have money. I mean, that's my own take. It has to be one way or the other.
All right, Joel, I want to bring Paddy and then Zita into this conversation because I think they might have a different inflection on what's been discussed. So, who wants to go first? I suspect you both come in to address this conversational space. Good to see you both. Let's go with Zita first. So, Zita, come in. All right, let's go with Paddy. Paddy, come in.
Hello, one man.
Yeah, good to see you, Paddy. So I suspect that you've come in especially for the conversation going on now.
Yes. I actually wanted to speak to the part where they were talking about cassava commodification of naira, pegging it with cassava. I thought it was briefly discussed, but I actually think it's a very beautiful idea. I mean, I don't know if it's something Tinubu or Nigeria can accommodate now, but I think it's actually a very wonderful idea. So that's like what I wanted to speak on.
All right, but do you have any thoughts on because what Ola was proposing was that anybody that wants to study abroad, they should source the money from themselves and not at the CBN rate. And I was countering that narrative that because that sounded like somewhat to me that he was considering that abroad education is a luxury that the country cannot afford. But I was countering that that abroad education, not only should they be able to source the money at the CBN rate, they should also even subsidize it because the knowledge that these people are going to acquire is of more value than anything else. If we have a knowledge-based economy, then we stand in better stead. So where you stood on that conversation, and then you can pivot to the cassava economy.
All right. I think I do not agree with you on this particular one.
Okay.
And that's because of the pattern of many Nigerians, especially the southern Nigerians, when we migrate, we usually don't come back. So going to study abroad, so in the last 2 decades or 3 decades, right, the trajectory, the behavioral pattern of migrants is that going to study abroad is almost like a jackpot syndrome. So you're not just going to study abroad, you're also using it as a launch pad to start to live there. Obviously, because you'll be earning more, FX, you have a better life. Many of the courses that you tend to study, are better put to use over there compared to in the 50s, 60s, and 70s when people will go abroad and then you come back home and then you take on political roles, civil service roles. Like, so the only, more people will come back home now are usually those who are coming to invest, those who are coming to start up, who are coming to make very big plunge or risk to start up, and many of them fail. So it's usually the success stories that we get to hear. But there's so many fail stories of people who will go in and they maybe go home like $1 million, and then they in 3, 4, 5 months they wasted it, and then they come back home and start crying, back abroad. So for that reason, and someone rightly said, also luxury. So most people who are unlike maybe what China would do, or maybe what the Arab Emirates would do, or maybe even India, maybe what India would do. So because we are not necessarily sending out these brains, and because we don't have an enabling environment for them to come back home to tap into, so we're not tapping into them. So people are just going because to them it's like a plan B. So for such reason, there's source for it. So if you're going to use black market for it, if you're going to find however you want to, you're going to maybe apply for a student loan or whatever it is, go ahead and source for it, because there are individual passions for parents. And you know how education is, even from within maybe Southern part, it's almost like a colored cloth. You want to be able to brag that my child studied abroad. Unlike the days of Wale Soyinka, and like yourself and people who had gone to study abroad and came back home with making impact, like the Tinubu era and co. So for that reason, because of the way the trend is now, just go in there. If you're able to, so again, just give a quick example. Remember when people were going into the UK recently, and they're just going there, so they're migrating their family members to England to go and start a life there. So for that reason, so you find many Nigerians going to England or USA and continue getting degrees simply because it gives them some sort of legal stay there. So they didn't go to school to just get something back up. So for that reason, I actually I agree with Ola. Source for your funds. Like if you not come back and you're not making a good impact, obviously you can potentially rise into anything. At that point, your proceeds will be make more impact. But for now, I think you should source for your funds. That's it, woman.
Where's one man? No. Okay, anybody want to speak before one man comes back?
So sorry, I was speaking to you, but you wanted to speak on the cassava commodity something.
Yes, I think probably because maybe people do not understand it so much, they kind of like dismissed it. But I think it's something like what America had done with gold, back then. So long before dollar or how America created currency, people were trading in gold. So the more gold you had, the more you could buy stuff, right? Then eventually America created like a central bank, almost like the history of money. America created like a central bank, so people were keeping all their golds there. So because gold, people were being attacked with their gold, so they rob you. So what America had, they had like a bank. So people were going there keeping your gold. Now, but because you had your gold there, the bank there or the central bank or that this reserve will give you like a credit note, some sort of contract, like a contract. So that contract will determine the amount of gold you have, right? So with that contract, you can go to many places and then go and trade. And when you trade, you get them like an invoice of your trade. Those people can now go take that invoice and then go and trade with their own gold. So eventually, we now have money, currency, these paper notes that we have. And if you understand paper notes are more like, it tailors down to the amount of gold reserves that you have. So every dollar that we spend is tailored to eventually some sort of gold reserve. So the more currency notes as in America. Now what that guy is proposing is that Nigeria should do something similar, whereby you can have some sort of contract notes, but this time around, rather than trading with gold, which we don't have in abundance, we should trade with what we have in abundance, which is cassava. And then if you understand the extracts that cassava can bring, so what it pretty much would mean is that it's almost like you're going to be promising the worth of cassava. So Naira will be pegged based on the potential value of cassava, right? I don't know if it's making sense. So almost like saying we're using cassava as the resource, or money, our currency will be valued based off of the possible sales of cassava. Meaning that if cassava is going to be worth, I don't know, maybe $10 billion, however, I'm just using that as an example, then you can project Naira to say, oh, Naira of this amount, or this cassava ton would be worth that particular amount. So rather than us pegging with dollar that we currently peg now, or pegging with oil value, or oil that we're currently pegging, like crude oil, we'll be pegging it with dollar. So what it means that Nigeria will need to create some sort of reserves where they can.
And you don't
protect.
find that nonsensical pegging the naira to cassava? I mean, goodness.
No.
It's not a nonsensical idea.
No, it's not, because of the extracts that we can get from cassava. So cassava itself can give us cassava flour, we can get starch, we can get pearls, we can get tapioca, we can get chips, we can get ethanol, we can get beer, we can even get some sort of biofuel, which is very close to oil, this PMS that we're currently getting. We can even get textile. So there are recent materials that you can use cassava to convert to textile. There are even medicinal products of cassava. So the extra from cassava is almost tremendous. So the crude oil that we're currently enjoying, you can get it from cassava, and we have it in abundance. So because of that particular idea that look, the value of our naira is being depreciated now because we are pegging it straight to crude. We have cassava in abundance. That we are the largest producer of it, in the world. It's going to be coming. I mean, we don't. It's not something that we would lose anytime soon. We can get crude from not crude. We can get biofuel from it. Why don't we now convert our cassava into what is that we can now export at a very high level, and then we become the number one global exporter of cassava, to the point where we will now be the one. We will not be like the Emiratis determining the value of cassava to the global world, because there's so much that we are getting, that we are exporting out there. Even plastic. So there are even plastics that we can get from cassava. To even make it 3D machines. So they're actually like biodegradables that can be gotten from cassava. So because there's a huge potential of that, right? So what government will do is say, you can go to India and say, India, we have this huge cassava, reserve that we have, blah 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 blah. Invest in our base. So we'll give like a promissory note. So meaning that the demand for naira will be much more than the demand for dollar, because we are trading our cassava based on naira. And that means that once the demand for naira is higher, because people are trying to invest in naira. So by investing in naira per se, they are investing in the future potentials of cassava. I don't know if you get what I'm saying. So meaning that we know that yes, we have the cassava, it's still raw. We haven't done these things with it. We are going to do this in the next, 15, 20 years.
But Paddy, how much reserves will the value chain of cassava? I mean, that's the problem of it, because for us to do all these things just based on cassava, that cassava better be worth a boatload of money.
Yeah, so it's almost like the same way we will peg based off, because we're looking at it as at the raw value, right? At the natural value.
No, not raw value, the processed value.
No,
I've been speaking about the value chain for a long time here. I know what you're talking about.
The processed value is, ethanol is there, so we are going to have people in Europe consuming, beer. People in everywhere. So everybody who is baking, so you're baking powder, you're baking cake, your pastries. Those, how much value we are getting from flour currently from millet. That's cassava. So anybody who wants to bake anywhere, there's cassava. Your chips, there's cassava. Textile, cassava. Plastic, cassava. And biofuel, cassava. Gary is there, cassava.
So one other thing, Paddy, that someone always brings up when I talk about this cassava thing is, if cassava becomes a hot commodity, that means the poor man will not be able to drink Gary anymore. You know that. You know that, right?
Okay. Can I make a quick interjection?
Go ahead, Prince. Yeah.
Oh yeah, thanks. Yeah, I was gonna say, you talk about the U.S. and the gold standard.
Right.
They went from gold standard and they went to fractionalized gold standard, and now the U.S. currency is not backed by any gold, any real gold. If it were, then all the trillions of dollars printed would not have been. So that's not the case. But when it comes to cassava, anyway, I think that Kulata talked a lot about cassava. I mean, I know there's got a lot of things that can be derived from cassava, but just thinking about it from a common man's point of view, the guy's way off base. I don't know what the guy's talking about. I mean, it's like a business. The barrier to entry of a business determines the level of investment or difficulty to get into that business. There's a reason why they chose gold and not grass or potatoes back then. So if you can easily back your currency by cassava, I mean, that's so easy to do, and that can be done by pretty much any nation out there. Either get the right investment. Not to talk about, my understanding right now, actually, that China is actually also making Gary for African countries. So what is the true value of cassava in the real sense of a global commodity? To me, it's next to nothing. Just
Sorry,
like
please, Daddy. You just mentioned a problem right there. That China that we just mentioned is a critical problem and one of those things that should be stopped. You just identified a problem. Why should China be reproducing our product? Imagine someone told me how China is making Nigeria for Nigeria. Exactly. This is where we are talking of that cassava value chain. Kulata is looking at it. Kulata is looking at it from a micro angle, from micro angle, because we are not even looking at the escalation from that cassava policy we are talking about. You have to look at the escalation, not that cassava value chain. How does it cascade into other areas?
Yes, cassava is such a low commodity. So even think about as a backup to any serious currency. I can't even. I'm trying to wrap my head around it. I mean, and it's Kulata talked about tapioca and some other things that can be derived from cassava, but it's not that strong as a commodity to back any serious currency.
When you look at cassava value, you look at the cassava industry. It's not a low commodity. You have to look at the industry generally. It's a very huge industry. It's not low. The way you are looking at it.
Let me quick point. It's not low. Sorry, it's not low in respect to volume. I get that. Okay, it's like an inventory management technique, 80-20 rule. Yes, cassava is huge in terms of its various means of usage, if you want to put it that way. But in terms of its value to commodity, the value is not that much. Listen to Ruto, right? He's trying to estimate it.
Prince Daddy, I think you see we're talking about value in scarcity. The reason why gold is what it is because you can't just pick it up anywhere. If you pick gold anywhere, then it's now. If we talk about cassava, I understand coming about the value chain, but I think tying our currency to cassava, that's about politics. Because
I agree with you. That is Ecuadorian guy.
Look. Hold on. Let me say this, right? We have this tendency to copy in Africa, especially when we have the resource, which is the land. So if someone sees what the revolution of cassava in our country, you can easily grow that cassava in Congo. You can grow it in Ghana. You can grow it anywhere.
Wait,
so
no, Joel.
Okay,
Joel.
Let us borrow. Hold on. Let me land. Let us borrow and invest like heavily in that value chain. But tying currency to it.
No, wait. Okay, so wait, hold on, right?
I'm stretching it.
Wait, okay, so tying the currency doesn't mean that we are tying the entirety of Naira into it. So let me give you two good examples. All palm. So remember, back in the 40s, well, in the 19th century, when all palm was what the Western was Europe was using for its industrialization, right? When they introduced all palm, right? All palm was native to West Africa, right? And even though Brazil and Indonesia could plant it, it wasn't done that way. Another popular example is crude oil. Even though there's so many countries that have crude oil, it's still regulated. Now, because it will not become a commodified crop, then it will not be regulated. That means what Nigeria will need to now do is to now create a cassava producing nations. And then that way you cannot regulate the amount of people. Remember when I said Nigeria will now be like the Emirates, so we will more like Saudi. You will not be the chief. We cannot coordinate and say, if you're Indonesia, this is the amount of. I mean, even as of now, even without it being regulated, there's nobody else who comes close to us. So the moment you become the big guy, now remember, as long as you keep looking at it from the raw value of cassava, then it will be like it's nothing. But here's what I'm thinking, like. We are going to get people to fund the future growth of cassava to the point where we are now exporting and creating all the extracts, like Lotta has said, I mentioned. So we're not just sending out the raw material or the raw cassava itself. We now have ethanol, we now have beer as well. So every industry, even paper, every industry who wants to will not be producing. Okay, currently, as you guys know, Nigeria, we're not exporting anything tangible aside crude. But we're supposedly have crude in abundance. We have gas in abundance. We're not exporting gas. Another thing we have in abundance again now is cassava. So rather than just look at it as consumption for Gary, which irritates me all the time, we can do a whole lot more with this particular product. And then even corn. Unfortunately, our corn is not sweet, so we can't do like corn sugar like they do in America. But we can do stuff with it as well too. So those flour, those meals, those bread, those pastries, those plastic, those paper, those biodiesel, those biodegradables. Those are the things we'll be exporting, and there's nowhere that anybody looking in the near future will not invest in that emerging market. So Nigeria becomes an emerging market of cassava. What we would be doing now is rather than having people invest in it based off of dollars, we're going to have people going to invest in our future cassava growth with naira. We're not paying them yet, but the agreement that we have to do, something that's almost like what Tinubu said, is that look, people come in and say, I see a potential growth in cassava in Nigeria. It's in abundance. This is where they're going to. I'm going to invest in for maybe $2 billion as an example. Maybe two countries or two rich people, or maybe some rich people come together. They're putting $2 billion in cassava business. That means in the next 10 to 15 years, it's going to become a yield. That yield is where that goes. So, but what it does for us is that we now have liquid cash to be able to do other things, but we are projecting their profit based off cassava. What we'll be giving to them back is like a promissory contract. Is once cassava does well, you guys will make your money. It's like a PPP thing kind of thing, almost like how you do PPP funds. But invest in Nigeria. Nigeria will use that money to do other things alongside grow the cassava business as well too. Maybe because it's not a very new idea. So it's not a very common thing. But this is exactly what was done with oil palm. That's exactly what was also done with crude. Nigeria has crude, but we don't even refine our crude. And there's so many things that we get from crude. We don't even do oil palm. We don't even do as little as petroleum jelly from our crude. We can't sell it. Why? Because it's being regulated. Now, cassava is something that we can control, and then people think it's just about Gary and Eba, but don't know. It's that same industry, it's that same food industry, it's that same energy industry, it's that same commodity industry that we can also do with cassava. Because we don't understand the power we can get from cassava, that's why we're looking at it in this particular way. But I don't want to hog the mic too much. But that's like what I wanted to speak. Pegging the naira to cassava gives us the leverage to be able to make huge sales.
Does it not make your economy vulnerable though? Because something easily replicated as a cassava, anybody minded to attack your economy, they can.
Yeah, so it potentially has at its risk, right? So that's why people who are coming to put the money, they're coming there, so they're investing, so like an investment, right? So it's not, we haven't done it yet, but people are coming to invest in the future growth of cassava. And once people are investing there, Nigeria now has leverage to begin to now make that cassava industry become a productive industry, almost like anything we want people to come and invest in. So right now, we might want people to come and invest in maybe our woods, and say maybe Nigeria wants to start exporting fantastic woodworks, maybe like oak trees or whatever it is, or all palms, or even cocoa. Almost like what's happening in Ethiopia. So we don't necessarily need to have it now. We just need people to be able to put some funds into it. We have that cash. We can pay back our debts. We can grow our economy. We can build our infrastructures with that cash that they've invested. And then once cassava starts to yield, then we're going to give them money based on the growth of cassava. So it's like a potential investment. So that means that rather than you saying borrow us money, we're saying invest in cassava. So we're not collecting money from you. So we are not owing you back. We don't have to pay you back in dollars or pay back in naira. We're going to be paying you back from the proceeds we will make from the potential goods of cassava. It's an investment. So people who are investors are the ones who will be looking at it, not the everyday consumers. So people are going to be invested in the potential. So that's what it means by commodifying the naira. So meaning that rather than people trading based on naira. So China is coming to build a railway. They will not owe China, owe China and in dollars, or owe them in billions of naira or trillions of naira. They're going to be owing them in trillions of worth of cassava. And we have cassava in abundance. So all we need to just hope is that
that's agbadonomics, Abi.
Exactly. So we're using our natural resources to trade the same way we're using. Maybe you can use petrol to trade, almost like the recent loan that they got from Afribank or something like that the NNPC was going to use the proceeds from oil, right? So almost like saying we're going to use the proceeds from.
Well, may I interject you a little bit?
Yeah, go ahead, Sean.
This thing about cassava, we are looking just only at the bright side of it. There is a negative because this is an agricultural product that is subject to the vagaries of natural happenings. Like
They can unleash disease on it. I was thinking about
exactly,
it.
that's where I'm going. That's where I'm going. And then the yield will be less. And you know, these people, they can even introduce a hybrid of it that is useful to their own industry. Because I know industrial starch is a most prized commodity from cassava itself. And then I don't think a country we should rely on. Our economy is too big. It could be something on the side, like a side hustle, but it shouldn't be the main focus. Thank you.
Baba, you've identified another opportunities. That's an opportunity for agro highlight too. When you look at it, all those chemicals to see. If we go by this story, then we should not be producing cocoa, and there are so many things we send overseas that we should not be producing. So when there are problems, it simply means there are opportunities. So that they can unleash diseases on it is just not an excuse. We just have to start. That's
But
the
the biggest thing about the cassava thing is, do people also value cassava? And if I mean, money is amount is store of value. So if there are enough substitutes for cassava, then of what value is cassava? That's all.
Are you talking of a substitute in time of local consumption, like eating? Is that what you are saying?
Substitute for the people that are going to trade cassava with us. I mean, because it's a store of value, right? So if, for example, I can use some other cocoyam that is grown in South America to replace cassava, then does cassava have all that value?
See, the question is this. Okay, I will give an example. I don't know where you live. You know, Illinois, for example, is one of the largest producers of corn, right? Even despite producing corn from Illinois, it doesn't make the demand for the energy, for the biofuel need and all those things they need to do from biofuel. So the substitute is this: the country that want to compete, you have to look at it. Why do we talk about kind of cassava today? Because we get that in a very large quantity. Other stuff you are talking about are the tuber, the size of the tuber that you want to use to compete with cassava. Can you produce exactly in the exact quantity to actually compete with cassava? So those are the risks you have to look with it. You have to look at. So if it has been possible for them, you understand why are they not going for it before? So if I'm going into this value chain thing, is that a risk to me, and at what cost, and how long will it take for that to even be a risk? If I plant cassava and maybe under 9 months I can harvest, all other substitutes, are they going to be available earlier or even longer? So there are a lot of things that you have to balance before you. But as you speak today, you use whatever you have to get the maximum value. That's it. What you have now, use it while you are planning for the long planting. So
I just think, like someone said earlier on, right? Let's just open up that cassava line as a line of production. And Nigeria's economy is far bigger than cassava. Let us open that cassava line. Let us open whatever way, no matter where it takes us to, whether it gives us 30 billion a year, it's a line, right? But I mean, let us just, like that, invest in other sectors like the cocoa. We're not even talking about chocolate and what
Nigerians
chocolate.
being Nigerians.
So there are other,
Joel, you are correct. So
Joel,
I've
you're
said
being
that we
a
should set some assets immediately, including if we can set those refinery that government is spending on. We've been spending on this refinery since the 70s. Set those and get immediate cash, because we have option. We are not talking of cassava alone. You understand? There are multiple items we have to consider, including selling assets, including leasing our seaports and collect immediate cash. Even where possible, Lekki Road that people from Lekki Phase 1 would not like to pay. If you can sell that road for a particular period of time, just we have to raise money, because we are now suffering for the consequences of our inactions and our biases. You know, when we were supporting all these things, that when we were doing babao, the implication is what is telling at us now. We have to face the consequences and for us to learn and to prevent this from reoccurring. That's just what we are talking about. So it's not as if it's cassava alone, but cassava is part of what we have. NNPC refineries are part of what we have. Said those things. Since you reversed it in 2007, we've not got anything. Said our transmission line that we are holding, power licenses that we put in the exclusive list that is stopping people from developing. Allow people to sell. Let's say, because when you sell power licenses to the investor, maybe they want to make money. They put their money like they buy licenses, they buy telecom licenses. Let them buy those power, they say immediately, instead of you holding on to it. Sell and make that money for now and solve immediate problem while you are looking at how to solve the long-term problem. So
if you don't mind, let me make this last point so that we can move on from that topic, right? And I want to just
well said, because I was just looking for the window to move on from that topic. Go on, Paddy.
All right, I just want to to the point of people coming to invade or infest our farms. There's Brazil that are producing cocoa, the largest producers in the world. But whatever Brazil is producing doesn't affect Vietnam or Ethiopia or Indonesia with cocoa. So that we're going to have all this negativity of production of cassava. I think it's us not just seeing beyond that bit. There are very many countries who are making money from extracts that they're making from cash crop. There's all palm there. There's millet there. There's sorghum there. There's grains from Russia there.
We are the largest producer of sorghum too.
Exactly. So those are things that we can literally tap into. So that's on the final word. The only thing is that I'm not saying we should just peg our entirety on Naira, is that we can trade investment based on a potential growth of cassava. So have people putting their money. We'll tell them okay, come back in the next 15 years. Cassava will have rise to this particular amount, and then we can play around with that money because they've already put that money here. Again, it's a risk, but there are very many investors who are willing to take that risk. They've taken those risks on other products before, other countries. They can as well do something for Nigeria.
All right, before you wrap it up, sorry. Yeah, go ahead. I was going to ask Patty. So do you have an example of a country that backs its currency by commodities such as cassava or corn? And on this issue here, isn't like Nigeria has any discernible advantage when it comes to this production of this cassava? We don't have any, agro-industrial technology. We don't have any maybe anti-parasitic farming techniques. What do we have? I mean, if force majeure or some kind of a disaster comes upon the country when it comes to their farming, this so-called commodity will be in the wasteland. So,
I mean, Prince Daddy, Prince Daddy, please let me interject you. Let us situate the problem here. We're just talking about export of cassava. Do you know many African countries, more so our neighbors, they need this same cassava too, but they would rather go overseas to import this thing. For instance, Ghana has been importing cassava from China in the last 4 or 5 years. Can you believe that? And a shouting distance away in Nigeria, they could easily get from us. So the problem actually is honestly, Africa is doomed until we start trading with ourselves. Thank you.
To Prince, to answer your question, I'm sure there's a very popular one that we all know, but we probably overlook. The Banana Republic. We've all heard that say that Banana Republic before. Yeah, those were economies, those were countries that backed their currency with banana. That's the Costa Rica, Guatemala, Honduras, and the likes. And then there's also the one like I mentioned, Sri Lanka, back their currency with tea. So they use tea to back their currency. So it's not a very new thing. It's something that people have done before. And of course, there was also the rubber currency era too that happened in the past. But I haven't read much on the rubber era. But Banana Republic was, it's that very popular one, and also Sri Lanka when they use tea to back their currency.
I think the Netherlands is Holland. I think it's largely an agro-based economy as well, is it not?
Yes. One man, they are, and it's one country that don't import any food into their country. I mean, what's his name? What's our friend that stays there? The one I met there.
Sully.
Yeah, Sully. So Sully explained that to me.
He stopped smoking Igbo. He stopped smoking Igbo. So is this still your friend now? Now he stopped smoking Igbo. He came here the other day and he announced grandly, I have stopped smoking Igbo. Then we asked him how long. He said 2 days.
Solely character. Yeah,
we have characters here. I don't think we have, apart from with the exception of Zita, I don't think we have a normal human being here. Everybody is normal here.
No, but one man, if you're thinking about Nigeria every day, then you must have some element of madness in you. Because sometimes if you stay abroad and you see what is going on in Nigeria, you will get mad. You know, I remember when I came to the United States and people were telling me about, building of roads, right? And I saw a pastor on TV saying that, if you want to build road, pray. If you want this, pray. I just came into the United States. So I was looking at everything, right? I was like, these people don't really, carry God they don't like have God on their heads like we carry it in Nigeria, But you see, there's something about standard, how they want their economy to work. And that's the minimum a Nigerian can get, one man. I don't know. Everything happening in Nigeria seems to be so hard. This cassava thing he's talking about, make it a line, invest in that line. We also have palm oil, invest in that line, invest in different lines. That's the revolution in agriculture. And we move our country forward. Let's not make it hard.
All right, brilliant. We wait to hear when Zita is ready for us. So Zita, we're waiting to hear from you. Unless anybody still wants to go on cassava. So one of the subscribers submitted this, which is an American storyline. George rules Donald Trump defrauded banks. George ruled Donald Trump defrauded banks, insurers, whilst building real estate empire. So this is the narrative of Donald Trump, who is walking two lines, either to prison or to the White House. So let me just give you the first paragraph, and anybody that then wants to pick it up from there. It says, a judge ruled on Tuesday that Donald Trump committed fraud for years whilst building the real estate empire that catapulted him to fame and the White House. And he ordered that some of the former president's companies be removed from his control and dissolved. So Donald Trump, a man of many problems. Is anybody following that space? What's going on with Donald Trump? Who wants to come in?
One man. I just want to make it. I won't be specific about Donald Trump, right? Then someone else can be more specific. But one man, I just want to make an announcement on your show. America is failing. Honestly, look, I do not know. I have lived in a country that has failed, like that was doing good and was failing, and I saw certain indicators. Those indicators I am starting to see in the United States. As regards to Donald Trump, I mean, one man, this is the former president. We have the likes of what's their name? What was the vice of Bush that did business with
Dick Cheney.
Dick Cheney, was it Dick Cheney and all of why were those people not prosecuted? They were not, because whatever you do, the office protects you even after you leave power. That is it. They still enjoy certain immunity after they leave power. There are something you cannot judge a senator based on what he said on the floor. You cannot do that.
Do you think they are trying to use the law courts to prevent Donald Trump from running?
That is what is going. That is America
because
is going
if he runs, he will win.
America is going back to the third world country. One man, and this is pitiful. One man, look, let me tell you, I am considering taking my kids to Nigeria.
Can we talk about Trump's crimes, please?
Please, hold on, please. I know you.
While we add it, let's talk about Biden's crimes too.
All right, land your point, Joel, and then let's Kulata flesh it out with Trump's crimes, and I suspect that Prince Daddy will probably want to bat back. And
the MAGA will come in.
Let's all take it. I don't want Prince Daddy to kill me tonight.
So one man. This is the thing, right? I don't like engaging with Kulata because I know he stand on
stuff when it comes to the Democratic Party. So I don't want to go.
I'm not a Democrat now, but Joel, what do you mean?
Joel, let me help you here. What you are trying to say is the standard has fallen in America.
The standard
Because
has
when you
fallen.
look at the House of Rep, you look at people like Boebert, you look at Marjorie Taylor, you look at Gantz, and you start to look back into the legislators of maybe the 70s, 80s, 90s. You will shake your head that what happened?
No, because now Americans are lying. Now, if you have to go in for any political office, you have to lie. You have to defy science. You have to tell a dude, hey, dude, you can be a woman.
And George Santos,
and
while
you will
at
get
it,
a vote. You will get a
you
vote
had us,
based on
George
that.
Santos.
Oh my God.
That is, I can't believe that story.
No,
I mean,
I'm telling you, even Judge Mendes, right?
the one in New Jersey, the senator.
Yeah, I mean, and they asked him to resign. He's saying no. Look at Biden's talk.
I think
If
George
Biden's
Santos
not
is
indicted,
even the worst thing. I can't believe it. And
Oh,
he's still
One
a House of Rep man.
But Mendes has faced similar charges before. He went to court and he was exonerated by the court.
But this one, he was found guilty by the DOJ. And what happened?
The same thing happened last time. Even when Obama abandoned him, everybody ran away from him. He was a lone man, but he fought it all through, and he won in the court.
You know, if you have a good lawyer, you can almost do anything in the United States. You know that corruption here is at a very high level. Many, if you don't want to go to jail in the United States, or you want to jail term reduced, get a good lawyer. We know all these things, right? All I'm just saying is just this. As regards to this particular Trump matter, you know that he's already beating you in the polls. ABC poll, as of yesterday, 2 days ago, Trump is beating Biden by 10 points. Never had before. Why is he so one man? We are seeing certain things that we do not believe, even as immigrants. We do not believe in the system no more.
But wait, Joel, all this is yarn. George said Trump committed fraud for years. So he has to face judgment.
It's a lie.
So the judge is lying.
No, of course the judge is lying. But here's the question. Here's the question, though.
Judges can lie.
What the question is? A private businessman defrauded whom? How come the people of the banks that he defrauded are not coming forth? Doesn't that make you curious about how the case?
This is not a banana republic now. That's why we have a
No. It's actually just like Joel said, it's becoming a banana republic.
We have the attorney general of the state and the city.
That's why Letitia James and the other ones are stepping beyond their state jurisdiction.
Yeah, but the judge agreed with them.
Case.
It's a civil case. It defrauded. Everybody knows his business practices.
Do you know what is happening in Fannie Willis case in Georgia? Do you know the legislators, the Republican-controlled House legislators, they've raised a committee to remove Fannie Willis.
Get it? Well, this is what they call a classic case of witch hunting. There's no doubt about it.
Then you have to remove an attorney general voted in.
Hold on. Let me address the crowd here.
Too many Trumpies tonight, though.
Excuse me. As a freedom-loving American, we are voting for Trump. It does not matter if he's in prison.
Yes,
I'm going to mail in the ballot and vote for this motherfucker. This is our dude. You liberals, socialists on this platform, anti-American rhetoric has to stop. We are going to put Trump back.
At least we agree on something.
Wait, but what is anti-American about a businessman committing fraud?
That is not the point.
That's the point.
Why they are doing this. You know why they are doing it.
Babati, look at your screen.
Okay. Is Biden not worse than him? Is Biden
is Biden in a civil court suit or a criminal suit?
No.
That's the point. Who's in the civil and criminal suit? Who's been indicted multiple times?
Listen to me. It doesn't matter. Even
Hey, we're talking about facts here. Who has been indicted like 5 times?
Office, even from prison.
Well, no, that's not the argument because anybody can be indicted. Really.
Okay, Prince Daddy, please read what's on your screen. Do us a favor.
They can always challenge it.
When we talk about it, it doesn't matter. And
it matters.
No, it doesn't matter because
why won't it matter? Like,
it doesn't matter because anybody can make up story.
No, Prince Daddy, be intellectually honest. If Biden was caught swindling investors and co, will you say it doesn't matter?
That question you just asked me just told me that really you're biased.
Hold on. You say I'm asking you a question. Don't answer the question with a question. Give me an answer.
How come you're not asking me a question about the 51 military senior military officers that signed a document that
did a judge rule on that?
The laptop from hell was not real. Okay,
that's neither here nor there. A judge has ruled in this case.
It has not. Well, of course, the judge has ruled, and they can put whatever they want to put on the headlines.
So judge ruled. We have to react. Don't we respect judges anymore?
That's why they say in America, innocent until proven guilty.
Wait, guys, are we saying we don't respect the rule of law anymore because of a man?
Yes, according to what George just said, it's becoming banana republic when you persecute one side only. When you persecute one side, falsely, by the way, not because the allegations are true.
Who told you not to? Who told you not to look for crimes? Who told you not to look for crimes on the other side? The man is a criminal.
I didn't know.
It's okay, you can call me a criminal.
I am not. I am independent. But I can recognize it.
No, you're not.
Wait, hold on.
I say you're not.
Hold on. Are you now Tyrone Jackson or Kulata? I want to know. So, because you know how you flip flop or you shift.
When I'm talking America, I'm Tyrone. When I'm talking Nigeria, I'm Kulata. I'm Tyrone right now.
You're Tyrone, okay.
Tyrone Jackson. Tyrone Jackson.
Please. Oh God.
But Kulata, on a more serious note, what is happening in the United States today in the government circle can only be tagged as disgraceful.
But that's a platitude. There's no specifics in what you're saying.
It has never gone this bad.
What's bad?
No, this is pure witch hunting on Trump.
But is he guilty?
Don't know what it is.
Is he guilty?
Hunting on him.
Let's speak to the facts of the issue.
Hold on.
It was caught in sharp business practices.
Hold on now. You only listen to one side. Even in the January 6th attack, on the Capitol. Do you know that Nancy Pelosi and most of them had hints that people were coming to invade that?
Of course, people knew they were coming. Well, that was no secret.
They prevented the securities. Go and listen to the documentary. It is beautiful.
Who controls DC security?
It's who controls DC security. They don't have a mayor.
The president, though.
Thank you. Why are you guys acting like this? Because he's your guy. Speak to the facts, guys.
No. What was the question again? That is not true. The president does not control. The president does not control DC police. They have a mayor. He does not control DC police.
Praise Daddy, you are spewing Tucker Carlson's narrative, and those doctored films. That's what you're doing.
Even Mike Pence was actually.
I think you've been you listen to one side of the story. You're not being factual. And don't spread wrong information if you don't know, because again, DC has their own mayor, they have their own police, they have Capitol Police, and the president of the United States is not in charge of them. So that's false.
It's not.
Sorry. Hold on, everyone. I think Paddy wanted to insert something then, but it was lost under the voices. So, Paddy, just what you wanted to insert.
Oh yeah, I think Prince Daddy heard me, though he tried to debunk it. But we're not talking about the local council police who were already guarding the Capitol. We're talking about the almost like this not SWAT, but you get what I mean, the high level police, the riot police that will come in with all the tear gas and pump weapons. That's the presidency that actually called them. If you remember, Mike Pence actually had sent a message to the president to help to call the the ops, operational ops to come in and save the Capitol. And for the most part, Trump reluctantly did. It was the same. Remember, it was similar happened at during the Black Lives Matter protest. I think was it Pennsylvania, where Trump also had to be the one to declare, to call to get the higher police to go in and and save the day. So local police were always going, so which they did.
Quick response. No, I hear what you're saying. But one second, but
you go. I'm trying to end it. Even the Capitol itself too. They have the Capitol Police itself. There's even a Capitol Police that will jail people, that will arrest you based off of the Capitol jurisdiction. But those were not enough. But the ones that they needed were actually the ones from that Trump needed to call, but he didn't. But go ahead.
Okay, so quickly, are you saying that Trump is in charge of the Capitol Police?
No, that's all I'm saying. I mentioned three different police departments.
No, Trump is never in charge of any police. In fact, it can only, which he did, by the way, he did request that he talked to the Capitol Police, the people in charge, that hey, I can deploy to you guys or give an order for 20,000 National Guard officers to be there. And guess what? They declined it. It was declined. So Trump,
exactly.
But to the right you're talking about, to the right, Trump has the power to declare martial law. That's what it's called. To get the military to intercede somehow in state situations, but it does not have control over local police or the counties. So these are all false information. What Trump?
Nobody has said that.
Well, somebody was insinuating that, and that's why I said it. So Trump did not have.
You quoted a straw man. Now you're arguing against your straw man. Continue.
Well, straw man, straw woman don't matter, but I know you're factually incorrect. If you're going to present an argument, it's always fair to present two sides of the argument, right? And that make you more credible. But to go ahead and try to vilify Trump and say because there's something in the headlines of a liberal newspaper that is true, that's let's not go there. Anyways, that's not the way it works. It doesn't matter, and that's why it's one plus thing so far in this country, which is just like Joel said, is going down the toilet. Is that justice seems to be one-sided nowadays. It's becoming a banana republic in that sense. Simply persecuting a political opponent, especially one that's leading in the polls, is unheard of. Especially a president. Here's the question: why, if this man is not so good, why are they so concerned about going after him? From one case to another, now they want to attack him based on his business practices, which is a joke. We know it's a joke.
Praise Daddy, these are not new cases. These are cases that have been investigating since he was a president. Even some before the president. Trump University. Trump University, that was before he was a president.
Nobody's claiming. Nobody's claiming. Let me finish real quickly. Nobody's claiming. See, this is the ridiculousness of the whole thing. Nobody's claiming that Trump is an angel or a clean person. But
so he's a criminal. So he's a criminal.
Well, let's be careful here. It's not Tinubu. It's not like Bado Man or Peter.
So he's a criminal.
We don't try to disrespect
like everybody else. He's a criminal. I'm not a criminal. Trump is a criminal.
We don't tend to disrespect.
I'm not a criminal. Tyrone is not a criminal.
Well, okay, that is fine, but he was the former president. He was the former president of the United States. He was the former president of the United States. He doesn't go around calling people names. See, that's why he's guilty until proven innocent. But all these allegations so far, they don't really indicted him or convicted him for these crimes. But
they've indicted him, not convicted him. Indicted.
I know. I said they not really convicted him. That's what I said. And it's not a crime to lay allegation against somebody. That's why they have the opportunity to defend themselves. So all these allegations, they are fine. You're gonna see.
But wait, hold on a second. They ruled against him in civil cases.
On a liberal headline from the
They ruled against him in civil cases. The rape case, this case. They rule, even though they're civil cases, they're not criminal cases, but they ruled against him. Judgment has been drawn against him.
Of course, they're ruling against him.
So why are you acting like he's some innocent guy when they ruled against him?
Because he's not a fair arbiter of what is going on.
Don't we have a jury? Don't we have a jury system?
Well, yeah. In these two, over 97%.
We have a jury system, so juries are biased, right?
Where they have the 97% of the jurors being liberals, and you want to think that's a fair trial space.
All that is just name calling. There's never end of there.
Can I ask you a question, K? Can I ask a question?
Yeah, T. I'm Taiwan right now.
Do you love? Do you love this country? Do you love America?
I mean, I don't know.
No.
That's my truth now. I don't know whether I love America. I'm serious.
Wow,
I don't know.
That's a trap question.
Wow. Okay.
I don't know. Why do you want me to say yes? I don't know.
Let me put that question to you, Babati, but with a bit of a caveat as well. And Prince Daddy as well. No. Do you love America more than you love Nigeria, Babati?
First of all, I am a global citizen, so that's different.
What did he say? Can you repeat that again, please?
That Kulata, that claims to be conservative, is now claiming to be independent.
Yes, because look, I'm not going to vote for Trump ever. Never.
We are both Americans. We live in this country, and we know what it means when somebody says they're independent. It's a cop out. If you don't,
yes, have I ever said I'm not copping out? I've never said so.
We know you're not.
I'm a cop out. Yes, I agree.
I know you're conservative.
On local elections, I vote conservative because I don't want my school board run by some crazy liberal.
Conservative. I know you're conservative. And you know what they are doing to Trump. They are scared of Trump. They don't want.
I never liked Trump because Trump was a Democrat in the first place. He's not a real conservative.
I know, but I'm saying that right now, like even at the beginning, even if you were a Democrat 20 years ago, they have moved the spectrum so far that even a liberal Democrat right now looks very Republican. The way they have moved so far left. Even if you're just a middle of the road, the Democrats back 20 years ago, right now to this wing north, you look like a Republican to them because they have moved so far left. So that's my point. But I'm saying to you that look at the politics of it. They are scared of Trump, and you have to at least agree to that one. They are scared of him. I don't care about all these clowns on TV on the debate yesterday. They were all clowns to me. I didn't take them. Maybe Nikki Haley was the only one I took serious amongst everybody, but all these guys on
Vivek is good too. Vivek is good too.
It was no, because they know because Trump is the main show. If he shows up, it's over. Nobody will care about these guys. Nobody, and they know that they're scared of him.
But you might be chiming in, yeah. So I think there's something that I've actually observed, right? Most Nigerians are by default you're actually conservative. I mean, even though I think maybe one of the things many of us will most likely pander towards Democrats is largely around maybe immigration, so we can bring in our parents or our siblings, or our friends can have a smoother pass into their immigration policies. But more often than not, we might probably always want to tilt towards the Republicans. However, that being said, it's always easy for the Republicans to come up with policies that, on the forefront that we think would be very beneficial to us. So they will come in and say they're going to reduce the LGBTQ laws. They're going to, reduce same, sex marriages and blah, 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 blah on the surface. But then they're also now passing laws that will favor judges and mayors and the likes that will not favor us. So we are going to be, and they now become extremely more conservative. So even when we want to now seek for grants or seek for scholarship or fundings for businesses, we begin to fall down the pecking order. So that's always the back burner part that many of us, do always feel to look. So we are beginning to have more highly protected or highly policed cities. They begin to have more gerrymandering and more laws.
So you prefer crimes on our streets? Is that what you're saying?
Let me ask two questions. The first one is to Prince Daddy, and then the next one is to the general public. But Prince Daddy, are you more American than Nigerian? Do you love America more than Nigeria? So that's to Prince Daddy. And then the next question, everyone else after Prince Daddy answers that, you can all chime in. what is the objection of the Nigerian American to the Democratic Party? Is it wrapped around their liberalism, around sexuality, and this gender fluidity? Is that what people find most vexatious? Because they lean more towards Black people in terms of immigration and liberalism. And by my understanding, the conservatives, who are the conservatives? Those are the Democrats, the Republicans here. Yeah, so they are more stringent in terms of race relations. But what I'm noticing, a lot of Nigerian Americans, they lean more towards the Republicans. And I'm wondering if it's that church-based mindset that has been created to recall from gender fluidity and all of this liberalism. But then that first question first to Prince Daddy.
Yeah, you have your answer, one man.
Yeah, Prince Daddy.
Yeah, one man. Just like it says in the Bible, you can't claim to love God and
no. Now you more American than Nigerian is the first question.
Well, yeah, I'm answering the question. You can't say you love God and despise your brother that lives next to you. So you can say I love them equally, but I'm all about being fair. You see me on this platform defending Nigeria and Tinubu, not because as a person, but as a country. You know, we all can do better. So it's not about I love America more than Nigeria or vice versa. I tend to be fair in everything that I do. So, and especially, you know, you can't be in the country where you live, for example, and you get all the benefit from there, and you claim to hate that country. To me, it defies logic. So, I love both nations equally, and other nations for that matter. I'm not going to say like that, Babati, I'm a global citizen. No, I don't really believe in that. But if I belong to a place, I'm a participant. I like to be part of my community wherever I go, and I like to support them, not good or bad. Of course, when it's bad, we want to improve the place, not to condemn the place like most people do. But to the other question,
you know, Prince Daddy, you missed your vocation. You should have been a politician. You know how to dodge a question.
He is one.
You know how to dodge a question more than Maradona.
Yeah, this is my question. Please, this is for Babati and Prince Daddy. Of all the 4 charges, criminal ones, which do you think is the most dangerous for Donald Trump?
So add that question and then wrap it around what I also asked about Nigerians somewhat abundantly preferring the Republicans to the
to that question real quickly. So in this case, it's an issue or a matter of ignorance and confusion. When Nigerians claim to want to be Democrat, but if you look at them and just ask simple questions, everything they tell you is all conservative. So they're like going against their beliefs or their values, which is kind of dangerous. That's the most dangerous thing, to go against one's values. If you do that, then what do you stand for? They are so contradicting in every way. I'm telling you, it's so mind-boggling. Even when you explain to them and they tell you where they stand, but they're going to turn around and vote the other way that support things that destroy your schools, your children, your society, that foster crimes. What are we doing here? See, I mean, you know, by the way, Barack Hussein Obama, I happened to have voted for that guy twice. The second time I regretted it because why? He's a liar. He's a big fat liar. Okay, that's what happened the second time around. The first time around, I was excited everybody else. I had goosebumps. No, he's a black person, whatever. So we voted for him. So there he came. But the second time around, it lied about everything else, and it deceived us, and that's where we are right now. But Trump, for example, is a different ball game. It's somebody that people despise, but now I was trying to be more matured, so to speak, and look at what this man has to offer and the things he said, and they tend to align with my values. So it's not that difficult. There are some people telling kids to go change their gender and become girls becoming males, and this vice versa garbage. And am I supposed to support such a party? No. I think to Baba's question, out of all these crimes, quite frankly, they all look for an ordinary person. It's really damning and dangerous. These are allegations or indictment that can send people to prison forever. But the reality is that there's no base for all these charges. If this were the case, a very simple one for that matter is the case of the classified document. That's such a joke. As a president, you have the right to declassify anything that you want, and it's been done before. And we have a precedence to this. to this issue in the case of Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton, you know, it was in the courts, and it's able to audio recording that happened in the White House during this presidency. It has the right to have possession of it. But leave that aside and look at Joe Biden that had classified information when he was a vice president. That in itself, it's illegal. He's supposed to be in jail because as a senator, you know, actually take that back. As a senator, he had classified information. As a vice president, it did. And we know because they showed it. But nobody's talking about that.
It's not. Who told you senators don't have access to classified information?
No, see, no. I know you know what you're.
No, it's a question. Do you think some senators don't have? It depends on the committee.
Okay, I'm sorry. Let me break it down. They don't have the right to.
Who told you that?
No. They don't have. Let me finish. They don't have the right to possess classified information beyond the stated space of the Senate or wherever they view the document, meaning that
you should have said that. You talked about it like you should not be able to see classified information. That's what you were talking about.
No, of course, no. You know that. That's why they have intelligence.
I don't know that. That's why I interjected. But continue.
Okay. Well, they can look at it, but they don't have the right to take it home. It was as a senator, you don't. As a vice president, certainly you don't. You don't either. But he did. But I don't hear you come on this platform and talk about it. How criminal this man is. We have right now in the Senate, and he's about to be impeached anyway. Not like he matters anyways, because trust me, I'd rather have him there than have Kamala, because she's the worst of the worst. But the thing is that Biden had his document, and beyond that, we're talking about somebody being corrupt. That's the most corrupt politician ever. One man put the Tinubu'S picture on one side. This man they call Biden is perhaps the most corrupt politician in the world, no doubt about it. And we have this document. We have bank records, by the way. This is not just talking. Of course, one man you don't know about it, and many people on this platform don't know about it because they don't talk about it. Guess what? CNN is not talking about it. CNBC is not talking about it, and all this garbage news outlets are talking about it. But guess what? We have bank record of money transfer from China, from Ukraine to Biden's account and his son. We have it. This is not like a fake news or trying to conjure non-news. This is a real issue here. And not only do we have them on the headlines, so to speak, the senators, the people that can actually do something about it in the House of Representatives, they have this information.
But the fact is, you can't indict a sitting president. Why not wait until he leaves the White House?
No, you're wrong. Of course they can. You can. What do you mean can? What?
Praise Daddy.
Yes, please. Yeah.
Can I come in a little? Just a sentence.
Yeah, go ahead.
It's really amazing for someone to come to one-man platform and call Trump a criminal, a thief, and a fraud, and didn't have to say anything about Joe Biden. And the person will say he's an independent.
Just call Tyrone. Zitas, don't be a coward. Say Tyrone.
Huh?
Call my name, Tyrone. That Tyrone says he's independent and says Trump is a criminal.
Because
the artist formerly known as Kulata.
Anyway, never mind.
No, carry on. Land your point. No, land your point. Land your point, because people have been waiting to hear your point. Land it.
Oh, no. It's not on this thing I will come in, no. And wait, I heard people shouting dollar. That's the one I want to come and talk. That's actually where
Can I also just respond briefly? Because he asked both of us the question. So on a more serious note now. So,
yes, Baba, go ahead.
You, Baba. So when people like me defend Trump, I'm not really actually defending Trump, the individual. It is what it represents. It is the cultural war that's going on that maybe people from other countries don't see. Is the feature of the country that we're actually defending. It's the cultural war, like Prince talked about gender fluidity and what's going on the social side of it. So it's more than just Trump himself. It's what it represents. So you might think he's a bad person. No, that's not. I'm not really. I mean, he's a flawed individual, clearly. But I don't really. It's not about care. But even my own stock for portfolio, I'm not. It's not about what I'm even talking about.
Babati, the two of you haven't answered the question. Which of the four
I know,
Florida, Georgia, DC, New York. Which is the most dangerous for him?
Okay. I think the conspiracy to defraud the United States. I think that's
that's Georgia, right?
Yeah, that's one of because America takes that defrauding they take it very serious. But let me just say one more thing before I yield the mic. When one man asked me earlier about am I more American than Nigerian, whatever, whatnot, I spend more of 65% of my life has been in America. But I am Nigerian by birth, but I'm also American as well. So I can't be I'm always going to be Nigerian.
Where does your first loyalty lie? Where's your first loyalty? If they held a gun to you and you had to pick one,
your loyalty lies where you live. I mean, I have family, I have kids here, so
it's America, of course. One man, that's a no-brainer.
But you can't. But doesn't mean I'm gonna say I love Nigeria less. But your loyalty will lie to where you call your home now. This is my home now.
So, Babati, if Nigeria and America are playing in World Cup, who are you going to support?
We support.
If Nigeria used to play at the World Cup,
one man, yeah.
You know the answer to that question. So
that's your loyalty, man.
No, that is your support. Come on, you know what I'm trying to twist my words. You've been you know what
Babati, I think I remember the day I had to the day of my oath ceremony. I struggled to make my oath. I think at some point I had to keep mute. It felt very overwhelming denouncing Nigeria.
Yeah, I think you said that before.
Yeah,
I remember.
So even if as much as flawed as Nigeria, I would always struggle to denounce that country. I mean, I think I'm probably one of those people who still strongly believe that there's a redemption for that country, no matter how
much. It can also be Nigerian as well. It does not. You can do both. It does
it's
not.
It's a tough one. It's a tough one.
Nigeria. Okay, so let me boldly say it. Yeah, America to me is just a means to global end. It's not necessarily a place where I would feel like it is home of home.
Right.
Thank you for that statement.
Are you really just? Are you saying? Are you saying?
But if you ask me, I am more Egba than I'm American. That one I can tell you that one. So even the Nigerian part is not what I really.
Very.
I am more Egba than even American and Nigerian. So that one.
Yeah, but the Egba is in Nigeria now.
So Nigerianness, that one even
Babaki, stop flip-flopping, please. Just if
you're living in Egba City.
I am an difficult one, man. No, it's not a fair question.
It's about a country.
Actually, before 1863, in the country. Yes.
Okay. So anyway,
let me ask this question, and it's for the Americans mainly. So I'm not American, so when you take that your oath of which was what Paddy was just speaking to then,
allegiance,
oath of allegiance. Yes. Do you attach any emotions or importance to it, or do you just see it as a pathway that grants you that American citizenship and then frees you up to do you because he was saying that he struggled with it, and I was just thinking that most people just see it as paperwork, no more.
I mean, probably for those who started the whole process as a transaction for them, it could feel like that, if you transacted all the way, so obviously
which is most anyway.
Yeah, you've been fine with it. But then because those words are pretty strong. When you're saying I to absolutely and entirely renounce and abjure any allegiance or fidelity, to my foreign. I mean, it just sounded very because obviously the ceremony around it, the preparation around towards it, the hype. By the time you get there, you have to raise up your hands. It's almost as though you're literally, more like trying to internalize what exactly you're saying. It felt a bit too strong for me. But I think, for me, because I was in a group of people, I just kept mute. I mean, I raised up my hand, but I knew I wasn't going to denounce my country in any way. I'm a Nigerian through and through. Yes, the passport allows me to travel. I get opportunities here. I can get investments. But I mean, so in fact, just to even add, my name back in Nigeria wasn't my first name, the one that one man calls. It was when I moved to the United States that I started going by my Nigerian name.
You had an English name before, did you?
Yes, yeah. I do have
some people go native when they go abroad. They don't just to defend their. So you went native abroad.
Unlike one man that became Carlton James all of a sudden.
But has that oath of allegiance?
You know what? Okay, do you know why I said global citizen earlier? Because in my family, when we have Thanksgiving, almost my niece and like some cousins are like half of something. I have half German, half Lebanon. I have half something. So
but you're not half anything, do I?
Yeah,
I'm
saying
Yoruba.
The family as a whole itself, we kind of embrace the global view, seeing
let me ask this question. Has that oath of allegiance, has it been challenged in law to see how it conflicts against human rights? Has anybody challenged it in law? That oath of allegiance that
in America or not? Which one are you talking
in America, yes. It conflicts against human rights now.
How does it conflict against human rights?
Because they are asking you to denounce that which you are in order to become that which you aspire to.
They didn't force you now.
You can say no now.
Then
they won't give you. They won't give you.
Yes, and then you retain your.
You are the one that went there.
You requested.
Yeah.
To change form.
It's your choice.
So you are committed.
Even if you were drunk when you said this, you can renounce it after.
And now, so how is that a violation of human rights? One man and his conspiracy. What did he come with?
No. Because by instinct and by being, you're a full-blood Yoruba man from Ekitipupa or wherever. And then because for reasons of migration, somebody is asking you to renounce and deny that you're
No. It says allegiance. You should deny where you're coming from. It just
no. Even that allegiance is innate now. It's baked into your DNA.
Okay.
But one man, do you know that God will not allow it though? If America is in conflict with Nigeria today, and the first set of Marines, first set of boots on the ground in Nigeria will be Nigerian Americans, because they know the terrain. That's what's going to happen. But may we not be tested.
Even your business, what are they sending? They're sending. If you notice, they're sending Nigerian Americans on behalf of the American government to Nigeria now. It's always.
Babati, do you remember the question I asked you when Tunaja was arguing? When we were saying, if America attacks Nigeria, what will happen? How long will the war last?
Right. One man, by the way, let me expand on that just briefly, if you don't mind. So we were talking about that. Let's say, you know how they said we should attack Niger, and they said because we have lots of Hausas and Fulanis in the army, they would say no, we don't want to attack our cousins. Pretty much the same way. If you ask me in the army to go and attack Benin Republic, I'm like, there are too many Yoruba people there. There will be that conflict of interest, right? Because historically you have your own ancestral cousins over there. So I think that's also going to apply in this case. If you have,
you will be court-martialed.
Yeah, you feel like, oh man, I'm attacking my own people. Like I don't want to.
You'll be court-martialed because it's an order.
Baba, what you just said. Why didn't the US use American German during the World War? So how come that they will use Nigerian American? So and what? I don't know where that thing.
No, it's not known then that we have a lot of American Germans on the soil.
No, they were already in America. They were already in America, even influenced America not to intervene in the war. They were there. Historically, the American...
It depends on their age anyway.
I mean, the American, even the adult, they were influencing, they were prevailing on the American government not to intervene.
But do you know even the Japanese at Pearl Harbor, as soon as that thing happened, they quarantined all Japanese, even those serving in the American military. They isolated them.
By the way, can you tell me that there's one African country that does not allow their citizens to own foreign citizenship? Is it Ethiopia or is it Liberia or Ethiopia?
You can't be Liberian.
Like, even when they come here, they can only be like green card holder, but they cannot take the.
It's only Ethiopia that will do something like that.
Yeah, it's only be Ethiopia. But yeah, I want to ask you a question. Yeah, that's something you said that I don't want to just let it slide. Do you feel for the Benin-Noans the same way the Northerners feel for the Nigerians?
Mine is a very peculiar case because it's family. Because we have some. I hate bringing it up because I don't like show off anything, but the ruling houses of the Yoruba land. So we kind of have ties to those people over there. So, and I still do, like, I discuss Songota a lot because we still have manufacturing stuff there, and we were trading a lot across the borderline, and it was mainly with Yorubas in Benin, Togo, that we have ties to historically and through bloodline. So, of course, from my own personal perspective, you're going to, of course, have this, those little restraint from attacking them, to use that word loosely, if it comes to that. The same way a C0NMAN will feel about Niger. I even heard that in Sokoto, for instance, they say more than half of people that live there were actually born in Niger Republic that live in Sokoto.
I mean, they do have a closer. They have a much more constant flow of culture, commerce, tribe, and everything.
The boundaries are even seamless.
No. Trust me. I know Yoruba people in our own and Benin Republic. We are very close. I'm telling you right now.
It's the same thing.
I am telling you. I know for a fact.
But that relationship has been broken by the borders more than in the north.
No, not in Port Novo.
No. Even though
Barista play there all the time. K1, Asuma.
When you go,
why are you wasting time on Babati's confusion? If he wants to be an American, let's be American. If he wants to be a man.
Well, I am going to call your house right now. I am going to call your house right now. I'm going to call your house right now. Play with me, okay? I'm going to deal with you.
Maybe it's the real Tyrone. Maybe he is the Tyrone. Maybe not Kulata. Maybe he's the real Tyrone.
Trust me, the Yorubas in Benin and the ones in they're very close.
But even as much as recent history, right? There's always been a very strong rivalry between people of Dahomey and the Egbas. There was a very long decades of wars amongst us. So there's that.
Shebi is women that went to kill them, Babati.
I think you're confused here. Dahomey is not Yoruba part of Benin Republic.
No, that is the farm people that came to destroy Abeokuta. What saying is right. There's enmity between them and you guys.
Benin Republic, about 1/3 of them are actually Yoruba. Even they have three kings in Benin Republic that are one of the original.
And the big Sabe, Koko, and Ketu.
Ketu. Remember when OBJ went there to those three kings when they had issues with Igbo, he had to go bow down, because he knows that the historical importance to Yoruba culture. So forget that it's not Yoruba. I'm discussing the Yoruba people that actually were all. But
Babachi, there's historical enmity between Egba people, you people, and Fon people, Dahomey people. That they've been killing Egba people. I mean, they've been killing a lot of Yorubas. They sacked Ketu, and then they went to Abeokuta, those Dahomey women.
I know.
To go and attack you guys. Then you guys hid behind Olumorok and counter-attack them and then kill them.
We fought them twice. I know we fought them twice. But of course,
it's not twice. No. It was a lot. And the battles were even. So there are times when they would win, even with their women warriors. There were times when our Egba warriors would win. But we fought for over 30 years. And at the end of the day, there was a truce, and we thankfully, even colonization was part of the things that actually made the truce happen. Even after the Egba and British War, the Dahomey still tried to use that to invade to take over Egba. So for the most part, Dahomey have always wanted to capture Egba as part of Dahomey.
Yeah, but we don't count Dahomey as Yoruba. They did not really.
But we share border. Like we literally share border.
No, we
all the
look
Shaki
at the
parts
map
of,
now. We know if once you get to the Cotonou side, you lose that away to them. But go up north, down to your west part of it. That is the Yoruba part.
So you know what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the Egba part, the Agba. I mean, where you and I are from. It's just a border to Dahomey. Like we know. So there's no in between. That's like Dahomey territory, all the way, all the way up to Shaki to Yewa. That's Dahomey's on the other side. Like
no, but it's the Yoruba groups that are on the East Coast side, all the way north to where the Baribas are.
Baribas are correct. Yes.
But the Fon people border Togo. But there's some Yoruba places too. There's a Yoruba town in Togo that they fought some war. I can't remember the name. There's some Yorubas in Togo too.
Towards them is once I hear like Bomino, Sabe, but maybe Bombay down to the Port Novo side, you start seeing that more.
Port Novo is Ajashe now. It's
Ajashe.
Should be all that funky name. Is not real name.
But K2 kind of device that we don't. So look at the map again. So we are not there. It's different.
It's just one people because they still have the Yoruba crown.
From the history I read, the Fon people themselves originally were Yoruba aborigines that mixed with the Akan. What's the name of that group in Ghana? And then created their own. Then they created their own. What's it called? Their own ethnic group. Akan or something. I can't remember.
I will remember. I remember.
The Gan.
Gan or something like that.
No.
But Kulota, even in Ghana, there are Yorubas. There are Yoruba tribes in Ghana, in Togo. I think.
I know Togo for sure. I don't know.
Look at Brima. Brima is in Ghana. Is a ruling king of Yoruba in Ghana.
But Brima is from Ilorin now.
Yeah, but they
supposed to be Fulani itself.
Yeah, but they still.
Okay,
the Ewe tribe.
Babati, are you aware that it's not every Yoruba speaking people that actually Omoluabis?
I know that before yes, we will talk about that.
All right, explain that. Explain that for the benefit of. Explain that.
Okay, so for
that's difficult.
During the very strong empires, so the likes of Oyo, who were known for their chivalries, were actually very influential. So they were more like the colonial masters of some sort. Let me just use that word for the sake of humor. So they were the ones who were spreading. Whilst they were, more like protecting different territories, right? And then they were getting their rewards from taxes. So of course they introduced Ifa, introduced many of the cultures, and by extension, they also introduced language. So the language itself was spoken, but it also didn't mean that those people were actually native into Yoruba. So the language was easy transaction, easy commerce, exchange of tradition and the likes, but they were not native into Yoruba. And those are some of them that spilled into Ghana. Some of them also speak some part of Guinea as well too. It wasn't Sierra Leone as slaves. But the ones from there's some also mix a little bit of the Fulanis in Futajalon as well too. But they're very very small. They're not as much. But Oyo Empire, where one man is from, did a whole lot more in reshaping the amount of people who ended up becoming Yorubas today. Even some part of like Ijebu's, for instance, now were not necessarily Yorubas. But they eventually became. So we all call ourselves Yorubas now. But they all had distinct.
Who are the original Yorubas? Who are the original
Yorubas? I know what one man is doing. He wants to claim.
I already claimed that anyway. But
actually, one man. If by nomenclature is the Oyo Alaafin, but if it's by language and tribe, and tribal affinity, it's kind of loose. Is loose because
I'm not actually trying to claim it for Yoruba, but I'm wanting to know who the core original Yorubas are. So we know Oyo, of course, has to be one of them, but it cannot just be the Oyos. So who else? If there was to be, if we were saying the core Europeans, you say the British. So who are the core Yorubas? The Oyos and who else?
Wait, is it Yoruba as we know it today, or Yoruba identity from the get-go?
from the get-go.
We were not known as Yorubas until about 300 years ago.
It's
They
Oyo
were-
people
they were
that they
being
started
separate.
calling Yorubas.
Yorubas, yeah. The
Before we
Oyobas,
were called so many things before. Nago,
Exactly.
Aku,
The Ekitis are not even children of
Olukumi,
Oduduwa.
all sorts
are
of
different.
things. Or my Yoruba fails me. Carry,
Removing the
it.
language, removing the word Yoruba in terms of genetic affinity, sort of the core genetics of
from the Congo, the Niger Congo basin.
Niger Congo.
No, you've taken it wider, but the question makes sense in my head, but I can't explain it. But I carry on.
Let me tell you one thing, one man.
Saying one man.
Yoruba, what we know as Yoruba people or Yoruba speaking people, share the same ancestry with these people in Kogi State. What's it called? Igala. No, Igala. Even the language today is almost 60% Yoruba. And then the Igala, the people that make up northern Igbo land are ancestrally Igala, northern Enugu, northern Anambra. So Igala kind of like glue Yoruba and Igbo. So a lot of what we know as Yoruba were lots of loose confederation that Ife tied together. And then, of course, stories came about, be the crown, this crown, and so on and so forth.
Like a Star Wars reference where the empire takes over, then makes the people speak.
Exactly, make the people.
The Jebus are even latter day joiners. They are not even. They don't even know Ife originally. Ife is not in their history. They don't refer to themselves as Omodua.
Ekiti and Ondo, they have mixed Edo and Yoruba.
Exactly.
And the Jebu,
the language is more Shekiri language.
They go far back than I can recall. They go far back.
They said there are only 15 original Yoruba crowns from Odua or Olota of Ota, one of them. Is that true?
I know.
Does anybody have that list? The original.
Baba Owu was sacked. Nobody knows where Owu was.
Ila of Iragun.
Hold on. Let Baba give us that list. Baba, give us that list.
I'm going to try. I can't make all anyway. Olota of Ota, Oluwu of Owu, Alaafin of Oyo. Alaafin of Oyo, Ila of Iragun.
Iragun. Owa.
Oto.
Can we help him or not?
Let's help him.
Of course.
Owa of Ijesha land.
Owa of Ijesha land.
Yes.
The Ife throne itself. Oluwo of Iwo. Oluwo of Iwo. I think Deji of Akure.
No, Deji is not there.
Deji is not there.
It's not there. Only Popo of Popo.
Only Popo of Popo. Alaketu of Ketu.
Exactly, yeah.
Only Sabe.
Sabe is there.
Yeah.
I think we are getting to about 12 now. Yeah, about 15 actually. And
is Oba of Benin part of does it count as part of our monarchical system?
I whispered it, but I don't know if one piece is on.
I don't want one piece to come and attack us.
1 hour.
One man. I cannot my one man. You know what? One man. No. You cannot die on this platform. No.
Yeah. What do you mean? The original king and the only king is the Oba of Benin. Nobody else.
Which one is Ogoto?
I've not heard of that one.
Ajero of Ijero, Alara of Ilaramoki.
Ekiti people, you guys are almost Benin people, honestly.
No, Ekiti is not involved at all.
Now. Did I hear someone say it is not involved? Can I hear that one again?
No, we're talking about the original crowns from Odua.
The original crowns. The Ekitis are not Yoruba originally. You remember the story of the Kiriji War that last 16 years?
So who now told you that Odua is Yoruba? Odua belongs to Ife Kingdom. So if it belongs to Ife Kingdom.
No, we just said it here that it's about 300 years ago that the word Yorubas came into being. We were just kind of loose confederacy.
They called them were not Yoruba. Ekiti were not Yoruba. So only Oyo, Ibadan, and all those Ogbomoso and those people that allowed Oyo capture, they were Yorubas. So we're not under allowed for you. So we're not Yorubas. So I understand where you are coming from.
Exactly.
So Ijebu, Egba, all those people, they were not Yorubas. They were not Yorubas back then. So they were their own nation or their own.
Yes.
To 1863, I keep saying that we see. I still have a copy of our.
Well, you're trying though.
No, hold on. I still have our constitution. Actually, we had our own constitution, by the way. We even have our own anthem. Our own flag.
The Egbas?
Yes, we do now. Go and look it up.
Yeah, Abẹ́òkúta ìlú Ẹ̀gbá n kò ní gbàgbé rẹ̀ ń gbé lékè ọkàn mi ní ìlú Ẹ̀gbá o ilẹ̀ Olúmọ máyọ̀ that's Ẹ̀gbá Sunday. Máyọ̀ lórúkọ Ẹ̀gbá o èmi ọmọ Lísàbí àpòǹgbò àkàrà.
That's one Ebenezer Obey version that they sing now.
No, that's the original too. Yeah, that's the original.
No, I know, but Ebenezer Obey version when I they sing that. I they talk.
No, that's the he used the real lyrics. Máyọ̀ o lórí Olúmọ. Máyọ̀ o lórí Olúmọ. Èmi ó máyọ̀ lórí Olúmọ. Èmi ó gbé ti lọ́kàn mi pé ìlú kìkì o ni ọmọ Ẹ̀gbá ń gbé.
Baba, are you from Egba as well, Baba?
My mother is from Gbagura.
One man, Egba people on this platform are just awesome. You can't help. We can't help ourselves.
You know, one of my best friends. I won't tell you his name, of course. But it's from that space. We grew up together.
Don't link up with us. Don't try to link up.
No, don't worry now. I'm from Afejo local government. I came on you're laughing.
One man.
Yes, sir.
There's some findings that I discovered recently, and I know that many Yorubas won't like it, right? But the Ife Empire, which was probably one of the places the empire who was more like influencing this modern day Yoruba space, where we're doing pretty good. But then when Oyo Empire came, the Oyo Empire I beat more nothing like in their character. So even the dressing, the culture were more like people who migrated from the old Ghana Empire, old Malian Empire, who now for that came south, and then eventually we became these Yoruba. So some part of our culture, even from the influence from Nupe itself, for that influence out. But anyway, essentially what I'm trying to say is that the Yorubas were largely influenced by the our Imale, or Fulani, or not influenced.
Now bring all this jaga enter Yoruba. You are correct, yo. You know, say all this Baba thing in Yoruba land. We know.
Bariba, we're very close to Bariba people.
And your empire actually they extended the kingdom. Yes. Originally, when a lot of Yorubas still make mistake that Oduduwa is the founder of the nation. Oduduwa is not even the first king of Ife.
It's not.
Olofin
is
the first one.
No. Oduduwa is not. There is no Obatala.
Is it Olofin or Obatala? One of them. Obalufon, sorry.
Obalufon. Oduduwa came later. He met people there in Ife.
Yeah, but in actuality, it's the story of Ife, how Ife.
Oduduwa did not meet anybody in Ile-Ife. Oduduwa was born.
No. There has been Obalufon is an Oba.
Hold on, man.
Oduduwa was born there. His father was one time a king there too.
Yeah.
So it was when he went on his war mission, and when he came back, he discovered they killed his father, and he waged war against them. So that was when he captured and installed his own authority there. So that was the beginning, and he drove away
he drove out this Obamakun or Songongon,
I have a question
who
for
founded the
Oligbo.
Olugbo of Igbo.
Olugbo of Igbo.
Guys, hold
So
on, please.
Obamaki and Songongon was one there that he drove out, and that one went to found to establish his own kingdom as Olugbo of Igbo that we have at Ilaje today. So he was born there, he was raised there. His family, his father was one time a king there, and by the time that he came back to install himself as a king, he was the 97th king of Ife.
Can I ask a question?
Hold on, no.
Let me ask him now. Wait, let me ask him now.
You will ask, but I'm going to say this. Oh, hold on, just hold on. You should not have mentioned Benin. You should.
I'm going there now. I have to go there.
No. Let me land this.
Is one piece here?
He's here. That's what I'm
voila.
I told you, one man. That's why I don't want to go there.
One man.
I was into you guys since. Sorry. I was into you guys since. I didn't.
Hold on. Let me.
Sorry. Okay. Go on.
Hold on. Let me ask now. Babati, hold on. Let me structure some other. Babati, ask your question, and then after that round, I want Paddy to give us a narration on Fife, which I think might be interesting, which he wants to give us, and then you come in war piece. Babati.
My question is to Babajali Kuku. So, based on what you're saying now, we don't have this historical ties, like when it comes to the royal family to the Benin Kingdom, as has been told for years. And if we do have any ties to them, how did that come about, based on what you're telling us on this platform tonight?
No, we had historical and this what do you call it, royal tie with them.
I mean, Odua himself, so Odua go from
No, not Odua himself.
Okay.
But grandson of Odua, Oromiyan. That was the one that went to establish
Oromiyan went to Benin and came back to Ife.
Yeah, he went to establish a government of before he went, they had, what do you call, they had a king there whose title was Ogiso, and they were called Igodomigodo then. So when Oromiyan came, he went to establish his own kingdom. They were already established. I mean, the Igodomigodo was already established by the time they got there. But he brought a modernization to them.
He took over, Abi.
He took over. He brought
and
modernization
and ruled them, Abi.
On how to govern, on how to have institution in place, on how to develop their military. And
So Yoruba man went there to educate the Benin.
Yeah, to educate them.
Institution of God. Who's putting world peace on leech?
Yeah. So
nobody. My daughter. I'm not allowed to tell everything. Then I'll come for him one by one.
and actually, before Oromiyan went, the Obatala family were there. And the name Oba came from Obatala, so it was shortened. So Obatala family were there, but the person from Obatala family could not really put on the ground an authority that can really form a very strong authority. So but until when Oromiyan came, Oromiyan too was a warrior. So when he got there, he said, "What is wrong with these people? Why are they rascal people like this? Let us discipline them." And he put in place an institution of government that form a strong authority,
So
and
he helped them develop.
everybody fell in line, and then
he helped them develop.
established a strong kingdom.
Okay.
Eh?
He was there to
And
develop.
Oromio is not a son, child of Oduduwa. He's a grandchild.
Wait, Baba, you didn't even make me to laugh. But anyway, I will laugh on myself.
Hold on. So Yoruba man went there to help develop that place.
Oh yeah, yes,
exactly.
Yes.
Wonderful.
That is in their history now. They cannot lie.
I love this. I love
this. Ogiso was there before, because if you hear your chanting, Ogiso was mentioned there.
Yes, they had Ogiso. Ogiso was their king back then, but that one was he couldn't put in place an effective governance until when Oromio came. Oromio came and institutionalized an effective governance there and put everybody in where they belong, and that was the beginning of the great kingdom of Benin. So, look, and after he left there, he went to establish, what do you call it? Oyo kingdom. And after he left Oyo, he went back to Ile-Ife to be the king of Ile-Ife again. So, in history, I don't think there's anybody in the history of this world that have been king of three how do you call it? 3 kingdoms in his lifetime. Strong kingdom.
Name them.
In his lifetime, I mean, in this world, it's never. Only Oromio achieved that.
Name the kingdom, please.
Ile-Ife, Bini.
That's what I want to hear.
And Oyo.
Baba, thank you very much for your. I love your. You know what? This is. I love the way you put it. It's lovely. I just love this presentation of yours about the dominance of the Yoruba.
Okay, can I come in now, please?
I want
you know,
when
people just talk just to make an end to narration, it's very sweet. But they say if you put time, facts, figure to it, you can't. You just say things randomly. Oromio came to Benin and established Benin. Question I will ask you, Jalekoko, as a Tejan, how long did Oromio stay in Benin for him to establish a dynasty that been living for 2,000 years before he came? How long did he stay?
No, that one is not.
No.
That one should not be
No. Don't make it. Sorry, don't make it obedient talk, please. Please now.
Hold on. You answer the question.
Okay. I want me to answer the question. Let me talk to you now. I don't want anybody to target me like, as my brother Thomas will say, if you're not an electrician, don't interject.
One piece, he did not stay there for long. He did not stay in Benin for long.
They don't need to talk. My good friend, Kulata.
But I still give you people Oba. But he didn't stay there for long.
He didn't give me anything. Anyway, Ekladera was the last son. He was the son, the grand prince of Oba Ogiso Uwodo. Uwodo. Then, getting to, let's cut the long story short, Ife became Oduduwa. Then the people that are supposed to kill him, one was still alive in all those saga, which is Chifolia. By the time they came to look for him to Ife, Chifolia is already old, and Oduduwa is already old. And they make a vow and swear that he will never come to Bin, he will never return back to Bin. That time they let him go. When they kill the chicken, they show the blood to the king. This is the some blood. So I always tell you guys, people don't know the meaning, the reason why Yoruba have the sign 3. People don't know the history behind it. And I've told you guys a little about it. You can see that sign 3 reflects in your Yoruba culture. Now, when they found Oduduwa back to Ife, right? It took Oduduwa 16 years to know how to speak the Ife language. Oduduwa met 15 years, not 16, 15 years. And Oduduwa met 16 communities already existing there. And they have a kind of a shrine, they have a priest, a kind of shrinehood. The people that Oduduwa met, the names we still have them, the priest at that time, people in charge of hierarchy, we know them. Now, somehow Oduduwa became somebody prominent to head, to be very symbolic person in Ife. One you must know, Oduduwa was never a king in Ife. He was made a head of a deity, like a chief priest. That's why the title came. Oni started from Oduduwa's body. He's a chief priest. Now, when the Benin found him there, when they found him, they were speaking the language he understood. The rest of the understand it. Because you know his people. They talk to him and you recognize Oliha, Chief Oliha. You still remember Chief Oliha, the people that spared his life. So after much talk, he said he's too old and afraid to come back to the empire. Meanwhile, his father was banished from Benin, and Ogiame of Evian took charge of administration for almost 25 years. And he was a very good man. You hear that song you're hearing now, inside that Evian there inside. He was a very good man. But when he wants to pass on, he wanted his son, which is now Ogiame, to take over. So that let him know, like, you are not even a chief, not to talk about the lawyer, the blue blood that will sit on the throne. Because the Oliha family, the Ire family, they have a swear to protect that throne. So the Oba protect the Olihas too. That's why I always tell people, read Benin history first before you talk about the history. So they make sure they have to go look for a Canadian because they know he's still alive. So he's so old to come back. He can't come back. He now sent his son. You put calling the grandson. He sent his son Oromio to come. He didn't just send his son Oromio to come. Let me tell you how three came. He first of all gave them a tax. He gave Oliha, Eru, and I think three of them, the high chiefs that came there. He gave them flea, what they call bedbug of lies. He gave them to go and keep it. They should come back after 3 years. Not like say after 3 years or say after 3 markets, how they call it that time. Come back. If these things, you can take care of these things and come back, then I'll know what to do. One of them tied his own around in cocoyam paper and kept inside his wrapper. The other one had his own in his hand. The third one, which is Olia, which is very smart of them, Paul is one of the servants and put that flea on the servant's head and told the servant not to make a law that servant would not take part for 3 years. And then left back to Benin.
Sorry. Is this history or are these tales by moonlight?
I'm telling you pure history because I'm telling you. Wait, hold on. Hold on.
Where I quote it is saying that Oromio was a child of Oduduwa. No, that's wrong.
Hold on. Hold on.
What please? Who wrote this down? Who wrote all this stuff down?
Hold on. Don't be asking who wrote this down. This is Benin history. I'm telling you.
I'm just asking now. Who documented it?
Don't interject me.
No reference.
Please. Let me speak. This is my history. It's very touchy. And please, I don't want to joke. When Ajago was saying things, he was saying, I didn't say anything. Just relax. Don't cut me off. Don't be smart by anything. Just relax. So they went back to Benin. They stayed 3 years and they came back. When they came back to present what they gave to them, two couldn't present their own. The last one only brought the slave. When they opened the head, it was millions of bugs on the head. And I said, yes, now I know my son can be taken care of. That's how Oromia came. Oromia came, they gave him everything as a prince that will come a king, because his father is the king, to come and replace his father's throne, because it was still the Gisu dynasty. Don't forget, Eribo, which is now Ogiame, was already acting as a administrative capacity that his father was acting as before. When he came, there's already war going on with the Ruzamas and the Ogiame. Now, in Benin tradition, it takes the 4 Uzamas to then when they will crown it, to crown the king. If they don't identify you as the next in line, you can never be. So because the 4 Uzamas were looking for a Kaladeran, they were for a Kaladeran, he could not swear in. And the palace was in Ubekum, not just present the ring road today. So he now found out that the seat of power is not on his side. He has 3 brothers. He now called the 3 brothers, make one Oliha. He now called the other one Uzama. Uzamas are not just name of king; they are the name of the 4 kings.
Those Uzamas, is that Uzama in the highest or a different sort of Uzama?
That's our own name. It could be Uzama.
That's Osana.
No, I'm just poking for that.
I know.
Yeah,
so he now make call his brother, the last one Uzama. Then he himself now said they should crown him because those people must crown you. 2 people to crown him. So there was war. There was a unsettlement. When Oromia came, Oromia stayed in Ego. That's towards Uniben. Because you know that's towards Oluku going to Undo. He stayed with Enogi of Ogo. He married Enogi of Ogo's daughter. Her name is Princess Imade. We not just give this by moral history. He stayed in the Benin for 6 months. He got that girl pregnant. But he could not stay because they were hiding him for the Ogiame not to take him out because people had the military power. They were in government. What was going on. So he didn't even step into Benin. What you don't understand, Benin starts from 5 Junction. Benin is not just everywhere Benin. Isolu is not Benin. Upper is not Benin. Benin is like the capital, which is center. That's how it's called Benin. We are in Benin. So we're going to I'm going to Benin. Where do I'm going to Benin? You know? So when he was there, he was never settled. And don't forget, he was not born in Benin. He doesn't speak Benin. He was born in Ife, raised in Ife. He doesn't have anything. He was not comfortable. Life wasn't comfortable for him. 6 months, he moved back. When he was going back, they gave him all the military, gave him everything as a king because he was supposed to take a king's throne. Gave him new people, generals, doctors. You know, he's a king to be back to Ife. Now, the people that came with him, some was left behind because he has a child. Those are the Olotu, the Oyomire. Those are Yoruba that we've not corrupted now. They are in Benin today. Like the Patrick somewhere, they came with Oromia. So Benin, we have our history. Patrick, I asked him, his family came, people entered that follow Oromia to Benin. There are so many Yoruba people in Benin that came to Oromia. They're still their family, are communities now. Now, so many like that from Benin, we send them again, follow him to Ife. When he got to Ife, creation of Oyo was in a place of banishment. Not you just wake up and create Oyo. When he got back to Oyo, the father said, you cannot stay here with me. I sent to Benin to come and take my title, your position. You are a king. Out of this thing. And you said the place is not set to say, yes, that's what you're a king. You have to go put your roots there.
Who was
Hold on. It's Oduduwa. Now, Oduduwa told him, a king cannot stay with a king. So you have to leave. That's why Aroma had left, because he has already have crowd. He has 1,000 people. The kingship. Two king cannot stay in the same place. And you now move on. That's how you settle and find your empire. Anything from there is left for you to move.
Who is Ekaladeha? I don't know.
Ekaladeha is Oduduwa. Ekaladeha is Oduduwa.
That you are getting it from him.
Okay, listen, let me tell you something. Let me tell you. Listen, you can't tell me what you don't know. Ekaladeha, when he left Benin, his name is Oduduwa. When he goes to, see, every Obas in Benin, when they become the Oba.
Not the father of Ogiso?
No, I can't be father of Ogiso. He's the last son of Ogodo. Ogiso Ogodo, no Oba. Ogiso Ogodo. Check your go there. Since you like a nice go.
Well, please, can I ask you a question, please?
Okay.
So, do you know this festival in Benin?
Ogiso was a title. That was the title of the king.
Let me ask you.
Godo back then. So, that was
one man. We've entered this trap. I don't think
the problem. Let me just jump to this.
Hold on. Let Ajande Kokoland then take Kulata's question.
It was when Orominyo went that they changed that title to Oba. So Obatala, because before Orominyo went, Obatala were in control. Obatala family also were in control of Benin back then. But the Obatala family,
already an Obatala.
Yes, Obatala. So they thought by sending Orominyo, they saw that that how do I see it? They saw Oromiyan as a person who could possibly be king in Ile-Ife, and they thought by sending him there, because the Igodo people are very rascal, very, you know, people that doesn't follow rules, people that always anti-authority. They thought by sending him there, maybe he won't be able to come back to Ile-Ife, unknowing to them that yes, that guy will be able to establish a government and the institution of government that will put, you know, that place in order. So he went there, he succeeded, he was able to put that place in order, and, you know, and later left there, went to Oyo to found what we call as Oyo today. So, and he married, Oromiyan married to a Tapa woman, you know, a Tapa woman. They call them Lempe back then. So it's what we call Nupe today. It's Lempe people that Yoruba used to call them. So he married from there, and that woman born Shango, so who later became king in Oyo land. So, but you know, Oromiyan later went to Ife and became king again in Ile-Ife before he later died. So this story that Oromiyan is Omo is a grandson to Oduduwa, and it's never in the culture of Yoruba land. Nowhere in Yoruba land for a foreigner to be king. Foreigner never be a king in any part of Yoruba land. Go and check your history.
Let me ask you.
That
hold on.
somebody came
Say,
from
sorry.
somebody
Hold
from
on. Hey, please.
Somebody that ran away from Benin, somebody who is a fugitive from Benin, now became king in Ile-Ife. It was a total story and not an history. It's a fallacy.
All right. What please, let Kulata add his question to that, and then give us one just long, not long, or short monologue on that, and then I'm still waiting to hear from Paddy on that, or your Ife narrative. So Kulata, put your question, and then
what please, first question. What did you call Oduduwa's name when he was in Benin, supposedly in Benin? What
He's a prince. His prince name was Ekaladera.
Okay, thank you. That I forgot the name. So, are you familiar with a festival celebrated by Oba of Benin called Ugie Oduduwa ceremony?
We have so many festivals. We see.
Are you familiar with that one? I'm not asking whether you have many.
Hold on.
Let me ask my question first now.
Please hold on.
Everybody hold. One please cooperate with the conversation. So just respond, just short, and then so that when it gets to where he is, and then you can give him the long. Yeah.
Okay, so let me ask my question. Let me land.
No. Hold on.
But you won't let me land
hold
now.
on now. This is the problem. Can't you just hold on?
It can be an elegant conversation if you cooperate with each other. So have that conversation.
Okay, so let me just ask my question, then you answer. So I'm asking, the name of Oduduwa, according to Benin history, is Ekadalene. I can't pronounce it. Everybody gets what I'm saying. Today's Oba, they have a ceremony celebrating the coming of Oromiyan, and they still celebrated it, I believe, 2021 is the news I'm looking at, and the name of it is called Ugie Oduduwa, not Ugie Ekadale. I mean, Eka.
Okay.
Yes.
You don't.
Because if Oduduwa's name was because if Oduduwa's name in Benin is Ekadinyo, they should be doing Ugie Ekadinyo, not Ugie Oduduwa. Thank you.
What you just said doesn't make sense to me.
But you make sense to you guys because, like I said, you're looking for a means to end explanation. You just you're asking a question and you're answering by yourself. Every intelligent person saw what you're doing, and I saw it coming. And when I was talking to one man, let me tell this guy how to ask me a proper question. You're telling me to hold on, we'll make a good conversation. How does what he said now make sense to me, a Benin man, to reply this guy? And whatever I will say now, how will it make sense to him? Okay, let me go from here. In Benin, when a prince is a prince, the name he bears is different from the name he take when he become a king. Can you guys hear me? Please, somebody just say yes or no. Because I came out of the house. Can anybody hear me? Hello?
Yes, carry
Yeah, I
on.
can hear you clearly.
Okay, yeah. When he was in Benin, our prince, we called Okoro Ikala was his prince's name. When he left Benin, the places he stayed, he found Hugoton, he found Uruwa, and before he got to where Ida, what they call today, Igala, Kogi State. Towards the area he was staying and he went to was called Hue. We have in Benin, we have in Ida, we have in Ife. Yeah, those three states have villages called Hue. The first warrior they sent to go retrieve him when they had him still alive, they got there, they couldn't find him. The people stayed there. It's called today Igwe Kaladeran, means the village of the Kaladeran. When the Kaladeran got to Ife, when they gave him a royal title, according just like Prince, just like Kinowa in Wari, took Olu of Oro. Olu was his father's Olu was his father's name in Benin. You must take a title. In that Oduduwa. Oduduwa is Zoduwa. Not even Oduduwa, it's corruption to Oduduwa from you guys. The full name is Izoduwa. I choosing a part of success because he was running from espionage in Benin. We don't just say his name was Oduduwa. You guys corrected it to Oduduwa. His full name is Izoduwa. The name he chose is Izoduwa. 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 I chose the path of
So why is the Oba using the corrupted version? Why is the Oba using the corrupted version? It doesn't make any sense.
You just stand and keep quiet and cry out loud. When you listen to your lecturer in school, you listen. Just listen. When you're talking, listen.
It doesn't make sense. Why is the Oba using the corrupted version?
Why can't you just keep quiet? Can't you just show your maturity here in this platform right now? Show it to the world. Don't make me start shouting. Please.
It doesn't make sense.
Okay, good. Thank you.
What language? What one language?
Hold on. Everybody, hold on. So, hold on. Please hold on. Please don't degenerate this conversation. Don't make it like Agbado. If what
no,
I'm asking you a question. Don't ask me that kind of Biafra question. That silly question. Please hold on. Let me speak. Now, the name is Zoduwa. Oduduwa, go to Benin. My son have it. My cousin Idoduwa, Izoduwa, Yoduwa, Uwa is a common name in Benin. Common name in Benin. My Benin name, I have abbreviation. I have the full name. Izoduwa, I can abbreviate to Oduduwa. Oduwa. Oduwa means way of road, a way of wealth. Idoduwa, Ikyoduwa, Desagbuwa. That's the name. You can change it the way you like. Like once I can change it how you can put it first, you can put it back. Anyway, it's about wealth. What is wealth? So how your wealth came, that's how you put the name. If you by second and you stumble into wealth, if you have to I walk into wealth. So you first of all know this. We don't argue about name with people like Femi. We don't argue how they combine this, that. We don't argue. That is the person name we chose. Izoduwa. And you put at the time of the old, Yoruba don't have E in their lexicon. They don't have EV. They didn't have this E, this EVE, or how do you call it? The lexicon. You people don't have it. You people have other like O, like we don't have. Like people say Shola and all that. We can say it. People can say E in your lexicon. It's not there. But now, after years with the intermarried, you now see such Benin names in Yoruba, and you see Yoruba names in Benin names. But let's keep that aside. That is the name he chose when he was making Izoduwa, of choosing a pathway to wealth. Let's forget who named Ife, who don't name Ife. Or if Ife made something in Benin. Now, in Benin, from July, the Oba celebrates different
of festival, any different type of festival, different things have happened during the past. We have Ododuwa, that is to commemorate finding this guy in Ife. Have you ever take your time to watch the festival? When the Oba is doing the festival, the song they are singing, the march they are marching, where the march past, where is a Kadera followed to get to Ida to go to Ife. They'll see them, you see them marching on it. You see the Obas and his chiefs. And it is that process. They have so many processes. They have so many processes. The Oba celebrates. Don't you pick that one out and say, why is this? And the one you are picking out is not your word. Now, let me quickly go back to Oromia before I forgot. When Oromia came to Benin, there's no word like Oba. There's no word like Oba till after Oromia led Benin out like 100 years. So when you guys just come and spill what you don't know, when you came to establish the title Oba, and Obatala was found that you couldn't establish it. It's funny. The word Oba is an abbreviation and it's an appendage.
World peace, we are wrong.
Please, Baba, please calm down. You're not a Benin man. I cannot be arguing Yoruba language with you. The word Oba, the abbreviation, because it's similar and similar in your own language, you took the part that will suit you.
What does it mean? What does it mean? What's the full name?
Hold on. Calm down. Obatala don't just a word now. It's Obatala. You can abbreviate it and you can say the full. I don't know the meaning. Hold on. The name, the dynasty we have today was just because of a threat, just short purpose. Because the Ogiame were very strong. They were controlling Ugbeko. So the kids are like, if we keep attending this war, we will not finish this war. Since the title, just how will I put it? Since it's the title, if the guy is so fascinated with, let's change the title. That ends the war.
But do you know they've done carbon dating on the ground? Carbon dating.
Hold on. That will be later talk. Let's not let me lose my thought. You see, as in nothing is the democracy started.
Please, you're moving on. You did not explain what Oba means.
I will say to you, you have to just to build it so you can know what it means. But I tell you just without anything, so you start arguing with me. Let me tell you let me do it so you know when I like my you know what I'm talking about. You see, since 95, there was military. And every general was vying for that position. Before Abacha died, Hussein was the next man who was the next hierarchy officer that can come after Abacha. But when after Abacha died, that was a problem. And they brought Abubakar Salam. Hussein was still happy he will be the next person online. But as soon as they changed military regime to democracy, that thing ends. That's what happened in Benin. When Romia came and left, there was still war going on. Eweka was born. People don't talk. Eweka was born or go to a food man. He was not speaking. They were still communicating to Oromia. They have to send to Oromia. Your son is not speaking. You now give them this so they call Ahwe. I don't know who call Ahwe. Maybe corruption. You didn't see the play on the ground. Oromia, when they brought it to Benin, Oromia was playing not just one first day. He was playing with his friends. Then the first one he threw one day. The first one he threw, he hit the first one. They said, Ogomeka. Emeka don't have a meaning in Benin. It's a Yoruba name. But we call it to Eweka. That to continue that dynasty, we always put that name on his title. Now, he was Eweka, but never Oba that time. And the team was still bringing problem. So then I said, okay, if this position that this man is fighting for is the problem, then let's stop it. Because we have stopped two dynasties before. Omonoba is not just about Omonoba Nedo. Omonoba Edo came later after 500 years. Omonoba. That's how it starts. Omonoba Uku Akpolo Polo. You people don't know the Uku Akpolo Polo. It's not even studied in Benin title. If you want to talk about the appellate,
what does Omonoba mean?
Let me tell you the meaning. I'll tell you the meaning. I'll tell you why the meaning. If you want to call the appellate, it will take a Benin 3 years to complete all of them. Omonoba means a child that is light. That's light. Light means red, like red, or light for the people. It's a child that light for the people. Omonoba. Uku means above and beyond. People just come out and spill. Oba is not Oba. You call it Oba. Hold on. Let me finish.
Can we have a conversation?
No, I can't have a conversation.
You're taking 1 hour.
Pace yourself.
Listen,
I mean, come on. Just pace yourself.
When you guys were talking, I listen. When the Oba wax pronounced, it's from your Obatala. Our is Oba. You call it Oba. The Portuguese came, this side came, British came in, come in. They start pronouncing it to their own way of calling.
So is it by coincidence? Is it by coincidence that Yorubas and Benin use Oba or what? It just means something else.
Yoruba don't use Oba. Yoruba start using Oba from 1952.
Oh,
Yoruba
really?
use Oba. Yes. Okay, you can laugh about it. You can laugh it. No, you can laugh about it.
This is ridiculous.
You can laugh about
What
it.
was the language of communication inside the palace?
It was Benin. It was Benin. It was Benin because you want to bring the conversation downstairs. It was Benin. Are you a Benin man? It's Benin. It's Benin. It was Benin.
What is the
Benin.
Did you say
Ask me a
you
question.
started using Oba in 1952, or what did I just hear?
That's what you heard, Ola. That's what you heard.
No, yeah, that was
We have an
history
book written by Portuguese. We have an
No,
written by
no, okay, let me tell you. Let me tell you. Let me tell you.
It was
Let me
Yoruba
tell you.
language. Yoruba language was the language
That's
of
the summary of what
not-
Wopis is saying.
If
It's all fantasy.
if you guys want to be shouting,
Real
I can still shout.
fantasy.
Hold on. If you guys want to be shouting, I can still shout. Hold
We
on,
have an
please.
history book written by Portuguese.
Wait now, hold on. Ajale Koko.
Yes.
If you guys want to be shouting, I can be shouting. If you want to talk one after the other, and say what that makes sense, we'll talk one that makes sense. First of all, hold on now. Can I just finish now? You can only when you guys are talking, I don't talk. First of all, there was no Portuguese. Now hold on now. I'll tell my two things. I'll step out. First of all,
okay, yeah, bring it home, Wopis. Bring it home.
Yeah, let me say.
Exactly. So other people can come in.
So we can talk. People just come and talk. I just talk. All this history, everything I'm telling you, I can give you fact, dates, and time. All the same. But I'm just sick of time, just rushing it. When you say Portuguese came and write something for you guys, you put date to it when the Portuguese first came, Alvaro first came in 1478. Then he left. Then they came back again after 10 years. What this guy that Mrs. Wade that found the first South Africa Cape of Good Hope because he was sailing back to come to West Africa. He missed and landed in South Africa. That's the first South Africa.
Portuguese came what year? What year did you say they came?
First time they came to Benin, I don't know where they come. The first time they came to Benin was 1478. First time they stayed their foot in Benin and they met about LY. When they left, because that time journeys it takes time. When they were coming back, this guy, Battle DF, he missed his way. He was coming back to South Africa. Now, West Africa, now they call West Africa, was the boom place now. I don't say just Benin, West Africa. When he was coming back, he missed his way and landed in Cape of Good Hope. It's in his book. That was written in 1448. He missed his way and he stayed there. That's how he found South Africa. Then he finally found himself back again when he came back to West Africa. Now, when Portuguese came, we didn't just call ourselves the Great Benin Kingdom. The Portuguese came and they met infrastructures, they met everything on ground. We already military mind.
Please, I'm sorry.
Let me land.
Portuguese came to Benin City 15th century. 15th century. You don't even know your dates.
You don't even know what you're saying. When they say 15th century, that is the end of 14th century. When we say
15th century, 1480 to be exact.
You don't.
And I'm going to send the proof. You don't even know the dates.
Listen, that is
enough of this story.
Why are these guys arguing with me? Why are you arguing with me? Go to my museum, everywhere is there. Alvaro was the first to come to Benin.
You don't have any documented reference. You're just giving us fanciful tales.
Do you have? What you arguing with me?
Even the carbon dating has settled this. The effect thrown predates Jesus Christ. 500 BC.
Now, so I was telling one man, you guys can have your own conversation.
Over 1,000 years before Benin.
I read on Daily Trust. It's good. I'll argue that to you. Then, secondly, what I want to say is that you guys are cutting me off. One man, I want to say two things before I step out. The first one, the first Portuguese that even got to the shore of Lagos was with Obarugboa, who founded Eko. There were spice hunters. So we are following the Oba then. Anyway, he conquered, they will take the minerals there. The first Portuguese that came on march at the level military. If the facts are there, is in the archive in Portugal, Lisbon, we have it here in Benin.
What's the name of the first Portuguese that made contact with Benin? The name. I have the name.
I've told you I'm very well. 1478. Go prove me wrong.
I was the one that already told you was 15th century, and it's Diogo cow.
That was the problem. See, that's the problem you guys are getting. See, hold on. But let me just land now.
Hold on. What please? Can you land it in a few more sentences? Kenny has been waiting all day.
I'll try. I'm trying to remember the last time I wanted to say, which is very important. But yeah, keep interjecting me because people know what you guys are doing. You keep interjecting me. I don't come here. I also talk about that of say they start using the Oba in Yoruba land in their title from 1952. The facts are there. They had the Council of Chiefs meeting twice. They had before. The first one they had was in Oyo. The second one they had was in Benin, in Yoruba Palace. Around 1942, we have the memo. All the people that attended. I think the last one, Awolowo came with them. Every name was there. And the Pays had the colonial master were paying the Obas according to their rank and their name. Their name was there. It's only about Benin Kwakwa Polo. That day it was Erica II. His name was Oba Erica II Ukua Polo. The rest is Alafi was very strong then. He was not even in the play. Alafi for your put the name, put the name there. Eleka of this Egba land. The names are there. When they came to Council of Chiefs, Colonial Council of Chiefs meeting in Benin, hold on, please let me land. Their archives, their memos are there. Now, the treaty, have you ever heard of the treaty that this word Yoruba is known for your people. The word Yoruba, it was just an association, like a social group. I was to put the West together, to form a solid front as a party, as a action group. Egba was the last to sign. We have the documents. Egba was the last to join the treaty. So their names are there. So what are you going to call me? Are you like
Yoruba
why are you guys coming here telling me you guys
about 50, 70 years ago?
Just listen. You see, the word Yoruba has been existing for all your people. Not general or yours
we know that.
And it was
we already said that before today. We know that. Nobody's arguing that.
Name, okay, if you're not arguing that, let me have my point. That name was used to push the agenda. There is like a prayer today, Yoruba nation. That everybody, Egba was the last. Prove me wrong, we'll bet money, we'll go to archives, we'll bring our archives for you. Egba was the last to put the pen, come Babati. Egba was the last to put their pen, and the details of the district, we have it. Just to fight to get power first, then we'll balance the situation.
You are talking the history of
Let me finish. Remember just 2 weeks ago, I asked people, which of the Union of people they make a night? And you called the Union name and Baba. And I said, you called the Union of people's name too. The Ooni of Ife they made 1952 by Queen of England when it came to Nigeria. So how can a king be making knight under somebody? He will make a knight of African order under the Queen Elizabeth.
That is never here nor there. That has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
No.
It has nothing to do with anything.
No, it has, because you don't know your history. Let me tell you your history a little bit now. When I want to go debunk the Almighty Allah for you, he made a place to replace that city there. Because it was all politics.
Man.
Was very strong there. Hold on, let me land. You go sleep.
Right.
If I finish, you go sleep.
Land it, and only within the next 2 minutes, so that
I was a smart man. He have his friends that he's writing things and he tried to put them together. The party. He knew that Ife is Ife. Just like Benin, some places in Benin is Benin. He knew, but the power supposed to be in Oyo, but you cannot create a vacuum. That's why he started elevating the powerful name of Ife. First of all, they make him a knight to have recognition. They started having different appellations. They add every name that is powerful, they added to him to make it relevant and give him political power. That's what you see today in most times. Sorry to say, in your western side, most of the Yoruba that have power is one that government gave. All started from Awolowo. So you should stop. You have fast record date and time and everything, and yet you come and say the wrong thing, and we say we know.
Because we are wrong. Carbon dating and settle all of this, which is the older of the two kingdoms.
I just tell you what about
They
the thing that the
tested
person
all the artifacts
hold
and the
on,
crown.
Baba. This is the problem we have with you people. I will never talk about this with you people. What concern about the thing I come out that we saw the one saw that was making a knife. What concerns that? I'm telling you how that soul becomes very powerful. From 2052.
No,
How
you are
this can
wrong.
come back.
You are
All right.
wrong. Totally wrong.
Sorry, Baba. You're not going to get you're not going to get
What is?
yeah, you're not going to get it won't yield.
I
It
know. I
won't
know
yield
you
now.
before you
I've
gave
sent
me.
him. I've sent him
Yeah,
historical books before with proof, even
yeah.
colonial books. He will never agree. So it's a waste of time.
Yeah. Let's just move on. Let's move on. We're going to come to Ekene, but before we come to Ekene, you are already in the long chief, so you might as well just enjoy it. I want to stop over with Paddy, who was going to give us an Ife anecdote to see if he still remembers it, because I was quite keen to hear that. If you can't remember what he wanted to say, then we bring Ekene on, who is quite excited about something that happened in the East. Paddy, did you you wanted to say something about Ife?
To be honest, I've actually lost track of what I wanted to say.
All right. All right.
Thank you, Paddy. Thank you.
Yeah. So Ekene, you're up next. So yeah, you are saying you're excited about this meeting that took place in the East.
Yeah, one man, I'm very excited. Thank you, everyone. I've been waiting to speak. Everybody has speak about their culture, the people that like Donald Trump, and the coming. So let me speak of my own. I will speak on my own side. What concerns me also, and my region. So I'm very excited with that summit that they held today. Where it's a very good development. I think my governors are beginning to think. Are beginning to come together. Although one governor did not attend, he is the governor of Ebonyi State, which I'm very taken aback. Why would such an important summit to be held and the governor from the southeast we choose to give an excuse? So I'm not excited about that governor of Ebonyi State based on his absence, but other 4 governors that attended, I am very, very happy about the summit, their contribution, the way they are going to tackle the insecurity, that the kind of unity that they want to put together to put some infrastructure that will bring the Southeast together. And this is what I've been saying since concerning our governors. The same thing I've been saying. If we come together, we can develop our space and make it more attractive. And that is beginning to ring in the ear of every Southeasterner. So, but I'm not going to waste much time, woman, but the one that excited me most was the contribution of Otti in that summit, where his statement, he made it point and clear that governance is not all about the money you got.
Sorry, Ekene. You carry on, but I think tomorrow afternoon I'll do a small reaction stream to that that summit that went on. But carry on, yeah.
Yeah. So governance is not all about all the money that you want to gather all over the world, but your willingness to serve your people. It will always make you to deliver. So, and I think tomorrow you'll be commissioning one of the biggest projects that we are about to experience in the Southeast, even though it's in Abia State, but I call it Southeast project, because that development is going to serve all the Southeasterners who wants to do exports in business. So it's a good thing to me. He's not just coming there to speak. He's commissioning his project. The best project that I want to hear, the seaport.
Who is that?
Park. Otti. So the seaport, the park that will contain both refineries and all that. I don't know how he describe it. and 24 hours electricity supply. So, and they speak about the electricity that the last government had just signed.
Are those projects started and finished by him, or the leftover by the predecessor?
No, maybe some of those things are there, but they're not working. Or maybe they have put some infrastructure that are not there, so he will embark on it properly.
So you want
especially
to agree with me that those projects are projects that are almost completed by the predecessor before he came in? That is just
no, it's not the one like the one he's committed. Like the seaport is there, but they have not. They have not maybe. But the park is those electricity projects. Those are fresh projects. It's a fresh assignment. The 24 hours electricity and all that. So those are fresh assignments that he's going to embark on. They talk about the railway that will connect the southeasterners and all that. So, but that one is coming from the governor of Enugu State. So, but what I'm excited about his own contribution is that he didn't just come there to speak. He is commissioning tomorrow. So, and that is what I like about it. That is what I talk about governance. You don't speak big grammars. But you want to serve, you serve. People will know you are serving. Whether you commission a project that, whether your predecessor started a project that he didn't finish and you came and finish it and commission it, it's something that you need to applaud him for. You don't expect him to come and abandon it. So he's making me proud, and if he commission it tomorrow or next, and that I think before the next 8 years, there will be some changes in the southeast. A lot of them, both Okonjo-Iweala, the media, Okonjo-Iweala was trying to encourage them to do it, that they will get every support that they need from outside investors. So it's all about commitment. It's all about their commitment. So I'm very excited and looking towards Abia State. Abia State is trying to be a place. They are trying to set the space for other Southeasterners to be looking upon for development, and that's a very good one for me, one man. That's the only thing I wanted to say, one man. So I'm very happy about it.
All right, sorry about the long wait, Kenneth, by the way, but then of course you're probably used to it, which is not a good thing. But it's just really how I manage the space sometimes. But it can be a long. I wanted to read this super chat because it especially tickled me. This is from Fourth. It says, "I am unsure which is the more ironic name on this platform: World Peace or Rational Mind." So that really tickled me when I saw it. World Peace is really World War, and Rational Mind, anything but rational.
I get.
Oh, goodness me. All right. So onwards and upwards. Let's document Zita's voice. If she's still with us, she's battling it out in the comment section. But maybe she can tear herself away from there to have a few words. Zita, you're up next. Look at Zita. She's off again. All right. Let's go to Ajanle Koko then. We've not heard from Ajanle Koko. So Ajanle Koko, we started off with headlines, but the conversation and it's usually one of the better sessions when it just goes organically. And I certainly have delighted in not in the first phase of it, but in the latter phase of it, I've delighted in all the histories and documentations and back and forth. But
yeah, man. Sorry, let me say this. It's not about a quarrel. I'm just saying anything. You know, when I talk history, there's many things I don't talk about. But that's the same thing you guys are doing. And I try to let's go there. I can swear come here start asking you, why did Oduduwa came from Egypt? Why did he come from Mecca? Why is he in Why is he from Sudan? Why is he from heaven? But I know that does not make sense. But I will not use that to start confronting you when we say something weird. Because we are saying history to find our lost history, to understand more, to have more understanding. But if you guys want to start taking history to a gutter level, that's what we hardly don't talk to those people who just run after whatever they think. We talk to the intelligent one inside. We have to exchange history to know we have connection. I could have asked you people 5 things that your great lecturers, your great designers wrote that they do came from 5 different places. But I don't do that. Any comment I know it does not add up. Please, if we want to talk about history, let's be civil. Let's be civil.
What I think Paddy actually agreed with you on, especially that phase when you were talking about where the title Oba came from. It says you may be right because the word Oba is not native to the Yoruba language. But I
don't get what people are saying. I don't just know. We are talking issues so we can get to our lost history. But you are talking like you're full of. I'm listening.
Something. Even the greatest of the academics in the world, one student can come tomorrow and rubbish him. I will just take it that way, because if there's anything that humbles anyone mostly in this world, academic is one of those things. If some people can come after all those, Charles Darwin can even disagree with his theory and discard it. It means nothing. When we are learning here, we can say something that we do not know, because we are not the original writer of this history. We are all learning it. So that someone disagree with you means nothing. But like,
I'm not saying you not disagree with me. I'm not saying, please see, I'm not saying you not disagree with me. That's things I've said. I speak history with people on this platform. Listen, sorry, I'll talk about history on this with people on this platform off the screen, because when you talk about history, you bring this natural feeling, this kind of feeling that you wouldn't like, because it's history, but you can't draw from it. History is raw and cold. It's not fancy. It's what happened fast. I know. Listen, I've never. You see me. Please let me land this. Hold on, please. Let me land this. Show you what I'm saying. Hold on, please. You never see me chastising any of you here that Oduduwa came from 5 different places. Have you guys never settled that? Why you come to lecture me on my own? I've never said, even though I'm angry. But we also is on the book there. You guys never talk about it. You guys never talk about yourself. Okay, which was the real Oduduwa? So have the conversation from there. Like you are telling me somebody's dead, that is not for me to argue. This is for you and Baba and Clutter that is sitting here. You are different versions of Yoruba. Let's know which one is Oduduwa first. Before you come to Benin. So which one is Oduduwa? Is it Laramudu or Egypt?
But nobody mentioned Benin in the whole thing.
No, I'm not saying Benin. I said which one is Oduduwa? Is it Laramudu, Egypt, or the one coming from Sky? Or the one? Which one? Which one do we argue about?
All right. I think we've overlabored. We can go at this for 24 hours.
Sorry, Mama. Thank you for the time. I just want to make one very vital point, which is very vital, which you are saying now. We want to be civil. Let's be civil. Thank you.
But you are the one not making it civil. You are combative.
You're not the one. You're the one that make it worse. You make it worse. I don't talk issue from Google. I tell you facts.
Even professor in the profession, one student that is undergraduate can still mess is a thesis up. It doesn't matter. We are all learning because
sorry. I know you're a very intelligent person. What I'm talking about doesn't correct what you are saying. It's not about lecturer or professor. One thing you have to tell me is that you have to tell me the Oduduwa history that is the one is fat. The one that is fat is the one that came from Laramudu. Then we'll start from that. Don't tell me professor is lying. Who is that lying now among all of you? Tell me who's lying.
What I know about my language is this: all Yoruba language, go and look, are always descriptive. Eniola, Eniji. Even when you mention name, you understand it's descriptive. The word Oba in Yoruba land is descriptive. So when you say it comes from Benin, I will challenge you.
Please, tell me your Oduduwa. You from Ekiti. You are from Ekiti. Tell me where your Oduduwa came from. Then Baba will tell me his own next tomorrow.
I don't challenge him on that. Only because then we'll loop around for another 2 hours.
I said he comes tomorrow. I don't say now. He comes tomorrow. I give you the assignment. Kulata will ask you off a wild assertion. I'll ask you like 4 days time. You are from Oshun. Tell me where your Oduduwa came from.
Hold on, War Peace. We have told you Oduduwa was born in Ile-Ife.
That was you. That's your own. You come from Ile-Ife.
No, that is the history. He was born in Ile-Ife.
Not Ola Oduduwa.
Yeah, the history is that. So he didn't come from anywhere but from Ile-Ife. So all this history that he ran away from somewhere and he came to Ile-Ife as a
refugee. Listen, Ajekobo, that's your Oduduwa. You that came for listen, that's your Oduduwa. You came for Ilacha, that's your Oduduwa. I've seen people that stand and said their Oduduwa came from Egypt. I've seen people that said their Oduduwa came from Mecca. I've seen people that said they came from Yemen. So which one are we going to take?
I said the one that we are telling you.
Not the one, your own. Say your own.
No,
That is
not
your
my
own.
own. Not
That's
my
your
own.
own. Because
That is not my own.
I have all, listen, I have all, but see, I
not
believe,
my
so let
own.
me
You
tell
are
the
not the
title, let me
one.
tell you now, let me tell you.
Sorry. Adanle Koko Konigba now, so she
Okay, get it.
Just come here and be spilling issue and you not fix your own because you tell me I'm telling you rubbish. Thank you for the time.
No, all right, brilliant. I'm going to hand over to Thomas in a moment. But before I hand over to Thomas, let me acknowledge the super chat, and then I'll play 2 videos, and then when the last one lands, then Thomas takes over. But before that, yes, the super chats. So Ola comes in to poke at world peace, and fourth comes in a plague on all their houses. AB seems to be a regularity now. Chioma comes in to show her support for Donald Trump. Alexander Gomez having conversations there. Prince Daddy, he fires a mini salvo. That's Prince Daddy twice. Alexander Gomez still, that's Alexander Gomez there. Prince Daddy feeling a bit flushed, that's Prince Daddy still again. Of course, we mentioned Ayo, and that's Ayo holding up an AK-47 to the super chat space. So thank you all those. Let me play you this video. The first one is Kashim Shettima. And then the next one, I'll leave the next one for you to find out, but let me play you Kashim Shettima first.
Nigeria's journey to redefine its destiny. Today we stand on the precipice of history to reflect upon a nation that has defied the predictions of doomsayers, a nation that has become the metaphor of resilience. Over the past 63 years, we have not only survived, but thrive because of our collective resolve, our commitment to progress, and the enduring spirit of unity that binds us together, from Aba down through to Ogbomoso, to Zaria, to Burning Kebbi, despite the conspiracies of minor vested interests. While this anniversary offers us another opportunity to acknowledge the close regional bonds that kept us standing as Africa's most populous nation and largest economy, we are here to remind ourselves that the future we promise Nigerians isn't an empty performance for electoral purposes. You can't renew the hope of the nation unless you are prepared to pursue bold reforms. And President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has undertaken to build a country where the economic independence of each citizen is guaranteed, where none of us has to depend on unspecified handouts to earn a living. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, our history, like that of every nation, isn't just a record of surviving attacks on our sovereign integrity and social welfare. Our history underscores the commonality of our shared humanity. The most recent memory, the COVID-19 pandemic, for instance, brought this starkly to the fore. The tragedy reminded us that viruses do not discriminate based on ethnicity or religion, and that our strength as a nation is driven by our collective faith in the ideal that define us and the moral character of our leaders. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I love Nigeria. I believe in the Nigeria project. Not because of my vested interests. I am 57 years old. As per the UNDP, the average age of a Borno man is 47. So I'm well past my prime. Certainly not because of my family. I have only a wife and 3 kids. I believe in Nigeria because if Nigeria works, the black man works. The last election was probably one of the most divisive elections in the contemporary annals of Nigerian history. Ethno-religious and regional fault lines were deliberately manipulated for political ends. But it is pertinent to mention, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, that the most northern of northern states is Sokoto. The Nigerian candidate lost by a few thousand votes to the regional candidate in Sokoto. The most Christian of northern states is Benue. Benue is 90% Christian. And the Nigerian candidate defeated the religious candidate in Benue State, courtesy of the Prince of Wanune, the mercurial George Akume and his team. The most southern of southern states, the most southern of south-south states is Rivers. Again, the Nigerian candidate defeated the religious candidate in Rivers State, courtesy of the enigmatic, mercurial Nyesom Ezenwo Wike. He's unavoidably absent. He had to go around to attend to some functions. And the Nigerian political climate is populated by careful snails who do not want to upset the apple cart. In the First and Second Republics, we have the Adegoke Adelabus, the Bosari Adelakuns, the Kingsley Mbadwes, the Sambakwes, the Abubakar Rimis, the Sabo Bakinzuos, the Aminu Kanos, the Abdelkader Balarabe Musas, the Bala Usmans. But now, the most colorful character is probably Nyesom Wike. Unfortunately, his coming to Abuja has robbed out of his theatrics. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the future of a great nation is not determined by the occurrence of a socio-economic challenge. The future of every nation rests on the intention, sincerity, and innovative ideas of its leaders and their commitment to implementing them. This is why President Bola Tinubu's 8-point agenda remains an oasis in a scorching sun. We cannot renew the hope of the nation unless we deliver on our promise to drive food security and eradicate poverty. We cannot foster economic growth and nurture job creation unless we facilitate access to capital, enhance national security, and optimize the business environment for our enterprises. We are going to uphold the rule of law and fight corruption to design the Nigeria of our dream. We can't achieve any of these unless each citizen remains a strategic partner in pursuit of our ultimate national interests. At 63, we recognize that what has sustained us and propelled us forward is our collective belief that overcoming the challenges we have inherited necessitates sacrifices, especially from us, the leaders. We are driven by the realization that these sacrifices are not for naught. They are investments in a brighter future, investments that will redeem the fortune of our great generation and guarantee the well-being of generations to come. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the present administration also recognizes that the sacrifices made by each Nigerian will never be in vain. Such solidarity with our economic revival strategy, from the bustling streets of Lagos to the serene landscape of Enugu.
All right, it goes on for a couple more minutes. I'm conscious of the time, but that's just the erudite Kashim Shettima. A lot to unpack there. I think we locked in with having Kashim Shettima as the vice president of that country. Say whatever it is that you like about Tinubu, you cannot query the credentials or the mental acuity of this guy. It's as sharp as nail. You know, it's as sharp as they come, as sharp as they come. So as sharp as they come. So now this next video is a nod to my Southeastern brothers. So this is a nod to my Southeastern brothers. Let's see what they make of this.
Hello viewers, super delighted being here today, and I'm with this fantastic guest. I've brought her here before, and based on popular demand, I've brought her back. Hello madam, how are you?
Hello sir, good afternoon sir.
How are you?
I'm fine, I'm very, very fine.
All right, so what's your name?
I'm Mrs. Idayat Wasiu.
Idayat Wasiu. So you are from where?
I'm from Oyo State.
Oyo State. Even which kind of question am I asking? What do you think this thing you have here? Allow me to zoom it very well. They need to see it. You are looking lovely.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank
but
you.
If when you're in school, somebody say you have tiger mask, how will you react?
That's none of my business.
That's none of your business.
I don't care to know.
I don't care to know.
Yes.
You are fine.
Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
Where did you grow up?
I grew up at Enugu now.
Enugu. You grew up at Enugu.
I'm a Chokunanu.
Okay. So you speak English, you speak Yoruba, you speak Igbo.
Yes.
Three powerful languages.
Yes.
All right. So Egbo Yoruba.
I'm a Yoruba dada now. Omo Yoruba ni mi now. Omo Odua gangan. Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
So ìbílẹ̀ báwo lẹ ṣe kọ́ èdè Yorùbá?
Èdè Yorùbá. Mo bédè Yorùbá ńlẹ̀ náà. Ọmọ Yorùbá ni mi náà. Mo bá yẹn ńlẹ̀ ni.
Ṣé ní Ọ̀yọ́ yẹn náà lẹ ti ń sọ?
Ní Enugu náà la ti ń sọ. Mo bá ńlẹ̀ ni.
So amụrụ gị n'Enugu?
Amụrụ m n'Enugu, yes, mana abụ m nwafọ Yoruba.
Okay. Ebe ahụ ka ị gụrụ akwụkwọ?
Ebe ahụ ka m gụrụ primary school, go secondary school.
Awesome. Ka ihe mere iji wee hapụ ala Igbo wee bee ebe a because na Lagos ka anyị nọ.
Ihe nji wee hapụ ala Igbo bụ na mpa anyị nwụrụ. So I relocate there from Enugu. We natazia Ibadan.
Okay.
So that's why I relocate.
Okay. O wa fi Igbo ka ị na-alụ?
Mba di m bụ onye ala.
Why?
Di m bụ onye ala. Onye bụ obi m na.
Okay. N'ezinụlọ unu. Ole ndị
Ada nne m anụgo onye Igbo. O sota ada anụgo onye Igbo. So mụ abụ onye nke ịtọ. So mụ wee decide zie ka nụ.
Ọ gị nwa decide ka mpa gị ọsọ.
Ọ ihe decide ese mba na ada akọ ụda akụkọ ahụ. Ada anụgo onye Igbo. O sota ada anụgo onye Igbo. Na onye nkịta ma nnukwu onye Igbo. Ya ma nnọ nke ahụ wee mee.
But ka anyị bịa na bekee. Igbo people did not like you when you were there.
They like me now, but my daddy did not
agree.
Yes.
Okay. Yes. So somebody like Nnamdi Okonkwo they came.
Chinedu Mahanchani.
Hey, Chinedu, they are liking you as you are like that.
Yes.
With the tribal mark. The thing was all through Gnobi. Because that Chinedu forever is like Chinedu.
Chinedu Mahanchani Okonkwo Moka from Okeke.
They want to modify Yoruba woman with your tribal mark. But I put Nandi Yoruba.
Ndị Igbo na-anabata ọbịa ọfụma, ndị Igbo enweghị nsogbu. Mana ndị Yoruba bịa asị na ndị Igbo na-ata anụ mmadụ. Ndị Igbo na-eme nka, ndị Igbo ada ata anụ mmadụ. Onwe ha anụ mmadụ, ọ bụ na ndị Igbo na-ata anụ mmadụ. Ha kara ịtaga anụ m since.
Okay, ebe ị nwere akara.
Onye ahụrụ m ga-ama na mbụ nwafọ Yoruba.
Ṣé gbọ́n ọ̀tọ̀ sẹ́sọ̀ ọ̀gẹ́dẹ́ sọ Yorùbá kọ́ gbọ́?
Mo ní tó bá jẹ́ pé àwọn Yíbò ń jẹrin èèyàn ní tó wọ́n bá ti jẹran mi tipẹ́tipẹ́. Torí sẹ́ bá ti rójú mi sọ wọ́n á ti mọ̀ pé eléyìí o ọmọ Yorùbá lélẹ́yìí. So nǹkan tó máa ṣó nìyẹn pé àwọn Yíbò pé wọn kì í jẹrin èèyàn. Tí wọ́n fẹ́ fẹ́ràn èèyàn ṣe jàre.
Okay, so story ni gbogbo
kò sọ̀rọ̀ nù yẹn story ni gbogbo yẹn.
So lọ́rọ̀ kan Igbo fẹ́ràn Yorùbá. Ṣé wọ́n tọ́jú nígbà tí wà ń bẹ̀?
Dáadáa ilé ibi tá à ń gbé ńgbà tá a wà ní Enugu State lè mọ̀ pé Yorùbá ni wá. Landlady wa báyìí tí anything bá ṣẹlẹ̀ báyìí ìyá yẹn ti máa dìde. Níbo ń bá o.
Adé ìpè.
Nwaanyị ahụ máa ń kwe.
Wọn ò ní gbà.
Nwaanyị ahụ enwe ikwe. Ma ndị ọzọ wọ́n dị sọ nwaanyị ahụ sef. Ọ sị gịnị? Mba ndị Igbo adịghị eme.
Okay, so a na-elekọta nwunye ha. Ndị
Igbo mana ka esi anụ nwaanyị na abịa na Naịjirịa niile Igbo kacha enete nwaanyị.
Ẹ̀sọ́ lédè Yorùbá kí n gbọ́. Ẹ̀sọ́ lédè Yorùbá kí n gbọ́.
Mo ní Igbo wọ́n mọ̀tọ̀ ju obìnrin ju gbogbo àwọn kìíní yòókù.
Ṣé Yorùbá ni ilé Yorùbá lẹ́wà?
Àwọn Yorùbá ni mí.
Ẹ̀dẹ̀ kọ́là.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni inú Yorùbá Haúsá àti Igbo Igbo ló tọ́jú ìyàwó jù.
Madam.
Òótọ́ ni mo sọ fún yín ọwọ́ ọ̀nù ni Yorùbá wà. Ṣé ẹ rí àwọn nǹkan kan wà pé tí Igbo lè ṣe?
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Igbo lè wẹ̀ fọ́mọ. Igbo lè lọ́jà lọ ra nǹkan ọbẹ̀ tí Yorùbá bá ṣe Yorùbá máa ní ẹ̀ lè ní ó ti lórí ọkọ ẹ̀.
Ìgbà náà ó ṣẹ̀fọ́ fún jẹ.
Ó ṣẹ̀fọ́ fún kò dẹ̀ sí olùrànlọ́wọ́ la jẹ́ fúnra wọn ìyàwó àtọkọ. Bẹ́ẹ̀ni olùrànlọ́wọ́ la jẹ́.
Okay, ṣé èrò fún àtọ́ pé when Igbo man is and his wife and children are working, the man will carry the child and carry back again.
Ìfẹ́ ló wà ń bẹ̀.
Ìfẹ́ is love.
Ọlọ́run ló pa láṣẹ olùrànlọ́wọ́ la jọjẹ́ fúnra wa. Ìyẹn ò ní mí ní rárá.
Báwo lọkùnrin máa ṣe máa gbé báàgì? Ìbáàgì ìyá máa gbọ́ mọ́. Kí ni ìyàwó á gbé?
Kí ni ìyàwó fúnra wa? olùrànlọ́wọ́ la jẹ́ fúnra wa ó lè ti rẹ̀ ìyàwó so kọ́kọ́ sì ní stamina so tọ́kọ́ bá help ìyàwó ẹ̀ kò sí nǹkan tó bad ń bẹ̀ náà kò sí nǹkan tó bad rárá kò sí nǹkan tó bad
ìyẹn tún lágbára o
kò sí nǹkan tó bad rárá wa Yorùbá bóyá mentality low ni mi mọ̀ nǹkan
mentality low mentality wa akàwé dáadáa jọ
akàwé bẹ̀tẹ̀ mọ̀ mi mọ̀ nǹkan tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ gangan mi mọ̀ nǹkan tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ gangan so nǹkan tí mo rí ń bẹ̀ nìyẹn.
okay that's eléyìí tún ṣe mí ń kàyéfì o so ẹ like oúnjẹ Igbo.
mo like oúnjẹ Igbo bàjẹ́.
you like Igbo food.
Igbo ọmọ bẹ̀ẹ́ tẹ̀jú Yorùbá lọ.
mọ̀dé kí ni gbogbo tó bá attack wa lé ní nàjẹ́ attack wa
àná bẹ́ẹ̀
ní sẹ́ẹ̀tì ẹ̀dẹ̀ attack wa.
ní ọbẹ̀
alọ́bẹ̀.
Igbo nọ́bẹ̀ ju Yorùbá lọ ya ọbẹ̀ wo la ní omi ọbẹ̀ àti ewédú àbí. ṣótán àbí ata àti tòmátò.
lẹ́nu yín.
bẹ́ẹ̀ ni.
wọ́n ti fún ní nǹkan jẹ.
àwọn fún mi ní nǹkan kan jẹ bàbá ẹ gbàgbé mi ṣáà sí nílùú wọn mọ́ báyìí. mi ṣáà sí nílẹ̀ Igbo.
ọbẹ̀ wọn náà wá ní.
Igbo.
which food olè.
ó fa akun. ó fọ onugbo. ó fẹ́ nsala. ó fẹ́ kàdé ńkó. ó fa achi.
kálẹ̀ ẹ̀dàgbà ńlẹ̀ Yorùbá ẹ máa mú àwọn ọbẹ̀ ta ní lóríṣiríṣi.
ndo gẹ́nẹ́ kedu ofe anyị nwere biko nchịkọdo ofe ndị Yoruba nwere ngwa gwa m.
I'm not a woman. This is I'm a woman. I will tell you the soup we have.
na happy ha biko happy ha na-akọ gaa biko happy ha na-akọ Igbo nwere ofe ọfụma ọfụma ndị Igbo na-akwụ aka esi ofe
ndị Yoruba kwanụ
ndị Yoruba adakwa onye Yoruba nwere ike ịchọ isi ofe kịta onye Yoruba nwere ike ịga anụ 5,000 mana onye Igbo ji isi ofe o tinye crayfish o tinye azụ ofe o tinye okporoko ịnụnụ test ofe gaa ma na akwọrọ aka wee si ofe ahụ.
Okay, yeah, I can somewhere motor any gbèsè yín wá any gbèsè yín wá.
Let's talk about
it's okay.
Test ofe.
Ṣé wọ́n fún yín ní nǹkan kan ni?
Wọ́n fún mi ní anything.
Ṣé wọ́n gbé.
Nǹkan tí mo rí ni mo sọ, wọ́n fún mi ní anything. Ṣé kí wọ́n fẹ́ fún mi?
Àwọn Yorùbá máa tá
kí ni o tó yìí.
Ṣé mo kí n tó máa ṣe olóyè
Igbo ni mo máa ń sè
àti gbọ́ ti tó.
Ọkọ mi gan ti like ẹ̀.
Ẹ ti fún ọkọ ilé ẹ̀fọ́ jẹ.
Ọkọ mi gan ti like ọbẹ̀ Igbo yẹn. Bó ṣe jẹ́ Yorùbá tó. So kí wàá lẹ wá ń work.
We are going to end the conversation here because the way you are supporting.
All right, so there you heard it. The Igbos make better husbands than the Yorubas. That is according to an Owala woman from Oyoala. Woman with tribal marks are telling you that.
I really love the video.
That woman who even knows say Yoruba get plenty soup. Even
come on.
What I'm supposed to be a Yoruba.
Come on.
Ọkọ ẹ máa lè jáde ilé ni o ní kí o mọ bẹ ó ní ọbẹ méjì. Sábà máa gbárù jẹjà rọrọ wọ ẹfọ àti ìdáyé
kọmọní
gbẹgìrì akílódé.
Ìgbà tó yẹ kí ibi tó gbé dàgbà nìyẹn tó nǹkan tó mọ̀ lọ́tọ̀.
Bóyá ló mọ ìṣápá.
Ẹ má dá lóhùn o.
But did this woman say anything wrong in this video?
No, she didn't say anything wrong.
No,
she did not.
Look, Ekene.
Sorry, Baba. I want to take your number from one man. I have free time now. Can I call you so we talk privately?
Are they almost 12 midnight here?
I know. Before you sleep, when I will just quick chop some settings or things up, so when we have time, we will now stretch on it. But I did fire up. I want you just talk a little bit. Yeah, I beg.
You should not have mentioned Benin. You should not have mentioned Benin. That this is the thing. We all know that.
Not Benin. No, just time I have now because I just talk to Baba a little bit because I find it difficult to talk to some people, but it's okay. Let me talk to Baba a little bit. Baba, I beg you for your time. I beg. I'll call you one man. Mama, please send me his number on WhatsApp now, please now.
All right. If Baba is okay for me to do that,
yeah, it's Baba, okay. I don't have a choice.
All right.
Please let me rest this night too. My old man body.
Yeah, gentlemen, you want to be old man. I see what you look like. You look like there's still at least a good 50, 100 years left in that body. But
30 years old.
Yes, gentlemen, let me shuffle myself out and hand over to Thomas. I did call you earlier, but I don't think you were at your computer. So in Job today, Thomas, Adande Koko not spoken yet. Madam Zita, we're still trying to get on board. So just shuffle it round. We're just talking now. I think it's just free flowing, but prepare yourself. He's wearing sunglasses, so that means he means business. General Thomas.
talk, I will let you know.
Yeah,
So,
Ajale Goko, can you please respond to this video? This
okay,
woman, this woman.
thank you, one man. I mean, come on. Let me say greetings to our listeners.
Ajale Goko, hold on. There's still a background noise somewhere.
Who is playing?
I think something. What is happening today?
Okay,
Ola, can you mute yourself? Ola, mute yourself, please.
Oh, stop.
Please,
Okay,
yeah.
stop. Okay.
Yeah, go on.
Yeah. Greetings to our listener. Click on the like button, share, and subscribe if you haven't done so. You see, who again?
Who again?
Who is that?
Dr. Simba. The Simba is muted. Yeah,
okay.
I've got to go on.
All right. So, Shetima video. Well, Shetima has a way of delivering his speech in a very unique way, and I think he delivered a very nice speech, and making reference to our great political leaders, in the past. The present one that he mentioned the most there is Wike. So it looked like this president and the vice president, I think they have a special love for Wike. Even the president in his recent speech said Wike is doing a very good job and he will support him to succeed. So, and we can hear what the vice president said about Wike too in that video. So, I believe they like the job that Wike is doing, and they are trying to encourage him by publicly supporting him or making good reference to, in respect of him. So let me leave that one because one man love.
One man, I know one man like Chetima. Can you oppose to Chetima presidency?
No. I can't oppose to his presidency. He's a very intelligent guy. Chetima is very intelligent, and he achieved a lot when he was governor too. He did a very good job. Just like the guy that he handed over to, the C0NMAN, who is even more. How do I describe him? He is more energetic than him. Do you believe that in 100 days in office for his second time, this guy built what do you call it? What do you call them? Is it hospital center or what do you call those local government centers?
Health centers.
Health centers across the state within 100 days, and it completed.
I want to cause some trouble if you finish.
So that guy built how do you call it? I've never seen that before in recent times. Health centers in many local government from the scratch, he completed them and equipped them within 100 days. 100 days in office. That was fantastic. So, and let me just forget about that one because one man love Shetima. I don't know why he brought that video.
No. I love him too. Don't let us leave it. I have one more question for you.
It doesn't mean that
for you.
It doesn't bring any message. Nothing important attached to it except talking about I don't know. But one might just want to show off that, oh, look at my man again. Look at the big grandma speaking. So let's leave that down. So what's your question?
No, my question is in the level of IQ, in the rate of 10,
Can you rate Peter Obi and Chetima at the rate of 10?
No, I don't. Yeah, I don't want to go there. Let Peter Obi alone. Leave Sophia alone.
Come on now. It's a question now.
No, I will not. I will not say anything until when they face to face.
Almost you like trouble.
And he's looking for trouble.
I said it earlier. I said I don't want to cause trouble. I said it earlier on.
Listen. I will listen. Kí ẹ má ronú sùn wọ́n ju kọ́bẹ̀ sí máa sọ oríṣiríṣi sọ sí agbárí èèyàn. Come at your lofa.
No. Peter Obi is a schoolboy to this guy. This guy is a brilliant.
I cannot say that. If both of them are on the same podium,
no. We can quantify them without them the same podium.
No, you are just playing to your own sentiments because you love him and you don't like Obi. That's why you are talking like that. So, but when both of them face to face and they are asking them questions, and that is when we can assess their IQ, whether who is better than the other. So, but for now, I'm not going to say anyone is better than the other. So let me leave that. Yes.
Thomas already said he wanted to cause wahala.
Because wahala.
Then he wants to use a jar head to knock.
Come and tafa for me. That one listen. So
you go do a gati na ileti brigadier Sani Abacha. EOC can mechanize the nation Ibadan.
Yeah, my friend, come on, come on, come on, lost to the story to love Bigelola. Just feel Thomas bad that for me to So but look
about the other lady, talking of we don't have soup, we don't have this.
Look, those two guys, I mean, the lady and that guy, I think we should be proud of them. I wish yes, I wish we can raise our children, we can have a system, educational system. Who is that now? Who is that? Prince Daddy, what's going on?
And you return it?
That's Prince Daddy.
No, Prince Daddy is even
Mute, Thomas.
Otti muted is like is the application that is doing yao this evening.
The problem is from Prince Daddy. I'm suspecting that.
Where's this place to put it?
You are muted. Let me kick him. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I put him in background now. There's no noise anymore.
So I think we should be proud of those two, that lady and that guy, that they can speak both Yoruba and Igbo language fluently. I wish we have educational system that can, teach our children right from from kindergarten, our indigenous languages, particularly the three most prominent languages, the Igbo, the Yoruba, and all our children can grow up to speak those three languages. That would have been a great advantage for all of us, for that country, and that will have bring unity among us, because any language that you can speak fluently, there's no way you will hate those people that speak that language. That you won't have any hatred or any dislike whatsoever to their culture and tradition.
You remember when we were growing up, anytime we speak Yoruba in school, they call it vernacular. They even charge us. So I remember that time, maybe Tutu Kobo or Tutu.
With you, General Thomas, with Ajali Koko. I
said when we were going up, I don't grow up with Ajali Koko now, of course. Yeah. So what can we tell those teachers that time that tell us Yoruba is a vernacular in our own land? What message do you have for them?
Is colonial mentality. You know, the way the colonial master brought up our fathers is like, you know, your language is secondary. Your language is inferior. Your religion is inferior. Your culture is inferior to the colonial masters' culture, tradition, and all the rest. So, and they brought that into the school system. That, oh, you can't speak in your local language, you can't speak Yoruba, you can't speak its vernacular. So,
but Baba Jaligoku, sorry for interjecting you.
Yes, sir.
When the primary school me I attended, though, the initial part of our education, primary one, they actually use Yoruba to teach us. It was when we got to secondary school, they started saying that we should not be speaking vernacular, that they be asking us to people one kobo.
Well, I think the situation.
But I didn't know the one that Thomas attended.
Okay, so the situation.
And it's sorry, and it now is even worse now than even that time that Thomas is referring to. Now, even parents on their own, in their various houses, they don't speak Yoruba, they don't speak native language to their children.
Simba, before I come up for Lagos, there is one school in Oregun, National Primary School. You know, me and my wife were laughing. You know the thing they were teaching them there? Olajude. Now this Fuji guy, what's the name of this guy? Oh, Said Oshupa. It's like nine. They teach them for that school. So the thing is, I think we miss it, to be honest. So maybe the like of Thomas attended all those powerful school, because like you said, Ajabi Bata na I will take no all those package. I want the appointment in locally. So that all those one Taiwan Kennedy, all those one we take no. So now only when we enter secondary school be vernacular thing, but for primary school, na Yoruba. Even take time before I even understand English, because I did school in Lagos. So even in my at any stage, I was even afraid to even speak English. Waiting now.
So I think we have to be proud of those that lady and that guy there. That, you know, they can speak both Igbo and Yoruba.
Probably the father of that lady was not actually learned, and so far that woman was born in that enclave, so automatically it's just like an Igbo man that was born in Lagos.
Yes, and we agree with you, but still, the parents were still able to teach her Yoruba language very well. She can speak.
That is why I said maybe probably they are not learned. Probably they are very learned. She will have understood Igbo and be speaking Yoruba jaga jaga.
Yeah, right. Yeah, right. Yeah, yes, that could be because they'll be showing off that, oh, let us be speaking English. They'll be speaking jaga jaga English at home, and the children will not be able to speak their own indigenous language. So, but look, I wish we have a system that can raise our children like that, to speak our local languages and be able to interact with each other well and grow up together with that mindset that, look, I am an Igbo man, even though by origin I'm a Yoruba man. For the fact that I can speak Igbo, I can interact.
Daniko, sorry for cutting you off. Why is other country embrace their own indigenous language? I saw Ronaldo speaking in his own language. He doesn't care about English. They translate for him. Every country, most country, they cherish their language. They don't depart from their language.
No, Rolando possibly might be speaking Spanish.
Yeah, yes.
No, it's a Portuguese. No, it's a Portuguese. He speaks Portuguese.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Ronaldo is a Portuguese. Oh, sorry. I thought you are talking of Messi. Sorry. So, but you know, I wish Ekene is here and he watched that video, and that will send message to Ekene. Hold on, let me land. I hope that video will send message to you that while you live in Lagos, you should raise your children to learn to speak Yoruba language very well, because it's an advantage. And you yourself should be able to learn Yoruba language. It's an advantage to you that you live in a foreign land, not actually a foreign land, but at least outside the Southwest. You should be able to speak the language where you reside, make money, have business. You should be able to speak their language very well. It doesn't mean that you are going to lose your own culture or tradition. You remember the last time I was fighting with you here when you said you are correcting your brother's son not to dobale, not to prostrate for people. That is not good. It is very bad. It is bad to raise children like that. It is good to let them know that, well, you see, in Igbo land, this is the way we do. But as you are doing it, when you see Yoruba man, you can do that for them. But in Igbo land, this is the way. You don't raise children to understand culture and not, and not turn them against the culture of where they were born. It is good for them to to know the culture.
Sorry, Ekene is very happy now that woman is saying good things about Igbo, and is promoting their culture. When he sees the other way, he was beating and castigating the young man.
Yes. So Ekene, look.
You can see yourself, Ekene.
You can see yourself.
Your double standard.
No, let me say this.
It's an advantage to them to speak
but
Yoruba
no,
language.
I'm not the one to teach them. I'm not against them speaking Yoruba. I'm not against them speaking Yoruba. I'm not the one to teach them that. I don't know how to speak. So, but I want to tell you that it's a problem, especially in our area. So I wish you people are here. Maybe if you go to our market, even the most meat sellers are Yoruba. Most of them are from Oyo State. Those ones that sell fish, meat, and all that. You will find it funny that they're even the ones speaking Igbo in our space, because they transact mostly with Igbos. If I go to buy meat now from a man selling meat in the market, probably I have a particular customer which is from Oyo State, Yoruba man. You'll be the one telling me, Kedu, I buy by the kind of Igbo he speaks himself. I'll be asking, where did you learn all these things you are speaking? I think the only thing we know might be maybe Kedu, but
he's using that language to sell his product now. He's using the language to sell. It's a business strategy.
Yes.
Yeah, but there is not only him, almost all of them, both the women.
Okay, so what do you now mean? What do you mean? What is your point?
So what it means that in that space, when we speak about differences in our country, that is why I laugh. You understand? Because when we come together among the common citizens, we enjoy ourselves. We enjoy ourselves. But the narrative out there is very different. I used to say it here. The narrative out there is very different from what we see on the ground.
You never show interest to learn Yoruba language. You don't show interest.
I didn't show interest. Yeah, that's me. I didn't show interest. But
Ekene is a tribalist. Don't mind him. He's a pretender.
No, it's not the issue of being tribalistic. It's not the issue of being tribalistic.
You that see somebody
like,
that
when you
started beating the
maybe if I was a child when I came to Yoruba, maybe I would have learned Yoruba. But you see, I've already mastered my space very well. The Igbo culture, I've already
There's no
mastered it.
time that you cannot
So
learn
before I came
anything.
to
That is
How long have you been
an
in Lagos?
excuse.
How long
Don't
have
mind him, Babajale Koko.
how long are you in Lagos? How long are you
It's
in
not
Lagos?
more than 15 years.
15.
Yeah.
And you
And
cannot
then
speak
you can't
Yoruba.
speak Yoruba.
You see that guy is an adherent
Wow.
tribalist. Adherent tribalist. When you are looking for a
Am I the one now?
tribalist, is number one.
Simba, am I the one now that is going to carry? You are giving me all the burden now. What did I do? What did I do? What did I do? Is it? Am I the scapegoat now?
No.
Yes,
You see.
You are the only one here.
How can you be in
Yoruba land for 15 years,
Yoruba land
and you are not in, and you didn't have any clue, any clue.
I mean, it is not good at all. It's not good. Ekana is not good. No. Let us look. And the same way, we are going to tell a Yoruba man like us who lives in Igbo land for 50 years and they can want to come to say, I cannot see you. I will say you are. I will even snap him. Say, what is wrong with you?
No, I can't even imagine myself if I cannot live in Igbo land even for 5 years. For 5 years, I will be interested because I know it's an advantage for me.
No,
you are trading in Lagos, in Yoruba enclave.
Igbo land for 6 months. I will come back home.
I will start learning immediately.
Little by little in Igbo. I might not be so fluent, but I'll be able to communicate in Igbo language.
Baba Jago, see what he even say. He said, if you see the Yorubas, they are even the ones speaking Igbo to us. They are the ones speaking Igbo to us. Look at the rubbish he's vomiting.
How am I going to learn?
Look at the rubbish he's vomiting.
How am I going to learn in that environment? I'm talking about the environment.
Continue. Which environment? So the others are learned. It's not the same environment that they learn.
No, I wish
I
think learning Yoruba.
It's not blaming Yorubas that they were speaking Igbo. This is why he cannot learn. It's because Yorubas are speaking Igbo to him. Can you imagine this thing?
My God.
Ekene, you don't enter Wala this night. We go give you well. So go back home. Go and start to learn Yoruba language.
You know what the funny thing? The guy that is interviewing the interviewer is actually an Igbo guy.
It's an Igbo guy.
But he was pretending to be Yoruba. Say, but he's an Igbo guy. He was promoting his culture, promoting Igbo. I like it too. You understand? I like what he's doing. He's promoting unity. And pretending to be a Yoruba man.
For me, I don't know what to say, but maybe I will just agree that it's because of interest. Maybe I'm not interested. That is, and I cannot deny
it. Because of the kind of person you are, that's why you are not interested. You don't lose. What will you lose to learn Yoruba?
No, but that doesn't. It's not that I will lose anything. It's not that I will lose anything. But for me,
he doesn't want to learn it at all. He doesn't want to. That's
so, but
he hates the language. That's the summary. He hates the language.
I didn't hate.
See, Baba, fi gbogbo ẹnu sọ̀rọ̀ jà kí ló dé? Look, Ekene.
Ekene, he don't run away.
Ó ti sá lọ.
Ó ti sá lọ. Ó ti lé lọ.
We lost Ekene.
Simba ló lè lọ. Simba ti fi gbogbo ẹnu sọ̀rọ̀ jù. Simba ló lè lọ. But yeah. But we have to tell him the fact. You know.
That's it now.
I mean, how can you live in a place for 15 years and you don't want to speak the language? You don't want to. Yes.
Let me even tell you, even me that not live in Igbo land, Anytime I have a contact with people, I always like to learn basic thing like how are you, where are you. No, you know,
Thomas,
get it curious to learn the
let me
language.
tell you
Yes.
something. Let me tell you this. When we were in school, they made it compulsory for us that we must do one Yoruba and one Nigerian language. Do you believe that all of us, we opted to ask, because we know that we can speak Yoruba, we opted to go for Hausa and Igbo. And they have to go and get Igbo and Yoruba and Hausa teacher for us. You understand? In my school, in my secondary school that time, we opted for Hausa and Igbo. In fact, me, I said I prefer Hausa, so it was Hausa that I did in the WAEC. None of us would go for Yoruba. Because we knew that we can speak Yoruba, it would be another advantage for me if I can speak another language.
Benny, that's right. So look, that guy in that video with that lady, that is not his first video. There was another video.
No, I watched several.
There was another one. Hold on. Let me say this. There was another video I watched that this guy went to Ibadan. There was one lady. He never been to Igbo land. It's an Ibadan lady. Inside market, that lady can speak Igbo language very friendly. And what happened? I think the neighbor to them they are Igbo. And you know, they interact, they speak Igbo, and then to show interest, and the Igbo woman started teaching her, and before you know it, she can see Igbo very, very friendly. And she never left Yoruba land. She never left Yoruba land to Igbo
Is it
land.
not the same people that can I give us example that even people that are selling food to them in the Alaba market, they learn the language.
It depends on the part, Timber. It depends on the part. Let me say this. Let me say this, Timber.
Speak Igbo in Ibadan. He never
Let me say this.
Let me say this. It's a Yoruba lady.
Ajali, you have just made a point.
Yes.
You see, for me, I want something that will always bring me closer or take me home all the time. It's not that I hate the language. It's just interest. I'm so much interested in that being where I come from. That's why I'm even planning on retiring home early, very early. Very early. Once I don't even want to stay, me personally, I don't want to stay very long in Lagos. It's something I don't want to go abroad. I want to be at home all the time. So this is how I make myself. This is how I want to be. So
what are you going to do if your children still want to stay in Lagos? You go force them to retire with you.
No, they can stay. They can stay. I don't have any problem with that. Yeah, all my struggle is to give them an enabling environment to survive. So once they can survive, I can do whatever I like. If I see that I've come to that position that they can survive.
But just
wherever
make sure they can speak Yoruba very well. It's very good.
No, that is not up to me now. Maybe they can learn that in school, but it's not up to me to teach them. I don't know how to speak, so I cannot teach them. I only teach them Igbo language. I make sure that I put Igbo in their mouth.
Sorry, you can answer this question or you may not answer. Are you married?
It might even be difficult to learn it in school because they even speak, not like back in the days where every Igbo child in Yoruba land will surely know how to speak Yoruba.
No, I think Baba, what is happening now is because of the way we are living now. Everybody is now in their own enclave. Nobody play outside the way we used to play outside that time. Everybody's within their own flat, no interaction, nothing. So it's a very difficult life.
Even what this election has brought to us, only that one. This fight between Yoruba
election come and gone, so that one not be problem. It has always been like that. It's always been like that when we play our tribal politics. But just like Ekene said, people ordinary people they can play during the time politics. Yoruba will say, Yoruba lama dibo fun. Igbo will say, we are voting for.
And after everybody,
but after everybody will come back together. So it's no problem.
You see, let me give you another instance. Like my neighbor speaks Hausa very well. He was born and brought up in Jos. He's an Igbo guy from Enugu State. His family is still in Jos. So, but the way they are tied to the Hausa culture, I'm not happy. As in, it's not that it's not good they're speaking. It's not bad at speaking Hausa but the thing makes them. They hardly come home. They hardly know their family members. All that and all that. So it's just that this guy was opportune to come to Lagos to hustle in Alaba. He's my neighbor. Even when he wanted to marry, he forced himself to marry an outside girl. I'm talking about an Igbo guy, a young youth. His mother insisted that it's not going to happen. That at least two of his brothers is already married to Hausa, so he should go down to East, look for his trace his lineage, and get an Igbo girl for her. That she cannot continue with this Hausa of a thing. You people marry.
So the battle why I will be from, can you imagine? I'm not why I will be from. You don't go marry another Igbo. You can see what we are saying. You see.
So even the guy, even this girl made it as a point, and that it was her father that prevented her from marrying an Igbo guy. That all her sisters is already married to Igbo. You didn't see when she said it. So it came to her turn. Igbo guys we are coming. Her father have to say no. At least one of them have to get a Yoruba guy as a husband. The same thing happened to this my neighbor. So he have to travel, and it was a very difficult task for him because he didn't know anywhere. He don't know where to start. It took him many years before he was able to get one Enugu girl that he's marrying today. And I thank God they are living very happily. But I love the cooperation.
What happened to the Hausa? What happened to the Hausa wife?
No, he never married her. He was pushing to marry her.
Okay, he was planning to marry her, and you.
Yes, he was planning.
You truncated the love.
So that is the issue. I've seen it and I know how it goes. But I love the cooperation because if you come in our community, that guy is the most related person to Hausa people living in our.
Let me tell you. You know why I think maybe because of lack of education. My own blood brother, the first born of my father, actually married a Igbo woman, Ada. And we didn't say anything wrong with it. And they married. The two of them are about 70 years now. So what is wrong in all those things? I didn't say anything wrong. The only thing I can say, let me tell you, the woman actually colonized my brother. We don't have access to my brother, but the family of the wife, they have access to him. That is the only thing I can see there.
And that is what most parents, even from Yoruba land and Igbo land, is avoiding. It's a fact.
We don't have access to my brother. But when you get to their house, you see the whole full complement of the wife family living with them.
If you come to any family now, especially in Igbo land, if you have 3 boys, if you come to the family, most of them we must have that strong argument. At least the first side must get a wife from Igbo land. Then those 2 guys, anywhere they want to marry, they don't care. It happens in our space, and I notice it so much. So in that regard, me, just the way I want to be close to my people. I don't want anything that will take me very far away from them, and I'm enjoying it. Any small thing, I travel to village. Any small thing, I travel to village.
Yeah. You don't have an excuse. You can't live in Yoruba land for 15 years. You can't speak Yoruba. You know.
Maybe I'll try to get some lamba, some few words.
That doesn't take away. That doesn't take you away from your land or from being who you are as an Igbo man.
One man, there is a way, there is, Angelico, there's a way you are attached to a culture. Like my in-law. I'm telling you about my in-law.
No, don't worry about that. You are already married.
No, let me finish. Let me, I want to use him as an example.
Yoruba woman, you are not.
I want to use him as an example.
Advantage for you. You can't take anything.
No, I want to use him as an example. A well-bred Igbo guy. It's not that his mother from this as an Igbo, but they were brought up in Lagos. But sometimes, if you are talking about maybe because they have a very big portion of land in the village. What happens is that they overstayed in Lagos, and all their uncles, all their relationships are selling off those when their father died. They couldn't even trace their lineage to go and check those land and all that. Their uncles were selling off everything. It was when, at a certain point, one of their uncle from their mother's side tell them, what are they doing? You stay in Lagos and allow your uncles to sell all your landed properties just because you are so attached to Yoruba culture. He began to force them. He forced, and that my uncle was
Yoruba culture, or they are enjoying Lagos.
Yeah, I'm telling you, this guy, as in the way he is. I'm not against him. It's not as if I'm against him, but I can tell you, every Yoruba in that area is more like a Yoruba than Igbo. So if you are telling him about anything in the East, he's not too much interested in it. He's much interested in those his friends that he keeps together.
Because he was born in Yoruba land, right?
Yeah, yes.
That's the reason.
So,
it's different from you. You are not born, you are not raised in Yoruba land. You just came to do business.
It can also happen. It happens to everyone. It happens to everyone. But at a point, you see, when he traveled to the village, he could see all his uncle. They have sold almost all their land. It was just the remaining one. He was just jumping there, going there. Thank God he married from my family, so my father was still alive. My father was the one that was able to help him a lot to go through all those stuff to recover some land, all that. But he couldn't recover all. Even at that, he's not even still doing the right thing. But almost all the land is gone. Almost all the land is gone. Some people sell their land, use it to build upstairs, buy cars. So if you ask them, they say, who be these ones? They know they come back home now. We should allow this land to wait. I'm telling you, I'm telling you about my space, and that is why when I saw that his son came for holiday in my house. When he did that, and it's not as if I hate the guy or the word, but I told him, man, you have to put out something.
It was an accumulated anger that you
the behavior of his father, the behavior of his father, how he's
accumulated anger.
The behavior of his father led me to speak to that guy in that manner, and they let him know that it's not that it's good to have your friends, Yoruba guys, but you need to think home. You need to think home. You need to go see your properties, all this and all that. I tell him, man, you are the first son. Don't behave this way. Don't do. It's not good to just forget your space and allow your uncles to take over everything. The man, it was just the man is just. When those things happen, that was when the man remember that he will build a house in the village. Because they almost taking his immediate father's compound. Go. They have divided it with fence, wanting to take that place alone. So he has to struggle, get some money, lay block in the remaining one, so that they will not take over everything. So you want to allow me now? That is strong. No, I'm not a liar.
No, I didn't say you're a liar. I said you're an outlier. Let me tell you, what you see in that guy, that is what you find in most people these days. Most people don't want to go back to their villages. Once they find succor in the cities or wherever they find themselves, they tend to forget themselves there, and that's where they are going to die. Even people that are living abroad, how many even forget about the security situation or the challenges that you have in Nigeria? How many people are ready to say, okay, I want to come back and retire at home? You don't find that one often again. Most people tend to anywhere they find suitable for them and they are comfortable, that's where they want to live. You are what I mean by outlier is that you are just one in 1,000 or 1 in 1 million kind of people that will behave the way you want to behave. How many people are in Lagos? How many people will you hear what you are saying from?
A lot of people behave that way. It's just that for me, I've already chosen a life to live personally. You see that my space, especially that my small hut in the village. I want to enjoy it till I leave this earth. I want to enjoy it.
But Kenneth, how do you feel? How do you feel watching that video?
No, I'm happy. I'm happy. I'm happy. At least the girl made me proud.
The girl,
I will not lie. The girl made me proud. The girl made me. I was shaking my head, man. Man, I was shaking my head.
See your bad lady.
I love it.
I love Igbo language like this.
You know, the way you were asking, the way she was posting.
God bless Igbo land, though. Hey, see your bad.
It's not the way she's even speaking Igbo self. He was even telling the guy, man, la pifa. Put that thing, la pifa. Nah. She was not even speaking like a Yoruba girl. The way she's blowing the Igbo.
It speak that Igbo slang well.
Yes, you will miss it with some slangs that is so sweet. Igbo slangs and all that.
So you are happy, but you cannot reciprocate the same for your
you have to go and learn until when you
no,
come
but see what happened. See what happened there that I want to let you learn.
We want to be happy. Hold on, we want to be happy with speaking Yoruba language as well. So go and start to learn Yoruba from today.
If you're not happy that I can speak, if I'm not happy that I can speak Yoruba, at least you should be happy that at least you have my uncle, who is attached to many Yorubas, and nobody is fighting him. We are the only fight we are having against him now.
You are fighting.
I'm not fighting him. I'm not fighting him. How can I fight him? I'm not fighting him. So the only problem we are having is just for him to make sure that he travels to make sure that he recovers some land in the village.
You redirect the boy, the son, make you know they practice Yoruba culture. I don't want that.
There is a difference between culture and language.
That really hurt me when I hear say you they tell the boy not the double that's not good for children.
You know what I feel. You know what I feel. You know what I feel like that.
You don't know the way I feel. I see that boy as one of my sons too, because he was born in Yoruba land. Because
you know how I feel about it. You are
trying to confuse that boy to start hating Yoruba culture. That's no good now. That's what you did. If you don't know, that's what you did. You started putting hate in his heart. You started, redirecting him to not to like Yoruba culture and tradition. That is not good. Where he grew up, where he have friends, and where he go to stay for long. You think that boy go come stay for Igbo land? It will never. It will never come there. It would never like to stay there because he will be more comfortable in Yoruba land because that is where he was born. And
where is friends? Does he have a friend in Igbo land?
Which friend he get in Igbo land? So it's difficult where children. It's just like our own children here say, our own children want to go and do anything in Nigeria for where. Anyway, they can still do later in life. They can still go and do something, but it's not gonna. This is their home. They are more comfortable here than in Nigeria. They can go and do business or have friends or go for holiday and stuff like that.
No, they can come now. If you remember the fashion news,
Yeah.
If you remember the fashion, they never live in Nigeria.
Yeah.
But lately, they find something to come and offer to their country.
Yeah.
And so they can come in that capacity. Not really, they can even have property in Nigeria, but not really to come and stay permanently.
You know, the fashioners during their own time, Nigeria was still a very good place, even more comfortable than London back then. By the time the
But even that time, let me tell you, at that time they were still young. They were still young that time because they were still playing football. Him and John and the Justin. But it was later on, even it was during this democracy, I think during Obasanjo regime, that Fashion himself came and started doing something with Nigerian Football Association.
So when his brother came, Justin.
You know, the Justin had a mental issue. He actually committed suicide.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyway. And their father has returned home. Their father was living in Nigeria, so that attracted them to come back home too and live in Ibadan. And and actually life was better in Nigeria than even the London back then, because cost of living, our currency was very strong. You can get things very cheap, and houses was not, life was not as difficult as it is today in Nigeria back then. So a lot of things that, but right now, where there's no constant electricity compared to where you have constant electricity, where there is no good road compared to where you live that have good road, where there is no pipe-borne water compared to where you have pipe-borne water, you will have a rethink now before you say you want to go and live in Nigeria. So that is just the situation now. That's the problem for our own children now. If everything run well in Nigeria, look, Nigeria will a lot of us back would have even returned home and stuff like that, and our children would like to go and live there as well. But when you don't have the basic amenities, what we are calling basic, that should not be absent at all, that should be there all the time. The basic, it's not easy to come by in Nigeria. You have to spend a lot of money to get those things that should be basic. That's the problem. Maybe they will get it right. Let's just. Ekene has gone.
So let us be hopeful that things will get better.
Ekene ti salo, eti lelo, eti konko.
Thomas go di sere lo.
Olanko.
Okay, Viva Adeye.
Okay. Ìwọ náà sọ sọ̀rọ̀ yìí náà ẹlá. Kí ló ń ṣẹlẹ̀?
Èwo ń bẹ̀ o, èwo ni kí n sọ sí o.
The Yoruba culture and C0NMAN. Sọ̀rọ̀ sókè kágbọ́ ẹ.
No, I really like that lady and that man interaction, to be honest. You see, one thing I've known is this: if we were born, if any of us, if we were born in the north, we won't be different from a regular Hausa man or Fulani man, or let me just say the northerner. So it's by natural selection that we're born where we are. But the way we behave in Nigeria is that, because I cannot lie to you, if we all agree to be one, that's okay, no problem. But when we are preaching to be one, and some people are trying to see themselves as superior, or as not trying to be one, or they are trying to impose their own on us, that is where everybody becomes defensive. Because no matter how you like it, I'm not ashamed to say it. You understand? The only reason I will not say it is that if you now make the thing criminal, I will associate with my Yoruba no matter what. If I was born as an Igbo man, definitely I would behave like an Igbo man, because that is what I know. So I have to protect my own cultural value no matter what. So I like what they say. Like that woman now, they say, oh, Yoruba has no soup. She may be saying the truth, because that's what she understands. But people like us that we live in a village, that even not only live, one thing is for to live in the village. Nothing is for you to be someone that used to go to farm. So people like us that used to go to farm, that we've experienced different soup, like there's one that you find inside cocoa vegetable, we call it rodowo. It's inside cocoa plantation, you find that in the kitty. Then we have a water leaf in the kitty, we call it alagbaku. Then we have water lily, the one that normally wrap around the tree. That's type of a vegetable too. Then we have what we call a faro jeja. Then we have a fast amunututu, that's the water leaf, the one that wrap around this thing. Then there's one
usually they plant that one around the bedroom and all those things those days.
Exactly. There's one they call efiri. Efiri are of two types. There are some that with small leaf, and the one with a big leaf. Those are types.
Exactly. Yeah.
I'll mention 7 now. Then we have a ira soup that you use ebora. That one is more of like when you have whitey stuff on your tongue, you want to clear it. That is exactly what you are going to use. Then we use cassava to cook soup. Then we use cocoyam stem. We call it oturun cocoa. I've mentioned and I'm still not
the immature leaf of the cocoyam.
Exactly. And I'm a man, I'm not a woman. Though. Then we see we have shapao, we have
yes now.
You understand? So
no, you have popular.
We have egusi. Egusi is another soup on its own entirely. You understand? I've mentioned begiri, right? The locust bean. I used locust before. So you will see that the way I mention all these things, I know the ingredients. It's not as if I'm just conjuring or whatever. So if she's really a Yoruba woman, doesn't understand, that means that you understand.
Look at what we can do with beans alone. We can eat it, we can cook it and eat it. We can convert it to moi. Then we can use it for gbegiri.
Exactly. Because as I stay here now,
you use agbado, you use maize, you can cook maize, you can mix it with beans, you can cook it alone, you can make even this thing that the Ghanaians eat,
we call it the one you fry with palm oil, and then you can still use that thing to do what we call kokoro. Kokoro is that when you grind it, instead of you using the normal flour, the normal Igbo flour, the wheat flour, you use that one to do kokoro. So when we talk of this thing, you understand? It's only when I got to Lagos again, even though I was born in Lagos but raised in Ekiti, when we got to Lagos again, it's when you now eat rice every day. See, no reason for us to eat rice more than once in a week. Sometimes no reason for us to eat the common beans. I think the common beans is what you call the cowpea. No, what's the name of these common beans? I can't even remember. But I know that we used to have like about 6 to 7 variety of legumes. You understand? That used to have
there is one they call
because those ones are similar. You have what we call pigeon pea, ferigede. You have pakala, you have kokondo. You understand? You have all those variety of food. You understand? Because we've actually lost our productivities. I know most people will not know that. Even in the yam alone, you have water yam. There's a one we call it takuta. That takuta is the
yellow yam.
Yellow yam. We call it ogogo.
Yes. The water yam. There's water yam also.
Exactly. We have efuru. Esuru is there too.
Esuru is the bitter. Yes, now.
You understand? We have bitter leaf. You understand? Ewura, yeah, that's what I
Babajale Koko, those people living in Lagos, they cannot do all this one. You know, Babajale Koko
I
cannot
don't
even.
know a lot of what you are saying, Osimba.
your Yoruba, your Yoruba will betray you where you grow up. Now, I say we grew up in village. Yeah, you can't contest that. So the thing is, it's what you know, you know. What you don't know, you don't know. You know, okay. For example, now the type of tree that some of us will climb now. How many people in Lagos will climb?
Ola, that means we have the real Yoruba and we have Yoruba.
You know, you have the so-called elite Yoruba.
We have some people that can speak Yoruba, but in the recent they are not Yoruba. It's one thing is for you to be able to speak Yoruba and not real Yoruba. And how do you differentiate? When we start making analogy and we start making proverb in Yoruba now, some people will get lost. You see why I was telling what is the other time when he was saying by this, I can tell you that Yoruba language is always descriptive. If you are a Yoruba person and you do not know that.
No, what Oba means Oba Balori Bumbum.
Exactly. Oba is Oba. So, but when someone from Benin is telling us that, oh, Yoruba borrow that, I say, where did you get your history? Who told you that history? So I will not accept that because I'm a Yoruba man. You will see your name. Okay, Remy now. Remy is descriptive, descriptive in name. You understand? Even Ajale Koko that even decided to adopt himself. Ajale Koko that even decided.
Ajale Koko is like a statement, not even the word.
Exactly.
It's like a statement.
Like when you are trying to do something metaphorical or something impossibility.
Yes, it's like an adage. Ajale Koko.
Exactly. When you are earning Oladele, you will see now. You see everything Yoruba is descriptive. So when you mention name that is not descriptive, you will know that it's not Yoruba. For example, now when you say Alafia now, for example, you know it's not Yoruba because if Yoruba want to, the word Alafia in Yoruba is Ilera. Alafia is a borrowed language. It's not
a borrowed language. Yes.
So
even Albarika is a borrowed language.
Albarika is a borrowed language because how do you define it in Yoruba? That's what sometimes we call it Afetiya, Alafia, Albarika. Those are Afetiya. You understand? In Yoruba too, we have Afojuya. You understand? So in Yoruba, you go say Afeyiferegipe. You will understand Yoruba if you are a core Yoruba person. You will understand it. That's why it's unfortunate that we are losing our language. There was a day I was singing this Ogundepo, Alabi Ogundepo song. You know, someone older than me, this person older than me because he grew up in Eko, and those people will be telling you that they be Yoruba, say I don't be Yoruba. As I was even making that on a day like this, because we call it on a day when you be doing some rhyming or whatever, the guy just switched his phone. I said, what happened? He said I was making a quotation, and I said, like, seriously? And you are supposed to be an elderly person to be in Yoruba language. You understand? I started, I started explaining to him that, okay, look, this Yoruba language that we've lost, you don't really understand the benefit because now, even Thomas is saying now, Remy is saying now, there's a way I can speak Yoruba that the two of them will never understand.
And no, that means you want to speak your own dialect. If you
no, not dialect, no dialect. You know what Yoruba call Eno? You know what Yoruba call Eno?
I know Eno now. Yoruba ni me.
Simba, even Eno is too much. When I start using the Nigeria and Yoruba profile to make this. Okay, Adewale was going to say something here 3 days ago. He said Yoruba. You see how the mother Yoruba, okay?
Simba, Thomas ò mọ nǹkan tó ń jẹ́ ẹ̀nà, Fúlàní ni Thomas.
Ajale Koko, mo lè sọ ẹ̀nà fluently. I speak ẹ̀nà fluently.
Simba sọ pé Fúlàní ni ẹ ò mẹ́nà.
I speak ẹ̀nà fluently.
Thomas, can you tell me the meaning of this thing fully? Pé ara wájú òrò rí ẹ bọ́ra. Èrò ẹ̀yin wá sọ pé òun ló fẹ́ rí ṣùkú. Ìṣùkú dẹ̀ rí olórí dẹ̀ǹdẹ̀ òun ni àgbà ẹ bọ́ra. Can you even link that thing in a real contextual meaning and tell me? You understand? The one Adewale was misinterpreting, say, they say, ó jọ gàtẹ́ kò jọ gàtẹ́ eégún àtiró wọlé èèyàn àtiró jáde. Look at the way Adéwálé was saying, ó jọ gàtẹ́ kò jọ gàtẹ́ ó tẹ ó
Yorùbá ni mí. Ọmọ Yorùbá ni mí.
And so the thing is, there's nothing like your language, you. Me that I'm talking now, there are some way that some people that are even far deeper. Because me, all this one I'm saying, maybe I'm talking like someone that just understand 100 one out of 500. I'm still able to.
Yeah, you are even better than most of us. You can see that you are even better than most of us.
You understand?
Remi ò gbọ́ kankan. Àwọn òyìnbó Èkó ló máa sọ ń tiẹ̀. Àwọn Yorùbá Èkó ló máa sọ.
Simba ló mọ gbogbo everybody.
Simba lè fún yàn
Internet Yorùbá Yorùbá
ó ti gbádé fọlá pé
internet Yorùbá ni Rẹ̀mí internet Yorùbá.
Mo gbádé fọlá o.
You see every Yorùbá proverb has history. Look at this history now. Wọ́n ní àyàn fò sókè ó ní àdára lẹ́wà, èèrà fò sókè ó ní àdára lóbìnrin, ọ̀pọ̀lọ́dé ó ní àbára kùrùkùrù. Now, if you tell that one a Yoruba person now, I can challenge.
You're just comparing all this animal with.
And they mean to tell me the meaning of that thing that is statement I just.
Oh yeah, Olatuma in English now.
I don't want to English because I'm not an Englishman.
Yoruba. Let it interpret it in English.
Okay, look at this one now. I say something funny now. You will be funny that you won't even be able to. Okay, one atoto oni baba rere parakoyi oni baba Mogana. You understand? Even Mogana is not Yoruba, but Yoruba still find a way because that thing.
Mogana is Hausa now. Mogana is Hausa.
Understand? So atoto oni baba rere parakoyi baba Mogana. He said, if they want now, many people have lost there. You understand? When you say invention, the father of necessity, right? You understand? Then they say absurdity. Myself, I don't forget that thing how to interpret it in English. But absurdity, the father of secrecy. Look at now, two people are now communicating now. You understand? And they use that kind of word. How will you even know that that's what they are saying? That's how deep Yoruba can be. How deep a language can be. The way I'm speaking general Yoruba, I can speak Yoruba from now for the next 30 minutes. And you will not even understand what I'm saying. It will just be like someone that switch off when I say I was making incantation. So we should find a way to make sure we preserve this culture. I'm not happy the way we are losing it. We are losing this thing seriously. You understand? I know this Yoruba now. Funny enough, I know that Remy and Thomas will know.
Why don't you call one man's name? One man cannot understand Yoruba like
that. One man is even worse. One man that cannot even pronounce Yoruba name.
When Yoruba will say, you understand? I know you will know all those ones. All those ones are supposed to be simple, but yet, as simple as it is, some people they've lost the touch of that. So, to me, I'm a proud Yoruba, and I'm proud that I made A1 in Yoruba too, even though I was already because I know so many Yoruba people they made everything. I made my A1 in Yoruba, and I'm proud of it. So even there was a time I even faced so many courses, but Yoruba, I didn't face Yoruba because that's my language. even though I was struggling with English, but not Yoruba. Yoruba is I love my Yoruba, honestly. If you say we should be writing in Yoruba today, all this physics, all this chemistry, you say let us be writing in my own language. I will participate. Baba, I will participate. We are going to find name for all those stuff. I was not paying now Fefe.
Get it right.
When they say color, our Fefe, what is our Fefe in Yoruba? And when you say our Fefe, what is the color? Yellow color. So
yellow now Fefe.
You are here for lecture today, Remy.
is so. You understand? Like, look at that one Mama was telling us now. When people say Orisha, 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 people used to think that Orisha himself is God. But when they say, when Mama in Yoruba say Orisha, simply mean Orisha. Orisha. And so even in Yoruba something, you know, when they say Irumole, you know, there are two versions to it, but I believe the other version may be the other one. Okay? They will say Irumole. Some people will say Iru Tomoile, which I don't believe, which I don't agree with that one. But when they say Iru simply means that like thousands. You understand? You know, they will say Irumole. You understand? So it's, man, Yoruba is sweet, to be honest. It's very sweet and you will enjoy it. That's why you see me around there listening to the like of Benga Deboye, Orlando Owo, Ogundepo. You will see me listening to this what's in there? Odolaye Aremu, Túbọ̀sún Ọládàpọ̀, this man Akewi tó wà níbàdàn yìí, Ọlárẹ̀wájú Adépọ̀. So you will see me listen to those people. Even all those Sunny you see. Sunny small, they give you some call Yoruba. You understand? Even I know say in Egbon, Orlando will be in Egbon, if they give us more. So I will listen to all those baristas, the way they will just put some kind of proverb into things. Man, Baba, Yoruba don't go. Bodeka Yoruba gun. All those gbogbo àwọn àgbàlagbà kan, Igbo Olódùmarè, Ògbójọdẹ. As a matter of fact, you will find all those in my library. I'm not joking. So I can even buy all those books for anybody that need them, so that for them to go and read, to encourage them to learn Yoruba. Honestly. And I'm sure that those people that can speak Igbo too will enjoy Igbo more than English. All this one will be talking of market.
Generally, I think Ekene is going after the red cap, okay? And if you are going towards the shift anti-title, they have more, because I serve in Enugu State also, so they have more that you should be pure Igbo. I think that is what he's trying to do. When you look at it in the modern world, tribalistic, but he's probably preparing himself. You can see that he sees himself as a Igbo guy, still thinking no matter what happens, he's going to go back to his village and probably take a shift title or whatever. Who knows? He's that kind of people, man.
Remy, you see what we call tribalism sometimes is unfortunate. That is where we find ourselves. I understand it. See, if we both talk of tribalism or whatever, I understand that. But our own is totally different. Because Oyinbo now, over time, they've managed to integrate, but we are when you see where they're from, the whole country, you see those people that are like a homogeneous people that that from a country. Yeah. But look at like this thing now. When I was telling someone here the other time that Ekiti is totally different from Yoruba. Ekiti is like a nation. Yeah, we are family. We are similar. We understand that.
But we have this like a kingdom, even up to Kwara State.
You understand? We were never under Alaafin Oyo. We were never under your kingdom. But it is when we needed to work together. That is when we became Yoruba. Because Ekiti and Ibadan, the type of war we faced that time, when you say Ekiti Parapo, because your warrior through Ibadan wanted to dominate Ekiti, you know, when they say Ekiti Alagidi, you understand? That war went for.
No, actually, they govern you. The Ibadan people govern the Ekiti.
No, they never got that govern on us. They wanted to. They never. They wanted to. They never.
I thought they did until one. What's the name of one kind rascal boy that went to kill the one Bale or one representative of Oyo in one Ekiti land until when he was killed, and that was what sparked the war of Ekiti Parapo, or what do they call it?
I think whosoever wrote that thing should be from the old or your empire. It's not because Ekiti, when you want to trace our this thing, we were even more under Ife Kingdom. If there's anything to discuss, even like someone said that we were even closer
to Ife,
more to Benin than even to Oyo, because we were not. Ekiti and all those of your empire. We know they. Because if anybody say, let that person tell me where Alaafin they collect Ishakole for Ekiti. Go to tell me that particular time. It never happened. It never, to the best of my knowledge, I could be wrong, but to the best of my knowledge, but I understand it never happened. Because we can refer to Alake, you know, when Oluwe to prepare Oluwo to that when he said when the Paroko Ranche Soba say comes upon Shabaje, that thing actually infuriated the Alaafin, that they were almost demanding for his head. No, he said, no, I didn't say Shabaje. He quickly denied that. So that kind of thing never happened in Ekiti, to the best of my knowledge, because how do I know? Even my village too, they were part of they were worried too. So not so, and I did, and my grandpa, my father, and all those in the family, when we even went for family history, all those stuff, I never heard from anybody that the Oyo Empire, Ibadan, governed Ekiti. That I could be wrong, but then I should I say I still managed to see all those costume, war costume that time. But one thing I don't understand about this costume, even I came from that family, as they were bringing all those costumes, you know how my head just is sweat. I see something they enter my head. So when people just don't look at the power that they command in those days, you know, I can't just. And the time I was speaking, I was attending fellowship. Serious Christians, they pray, but my head just the sweat as they bring that thing out, you know. So we've really lost our we've lost our things. I don't know.
I have them.
And we don't
Only two. Why?
we don't recognize our own thing. So we appreciate.
Okay, you know what? I've seen. So I want to know. I've seen some of them.
I don't know if you want
Okay.
anything. You're now Lollywood with the watch show. Tell me if you have the history that mentioned that Ekiti was under Ibadan. I will be honestly, I will be grateful. I will appreciate it. I don't mind. I like reading very well. So if you can just tell me when Ekiti was under Ibadan, why not? It's at least it's going to make me to be more informed. But I can only speak to where my to the level of my knowledge. So please, if you can make reference and let me know the book, I don't mind. I will read it. Remy Koka. Or you two don't run away because you don't think say I don't they make incantation, Abby.
No, I did not run away. I admitted that my Yoruba is not all that pure like that, but
maybe you are even older than me, sir, and you are but because the thing is this, if anybody that is older than me,
I don't think I'm older than you, but the point is this, that my Yoruba from my secondary school days is not as good, because you guys have pointed out in the direction that, you know, speak Yoruba, do not speak vernacular. So practically I'm just average in Yoruba, because I find it very difficult to put all those mark on top of my wall when I write in Yoruba. So sometimes I don't understand it very well. Probably it will be my Yoruba teacher in the secondary school. I don't know why, but whatever, I still speak Yoruba, and I also employ my children to speak Yoruba. But their Yoruba, you know, mine is not all that good, but their Yoruba is okay. At least they can communicate, and I like that the Yoruba culture is being promoted all over the world. You can see that even in America. I saw a video online where they asked a lot of people from Nigeria, and they were proudly Yoruba, and they were even telling their name in Yoruba. They were talking about what they like in Yoruba land. And they talk about food, about the culture, about the party, and everything like that. And unfortunately for Yoruba people, I think we also have our culture across Latin America, when you go to Brazil, Cuba, and the rest. and those ones still want to relate with Yoruba in terms of religion.
In fact, they are relating with it better than with the original distance.
So, and what also help Yoruba is also because of entertainment. Those our musicians also sing in Yoruba language. People love the language. I had an Ugandan friend who happens to be in America now. She knows a lot about Yoruba musician and Yoruba language and culture. She even asked me that, can I teach her? I said, forget it. I cannot teach you very well because my Yoruba is also not good. So she's in America now. No, mo ń ṣe Yoruba.
Remy, can you just give me a minute to address you are there because they are
please
teaching
go ahead.
something.
Go ahead.
I dare you and I think you were correct. You were correct that about that Samuel Johnson that you said I should read. Yeah, you are correct. But the fact I want to know is this: they didn't capture Ekiti as the entire nation of Ekiti. They were capturing some, not because that's why I said I'm not sure. Yeah, you are very correct about that.
You know, I was mentioning it earlier, Ola.
Yeah, Baba, you mentioned
not the entire of Ekiti land, but some part of it were under Ibadan, and exactly. one of the maybe the Bale was killed by one rascal boy, one Ekiti rascal boy like that.
Fabumi of Okemesi. So I know.
So and after that they asked them, hey, you guys got to produce.
Sherry, the people from that side of Ekiti, Okemesi and F1 they are very stubborn than an average Ekiti man.
So that guy run away.
And those are the only two towns in Ekiti that does not have Ekiti.
Which one?
So
F1
and Okemesi.
You know one funny thing is this. You know, Akure will tell you that Akure will tell you that they are not Ekiti. I still don't know why it is tomorrow, because how can someone be speaking Ekiti, the language that's very close to Ekiti, and they will be telling you, I'll be telling you that they are not Ekiti. Have you listened to Akure Ogulu before? And
when I was living in Akure, I don't understand their dialect.
But they are speaking like
I can't understand it at all. And the funny thing about Ondo State is that there is no two towns in Ondo State that speak the same dialect.
No, that's one funny thing. You know one thing is this: Owo, Ondo, go to area of Ilaje and Idori and go. They understand one another. Even a person like me now, if I don't use my sense, I won't even understand anything at all from what they are saying. No, I'm not that I understand what Itari people will say or Ilaje will say, but you know, when they are talking small, I go understand, pick something. Now, and those people are supposed to be Yoruba, right? And are supposed to be Yoruba. That's how complex Yoruba can be. But then that of Akure that is speaking something similar, you know, Ekiti, Ijesha, they are family. I mean, when you say Ijesha, Nini, all those kind of things, what's the difference between Ijesha and Ekiti language?
Yes, yeah, right. Yeah, they are
so, the difference is the boundary at Okemesi.
And even Ile-Ife.
Can you understand very well when they speak their own dialect in Ondo compared to it? I think there's a little difference, right?
You see, the only reason I understand, in fact, not a little different. The difference is like it's like Air and Milky Way Galaxy.
Wow. Because I thought they are not. You understand?
Because when they speak, it just because we've mixed up naturally. Naturally, as a Yoruba person, if you didn't live in Ekiti and you go to, but maybe because they are speaking Ekiti to you, if you go there, you can understand all the Ekiti dialect. But once you cross to Ondo area, how you want to understand? You understand how you want to understand, because what they are saying.
But Ola, I don't speak Ekiti, but I understand.
You
If they
understand?
speak,
No, of
Because
course.
your mother is from there.
my mother, yes, my mother is from there. I can't speak it, but I understand when they are talking. So I always reply
I'd like
in
to
pure
just speak
Yoruba.
2 or 3 sentences to
I
you now. Let's see whether
yeah,
you really understand.
yeah, of
All
course. Why not? Yeah, make a sentence.
No, if this one is not my area language, but it's another
Yeah,
Ekiti.
my mom is from
Okay.
Mr. Ekiti. We are
Hear
from
this one.
Emure.
Okay. Papa you fere fekede fun.
You
You
want
understand?
to know
Fekede fun moto kechiche. You understand? Oh, roju olorun lokere bo se burududu rororo. Can you understand that? And that's part of Ekiti, but it's
No,
not my
hold
own.
on. Let Thomas translate because we didn't get
If you understand, you know if you understand that.
That is he's speaking Baluba, Ula Balu, speaking Tinubu'S language. That is
You
Tinubu'S
understand? Me,
language.
self, I don't even speak the language very well. When you go to all those Mobile area, you understand? Where Osun area, you understand? When they speak, even way deep for Ekiti, you understand? You go take your sense to understand, and that's the part of Ekiti. It's just like when Orlando speaks sometimes. Orlando will have used his language sometimes. We will not know. You understand? Orlando will see. Okay, there's one song that Orlando sees sang tomorrow. I'm one of the 5. In fact, when you talk of Orlando, if you see Orlando there alive now, I come to where I live today, I must attend the show. But tomorrow, there are some things.
Mama Bamija o, pe mo ṣe Sarigbo.
Ẹ̀gbọ́n mo ṣe understand yẹn. Okay. Emma will
relate Mama Bamija o, pe mo ṣe Sarigbo.
Okay, ẹ máa gbọ́ wọn àlejò
ẹ̀gbọ́n mi lòkùpà lóde o, gidi máa dé o.
I don't know what that man said there. Àlejò káwáyé.
Èdè ọ̀wọ̀ nìyẹn.
Exactly. I don't even know what that man spoke there, and we are supposed to be Yoruba, right? So that is there's one now. There's one too.
But the beauty of it is that even with that dialect, every people still understand the way Yoruba that everybody speak.
Yes, at least when you understand Yoruba, you'll be able to go along with you. Use sense to say, okay, this is what. Because, like I said, I didn't understand.
Even Ife that we claim is our source. If you hear the dialect of Ife, you will find it difficult to understand it.
You can't understand it when they really speaking that dialect. You can't. It's just like Owo. When the Owo people are speaking, you can't understand what they are saying. You know, but the beauty, but you know the beauty of it is that
I don't even know what he's saying there. All those things I've seen are rubbish because I didn't hear. But all those things are rubbish.
But
the
good thing, the good aspect of it is that look, all of them in Ifel, in Kitio, when we speak this Yoruba or your Yoruba, everybody understand.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. Baba.
Everybody understand that or your this thing, but we can't understand their own. That's the most advantageous aspect of it, that at least all of us can understand that common Yoruba language. Everybody understand it. You go to Ijebu can understand it. Egba, Egbado, everywhere.
But I'm not happy with it, Baba. You know why? My own, everybody can understand my own. You understand? And they cannot understand their own. Me, if I speak now, the thing pains me. Because sometimes they will speak their language to hide things from you. That dialect.
No,
one thing, if Ijebu speak sometimes I know they understand everything. No, all this thing show former Milonyu, show Bono, show Lucky. You know, you just use idea to understand, because when Ijebu speak to be honest, there are something they speak I don't understand. I still understand it, but Ijebu, when they speak it calm, sometimes I have to be attentive to understand what Ijebu they talk. Call in progress. Who is So I just love Yoruba. Not Yoruba only. I love our diversity. But the thing I don't like is that we are not protecting our diversity, and it is unfortunate. Because let's assume that one external person come. I mean, maybe we have we have issue with all these foreign intruders now. I want to communicate among ourselves. You understand? Those are supposed to be our even strength to even be able to communicate. Like I will give you an example. This one is a very common Yoruba. A lady was transiting in London. You know, all those the buses. So you know, our son was looking at someone that was sitting. So maybe that guy wanted to give him food. You know what that lady said? You understand? That boy just understood the mama and just behaved himself. You understand? So in that situation now, if now Igbo, how will you communicate to that child, to that child inside the car, just to caution him not to take anything from a stranger? See the way he didn't even look at that guy. He was just seeing as maybe say, I told him go back that way, and the boy just understood immediately. So sometimes I think and the anointing is this: we speak that English. Do we really understand the English? Like do you know the English? Like here now, I can't use in Canada. I can't use, of course, yes, it's offensive. Meanwhile, in the UK, you can use, of course, yes, and nobody is going to crucify you. So there are a lot of things in Yoruba. Yoruba is English is just so artificial and fake. So artificial and fake. So to me, like all those governors that are saying they want to introduce the indigenous language, let them go. Igbo people, introduce your language in your universities. Hausa Fulani, introduce Hausa and Fufude. Yoruba, introduce Yoruba in your school. Even if it is possible, Ekiti should not even only introduce Ekiti Yoruba alone. Introduce Ekiti. Let us understand that. Let us preserve our language. Don't let us be at the mercy of others. That's just my opinion there. So, but for that woman, I don't go blame the woman, because the woman truly, they speak Yoruba, but in reality, she is more of Igbo than Yoruba. If not because of our the way we know to like ourselves. There's nothing wrong with a woman with tribal mark. Being an Igbo, because that's the culture she grew to understand. And Igbo people in Lagos, naturally, if we have a good country that we are not too sentimental, there is nothing wrong in an Igbo man to claim Lagos, because that's where that's where he grew up. But in a situation whereby you want to be assimilated in a culture, but you don't want that same culture to be assimilated within your home, that's where the problem is. An average Canadian now, in Papa, maybe they're born in Papa for Edmonton. In Papa will say, okay, I'm from Edmonton. Maybe they born the son for Toronto. The son will be claiming Toronto. Because at the end of the day, now Canada, you know, if you say, now we get this place, now we get that. No, not be them. Because already that's their own configuration. But our own, we see have Igbo. As a matter of fact, we see have some foreign people being driven by the local people that think that we are seeing the 12 in the 15th century, that would like to even hijack land, that we even want to occupy, that would like to occupy our land. So those are the things that are spreading our differences. If possible today, I'm not hiding my feelings. I would say all those boundary adjustments that Oyibo made, that we should just forget all those things. The brethren of Yoruba in Republic of Benin should join them. The brethren of Igbo, wherever they are too, they should join them. If the northern people, if they want to have their own thing with the Niger Republic, they should allow that to go, because they are brothers, they are cousins. That's the way it's supposed to be. Because we are different nations. But unfortunately, some people amalgamated us for their own purpose. And we are yet to get out of it. Instead for us to find a way forward, we need that thing. We want to dominate one another. That's where the problem starts. We don't even know our own common enemies. Instead, we now make ourselves our own enemies. So that's just it, though.
Ola and
Yes, sir.
Simba, you know, Kene was just doing what Yoruba called atamotamo when he was when he was giving his defense for not making effort to learn Yoruba language and understand it. Yeah, can it be more of an Igbo man or man that love the culture more than Azikwe and Ojuku? Azikwe can speak Yoruba very, very fluently because he started his politics in Yoruba land and with Yoruba people in NCNC. So he could speak Yoruba very well. The same thing with Ojuku. Ojuku most like grew up in Yoruba. He attended King's College. He lived in Tokumbo in Lagos. He mingled with Lagosian. So he could speak Yoruba very well. So I just remember now, I should have told him that. You know, maybe when he comes back another time, maybe I'll be able to tell him that. Can you be more of Igbo man that love Igbo culture than Ojuku and Papa Azikwe? You can't now, but they can speak Yoruba very well, very fluently, just because they live in Yoruba land. So,
in reality, if you still ask me to tomorrow, I used to see Ojuku as a Lagos boy, as a Yoruba boy, as a Yoruba man. But it's just because of political power, that's what drove him to there. All these like the people like Sanusi now, I'm not even sure that Sanusi cannot even speak Yoruba more than the Hausa language. You know, I mean, Sanusi, you know. So
yeah.
to me, even
Dangote can speak Yoruba very well.
Dangote na Lagos boy. All those
Yes.
ones are not they are so to me is I don't know. Although one thing about politicians is in their own circle, in their own circle, I think it's all about interest. All the tribalism among us, I think, is not really existing that way among, even though they use it to divide us. But all these guys, they still get their own back. That's just the way I say it. But it's terrible for us to live in a place and not to know. Because to me, I won't deceive you. If I live in Enugu or Port Harcourt and I cannot speak the local language, I will feel somehow. Honestly. The only reason I don't speak French very well today now is just because I learned it from school. And I never knew that one day I'll be in Canada. If I know that one day I'll be in Canada, honestly, I will have taken my French class seriously. It would have been a serious advantage to me today. You know, when I see all those footballers that speak like 5-6 languages, I envy them seriously. I will be saying this should have been me. So maybe we heard that time that Akintola could speak so many languages, so many Nigerian languages, could speak Igbo, could speak Hausa. So we heard. You know, and Sonny Okosun too. Maybe they say Sonny Okosun could speak at least 6 languages.
I'm a Lagos boy in here, man.
No, I know Sonny Okosun because while I was in Nepal, I think sometimes around 97 or thereabouts, he gave us money while we were doing our job. You know, Sonny Okosun, even Dele Abiodun, you know, all those. Nigeria, I don't like the way they don't bastardize Nigeria. I don't like it at all. I don't like it.
They really disorganized that country. The leaders, I mean, they didn't do very good at all. It's just unfortunate. We are just very unlucky people that we have bad leadership that never. Okay, they are not.
If I have my way, those people that even did that in 1966 school, not that were united that time too, but then those people that did the 1966 school. Thomas, please add the Babati. Babati want to come here at least. May Babati come give us a So the thing is, those people that did that 1966 school, honestly, if I see them, oh yeah, come down the up for Nico because we will still have some problem, but the problem will have been totally different from what we have today. It will have been totally different because even though we were having some kind of internal rank was there, but then it was not standing in a way of development. You understand? Even the northern people, if they were going that way, even though Awolowo talk about the issue that Nigeria's as a country was not training that and that, they will create problem in the future. You understand? I don't think Awolowo even if we say that it will be this worse. You know, because the Sardana of Sokoto will have still done better than what I need. In fact, he has been the best. He has been the best in the history of the North. So far, Awolowo has been the best in the history of the Southwest. Is it Okara or what's the name of the one in the Southeast?
The
Has been
East.
the best
Mm-hmm.
in history. So it simply means that if they were not interrupted, they would have done better. You know.
I need to be honest, so I'm not. So you know where I'm coming from. But people always make it look, when you say fire of spirituality, they always think it's evil. People wearing dark and and killing people and sucking blood. So there's this imagery
addressing
that they have in their mind. So it's been.
I can be on mute and still be talking to us.
Ola, Babati is doing the concentration of Irunmole.
No. Do you know? No. Do you know why people?
Do you think Ola is speaking to us? He's just in the middle of conversation. I just brought him in. Maybe he didn't know that he's on mute. I think so. Let's try him again. Babati.
Dafa lọ́wọ́. Dafa
lọ́wọ́ ni sẹ́. Dafa lọ́wọ́ ni sẹ́. Babaláwo ni Babati. Babaláwo
gidi. Ó jíṣẹ́ fún yàn kan lọ́wọ́.
I learned something from Pastor Sam Adeyemi today. When he was talking about
you started with this your pastor again. This your fraudulent pastor.
Even here waiting I want talking now. Here waiting I want talk. Maybe you say Omo Woli ni wo. Thomas. No I told the Thomas is alone by fake. Omo Woli ni.
It's a fake Woli. Woli boni.
Oh no, don't say that now.
Omo Woli. Thomas
no Thomas ló ń refer sí pé is a fake wòlíì.
Yọ́pì wòlíì lè bọ̀ bọ́ ìnà bàbá yọ́pì wòlíì.
Àbí òun ṣe wòlíì mọ́mì mi ni wòlíì kí ló dé.
Àwọn òkè àyà mi ò já àìwọ́kẹ̀ wá jẹ́ wòlíì níbo.
Tọ́ba ní kí Thomas yẹ́ ìdíjọ Thomas akówó jẹ Thomas yẹ́ bẹ́sẹ̀. See. If all of us show our face, no face shines like that of.
Tobacco will church is it Thomas lọ́wọ́.
Àwọn ọmọ ọjọ́ kan tó jóbìnrin gan-an. Àwọn ọmọ ọjọ́ tó jóbìnrin gan-an. Yeah, Babati Thomas added you, but òun dá Ifá lọ́wọ́ ni o.
Ọlá Tobacco will church sí church fún Thomas lọ́wọ́ tó kó jẹ. Ta ló fẹ́ lè lọ sí Australia? Ta ló fẹ́ lọ́wọ́?
Àbí ta ló fẹ́ le.
Ìrìn á sí olúwẹ̀ ní ṣá.
Àbí.
Ìgbà tó bá ń travel like 24 hours.
Ìparí ayé ní Australia. ó dàbí àwọn ògbójú ọdẹ tó ń lo òkè láńgbòdo tán lọ sí eré àtọ̀yẹ́ pé òun ló kọ́gun sọ́run bẹ́ẹ̀ ni Australia ṣe rí. So Baba T say you have me back.
Australia do now? Wetin Australia do?
Thomas, Baba T say you have please have me back before I send Ogun to you.
Ìgbà tó ń ṣe ifá consultation tó dẹ̀ on mute rẹ̀.
Thomas ò gbọ́ wa ni ohun tá a sọ ni pé tó bá kówó ṣọ́ọ̀ṣì sí ẹ lọ́wọ́ tó kó jẹ ta ló fẹ́ lé ẹ wá sí Australia.
ẹni sùúrù ẹjọ ẹ pé mo fẹ́ kí bàbá yẹlẹ kò pé ẹ kúṣẹ́ alẹ́ yìí ṣe rí ọ̀rọ̀ ọjọ́ ìsọ yẹn inú mi dùn.
No, Baba T, I hear you doing some consultation with some people with Ifa.
Má worry yẹn kọ́ ni that's not the point. Mo rí ẹ kúṣẹ́ talẹ́ ìtorí bẹ̀jẹ̀ fún wọ́pìsì ní wọ̀tọ̀wọ̀tọ̀ yẹn inú mi dùn torí máa ń dọ́nu bẹ̀ẹ̀ni yẹn ló máa ń dọ́nu gbà yẹn kí bá mi palẹ̀ mi mọ́lá lẹ́yìn.
Bàbá ló lọ wá jà but Ajálẹ̀ kò wá support wọn náà bàbá lọ fọlọ mention orúkọ wọ́pìsì. Ajá àgbẹ̀tọ́ bá ti mention wọ́pìsì pé no you know one thing Baba T, and I love wọ́pìsì for something. Let's just be. He will defend his heritage, his cultural background, even though if it was wrong, he will defend it. That's why we to say tonight, even say, man, Ajale go ko ekushe o.
Ó dá gbogbo ẹ̀rù ni, ó dá gbogbo ẹ̀rù mọ́ everybody ló. One piece. One man was saying that.
Kò tún gbàgbé ó tún fẹ́ pe bàbá lórí telephone call ọ̀pọ̀ yẹn burú o.
Ó fẹ́ lọ kó iṣẹ́ sí bàbá lórí. Oh my God! One piece ẹ̀dá ọmọ Oòduà ni.
Kò fẹ́ gbà pé àwọn ni kò fẹ́ gbà pé ọ̀dẹ̀ àwọn ọ̀dà kò fẹ́ gbà yẹn ni agídó máa ń yẹn.
Àwọn fẹ́ gbà.
But
and the history is there. The history is there. Wọ́n kàn máa ń jà pátá. Even the kí ló ti máa ń pa àwọn tó máa ń wà in charge museum ṣé kò ń ṣe curator ló máa ń pọ̀ wọn àbí kí lórúkọ wọn.
Àwọn tó máa ń kábọ̀dé tí tó máa ń research yẹn.
Yes.
Archaeologist àbí.
No. Curator of museum àbí kí ló ti máa ń porúkọ wọn. I can't remember. Àwọn tó wà in charge of gbogbo àwọn artifact and all the rest, the history museum and all these things. I think wọ́n máa ń pọ̀ lórúkọ kan. I can't remember a curator or something like that.
Yeah, curator.
Yes, they call the curator. Director of their museum, the curator, the head of this thing in Benin. He wrote a book that Oromiyan was the one that came to civilize them over there. The book is available, but some of them are still kicking against it. It was taking partial distance. They don't want to believe him. And it's all in charge of the curator of their museum or something like that. They have every artifact to show that a lot of things that they have there, emanated from Ile-Ife. And they want to turn around and said, Ẹlẹ́wọ̀n kan tó sá lọ lòdùdú tó wá sá lọ, and he became king in a foreign land. Where has that happened?
When Yoruba said, that's why I like Yoruba. Yoruba will say, Tọmọdé ò bàbá tán abá àrọ́bá. Àrọ́bá dẹ̀ rí bàbá tán. That àrọ́bá yẹn, my understanding is correct me if I'm wrong, is that people will now add their own version to that thing. It will no longer, because they will now say anything that favor them.
Wọ́n fi àjàsà sí.
Àjàsà.
No. Ẹ bá pọn lé irọ́. Ẹ ká sọ let's say what it is. Irọ́.
Irọ́ nìyẹn. Yeah. Kò ń ṣe ìtàn, but irọ́ ńláńlá.
Bàbá Ajáre kò ṣe ẹ fẹ́ gbọ́rú àwọn orin tèmi máa ń gbọ́ tó yẹ pé mi ò fi lè miss Yorùbá.
Má bínú because
Ṣé
we
kí
were
n
doing
play
our
kan fún yín kẹ́ gbọ́?
Ola, you know, we were doing our top 10 Nigerian artists, and Elikoko was not here, so he's here now. So let's ask him. We keep about for one top 10 Nigerian artists of all time.
Èmi ò tí ì fún yín ní tèmi náà.
You are missing too now. We didn't hear your own that time now.
Bàbá Ajáre kòkó yẹ ọkọ gí fún yín tí yín náà yẹ tiwa náà so that.
Number one, no, Haruna Oshola. Ayinla Ọmọwúrà. King Sunny Ade. Obey, Commander. Like something like Bade or what is it? And Olaya. Victor Olaya. Something rolling more. I can't remember.
Fatai Rolling Dollar.
Yeah, yes.
And it's true. Sakala Sabi.
Sakala Bade. Sakala Bade. Then later, like just in àwọn Ayinde Barrister, Kollington, Fela Anikulapo Kuti. Fela is greatest.
You only mentioned 7. 7 in connected. Oshikumeta.
Oh, 7, yeah. The who else? Okay. Look, we had Akib Karim, and then we have Tunjo Yelano, and Dija sister.
Mo lọ sọ́dọ̀ mo bólúwẹ̀rí.
Yeah. Oniki Mama.
Okay now.
So ni Yusuf nínú list ni.
Yusuf lè gbàgbé bàbá bàbá lẹ́gbàá láyé bàbá wà ń bẹ̀ o. Tani máa yọ okay mo fi tèmi mo fi ṣe 11 okay pẹ̀lú bàbá lẹ́gbàá. Bàbá yẹn mọtí láyé. Bàbá yẹn mú.
Orí ẹ̀ gan slow now.
Rọ bàbá yẹn mú.
Ó mutí kan ni.
Lábẹ́òkúta ń gbà yẹn. I think it was in 1975 or 76. Mo lọ bàbá yẹn ní Abẹ́òkúta ń gbà yẹn. Tí bàbá yẹn play, bàbá yẹn kó tó play, á dẹ̀ mú gin, á dẹ̀ máa mú bẹ́ẹ̀ ní mú pure water. Mo ní ọ̀pọ̀ mu hot drink bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn rí ṣá. Tó bá bẹ̀rẹ̀ wọn.
Kémi sọ tèmi àbí?
Yeah.
Àwọn tí mo máa ń fi lẹ́yìn torí mo máa ń lẹ́yìn lọ́dọ̀ wọn ni. Ṣé rí àwọn tó bá ti mọ̀ Jálá Ọdẹ sún dáadáa. Láti kan ó lè fọ́ nísìnyí o because ibi tèmi àbí tí mo fi máa ń preserve Yorùbá next tèmi nìyẹn.
A ní one cultural band kan from Ekiti ń gbà yẹn o. In the 70s.
Elémùrè Ògúnyẹmí lẹ́yìn sọ.
They were very, very popular.
Ọlá ní sùúrù. Nínú Àyìnlá Ọmọwúrà àti Dáúdà Epo Àkàrà, èwo ló bẹ́tà jù nínú méjì?
No, Àyìnlá Ọmọwúrà ni favorite mi. So I know that Epo Àkàrà ti different orin na wọ́n kọ, kò ń ṣe the same orin náà kan now. Ìkan kọ àpàlà, ìkan kọ.
Tó máa pé no wọ́n pọ̀ bàbá tí ó yẹ kó ju 10 lọ. Àti gbàgbé Prince Adéwálé ni.
Go more than me.
Prince Adékúnlé.
Mo Barrister, mo Sakara Music, mo kankan nu wọn.
Sakara ni kíní kan náà Epo Àkàrà ń kọ náà kò ṣe àpàlà.
Sakara ni Epo Àkàrà ń kọ. Epo Àkàrà àwọn style Epo Àkàrà làwọn Fuji làwọn Barrister lọ jí tó sọ.
Ẹni sùúrù no. Ẹ ti ṣe ẹni kílẹ̀ fi ṣe. Dárúkọ Ọ̀làndó Ọ̀wọ̀, imagine.
Mo ṣe ọ̀pọ̀ bá rí wa lóde wa rí wa wà tẹ́ńbẹ́lú.
Ẹ̀gbọ́n ṣe yẹn lẹ́yìn mọ̀ àwọn ìgbàlódé lẹ́yìn wọ̀n yẹn tẹ́ bá máa gbọ́ pé bí babaláwo bá ti jí o àgbàdúrà lórúkọ ifá oníṣègùn bá ti jí àgbàdúrà lórúkọ ewé oníṣẹ́ ọwọ́ rebiṣẹ́ o àgbàdúrà wípé ire náà ni o.
Ola for one top 10 here now. Give us a top 10.
Okay, my top 10 ó ní Alabi Ogundepo. Okay, that's Ìjálá, ó máa ń kọ Ìjálá ọdẹ and ó dẹ̀ máa ń kéwì gan, so he says a lot. Then Ọlárẹ̀wájú Adépọ̀jù.
From Ekiti.
No, Alabi Ogundepo na I think from Ògbómọ̀ṣọ́ or thereabout.
Okay.
So Ọlárẹ̀wájú Adépọ̀jù. So ẹ ṣáà mọ̀ Ọlárẹ̀wájú Adépọ̀jù.
Ẹ má tẹ̀ jata, wọ́n ti pọ̀ jù nílẹ̀ Yorùbá wọn.
So Wálé Glorious. Mo rò pé Wálé Glorious ẹ mọ̀. Tẹ́ bá dẹ̀ mọ̀ wẹ̀ kò sí problem.
Yes, Wálé Glorious, yeah. Rántí.
Even bọ̀bọ̀ olórí Èkó yìí gan mo tẹ̀rẹ̀ Fáṣọlá, Káyọ̀dé Fáṣọlá àbí.
Káyọ̀dé Fáṣọlá.
Ó ti di wa wọn, ó ti dàṣà wọn, ó dẹ̀ ti mọ́ wọn lára. Ẹ má ṣe gbẹ́kẹ̀lé wọn, ẹ má ṣe gbára lé wọn, ọ̀dàlẹ̀ ni wọ́n. Ẹ má ṣe gbẹ́kẹ̀lé wọn, wọn ò dáa. Then this guy, okay, what's mentioned? Then Orlando Owo is in my own. No, asúré tètè ní wojú ọjọ́, arìnrìn gbẹrẹ ní mojú àwọn èrò. Ẹbọ ní pẹ̀lẹ́bọ, àṣàsí àpàlà àṣàsí òkìtì ẹ̀gbọ́n tó bá dìrò orí ara rẹ̀ ní ìdílé. Láìṣẹ̀, láìro, láìfọmọ orogún fọkọ, ayé ẹ má péré wa níbi. Tá bá lé ní tá ò bá ní, ìwọ̀n là ń bá ní ṣọ́ọ̀bù támọ̀ àwòrè pèpè sọ ní Adélékè bàbá. Ajuwa ṣàwà. So àwọn orin, all those one I no fit forget.
Ṣàwà.
Exactly.
Ṣe
ìgbọ́wọ́ ló mo gbọ́ jìtá o, eré ti yá bó jẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ ìjìnlẹ̀ orin.
Ẹni sọ̀rọ̀ Ọlá ṣe ránkì Fatai Rolling-Dollar Aisha ṣé ó wọ top 10 ní Fatai Rolling-Dollar.
Bàbá mo láìkì Fatai Rolling-Dollar o, bélékè èṣù bélékè, àwọn oníkẹ̀kẹ́ para wọn sínú igbó, àwọn oníkẹ̀kẹ́ para wọn sínú igbó, orí yóò yá ọjọ́ tí kú. Fatai tẹ máa gbọ́ pé ẹ máa wọlé pé easy motion tourist ló kọ.
Really? Olùkọ́ the original one.
Àwọn olùkọ́ náà Sọ̀níkọ́ náà kọ orí ẹni.
Sọ̀níkọ́ version lórí yẹn náà.
So Sunny Ade, of course, yes.
No, Sọ̀níkọ́ easy motion too now. Sọ̀níkọ́ àbí?
Sọ̀níkọ́ easy motion, but Rolling-Dollar gangan
ló kọ original version now. Oh, okay.
Àwọn ló ní original version, yeah. So then Ebenezer Obey, no, ẹ mọ̀, àdìmí nìyẹn. Ó ṣe mí sí bálákà, ó ṣe mí sí bólókó, àjìnàdù ìsàlẹ̀ Èkó. Àwọn orin làwọn orin yẹn, bàbá yẹn ní ohun tó jẹ́ pé ohun bàbá yẹn tí bá gbọ́ báyìí orí mi máa ń pé wálé ni. So odò láyé Àrẹ̀mú, ẹ mọ̀, ẹ lè má mọ̀ yẹn, but I don't know. Ó like akéwì, so dàdàkú àdá ní eré tẹ̀. So then Àyìnlá Ọmọwúrà, Barrister, Kollington, then bọ̀bọ̀ Aládàmọ̀ Ìjẹ̀ṣà yìí náà, then Ìṣọ̀lá Adépọ̀jù. So in fact wọ́n ti pọ̀ jù lọ, honestly.
Bàbá tí èyí tó pẹ̀lú Àyìnlá Ọmọwúrà máa jọ ń jà lẹ́gbàá nǹkan, ó ti rántí orúkọ ẹ̀.
Kí lorúkọ ẹ̀?
Mo dà rántí orúkọ ẹ̀ mọ́ sí ìjà.
Lórúkọ ẹgbàá ni.
Ṣé kò ṣe Fatai something àbí kí lórúkọ ẹ̀ wá pẹ́?
Mo pé mo ṣáà pé ṣe ẹ fẹ́ dárúkọ Haruna Ìṣọ̀lá kọ́lẹ́ fẹ́ dárúkọ o.
No, Haruna Ìṣọ̀lá jẹ́ fún kò lè Àyìnlá Ọmọwúrà máa sọ̀rọ̀ sí Àyìnlá ó fẹ́ jẹ́yàn ṣọ ni.
Dárúkọ bọ̀bọ̀ yìí Ike Dairo.
Ajẹ́sà.
Yes na. Ibo náà láti sọ Prince Adéwálé náà, àdìtú ẹ̀dẹ̀ Adékúnlé gbèdé, àbí Prince Adékúnlé àbí.
Prince Adé.
We have wọ́n pọ̀ ọ̀pọ̀ ẹ wà pé Prince Adékúnlé ẹni pé igi kì í dá lóko kó para alé ajá kì í jìn kó pé èrò ọ̀nà wẹ̀yẹn bàbá yẹn ní òun gan o.
ó lọ gbé bàbá yẹn lọ ṣẹ̀wọ̀n ó lọ gbé cocaine at the time.
ní nígbà wo nìyẹn 6
I think it was maybe year 2000 or something like that. He was caught with cocaine in maybe Murtala Mohammed Airport or something like that. They caught him and they sentenced him to some terms of imprisonment.
But ní bí ká ní bí Hall of Fame tó máa jẹ́ bí Yorùbá Hall of Fame tó máa rántí gbọ́ nǹkan bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn ọ̀nkọ̀ gbogbo ẹ̀kọ́ parí tẹ́tẹ́ máa wá careful èmi gan struggle àti remember kankan dẹ̀ right now.
No.
We are not organized people, man.
In the future, some people will do research and try to make money out of those anyway, because whether we like it or not. It's true. But Pastor Tunde Bakare has a great command of Yoruba language. Yeah, it's true. Yeah, he has great command of Yoruba language. Anybody that has great command of Yoruba language, I will like the person. So
kí lórúkọ bọ̀bọ̀ yìí ná bọ̀bọ̀ tó ní ojú kan ẹ̀pà kí lórúkọ bàbá yìí tó máa ń kọrin yìí tó lójú kan báyìí.
Mo ti mọ̀ but mo rántí olókè.
Ẹ̀pà kìíní kan. Adúre rere o adúre ọ̀nà Ìbàdàn ló fẹ́ wá o adúre lórúkọ
ẹ̀pà.
Ṣé òun nìyẹn?
I don't think it's a booking king. No, maybe it's a Goshe Quaka, be whatever I tell you, but more. You know, I all those things. I still like some old music too. When we come to Christian words, another thing though. When we'll be talking of evangelist Balogun of Ekwa, Baba Yenko Shege Ori. Lọ́jọ́ ìbí ọba Erodu, you know, I tell you, àwọn yẹn kọ Shege Ori. Then C0NMAN Ayọ̀
Ayọ̀ ni òjò kòró mo wọlé àdúrà ayọ̀ mi ọ̀rọ̀ mi dayọ̀. I know.
Ẹ̀dá ayé yíyọ. You know that one I agree.
Bàbá
Olúwa nílẹ̀ atẹ́kùn rẹ̀ o ẹ̀yin Olúwa orílẹ̀-èdè gbogbo.
All time, when it comes to gospel, Yoruba, Yinka Ayefele like Tọ́pẹ́ Àlàbí, amazing. They're like
Nibo.
Come on now.
When you want to talk of
gospel, like bàbá ara ẹni number the best nínú àwọn.
Ó ti kú àbí?
Ó ti kú.
Ẹ̀yin ò kì í gbọ́ gospel music ní ẹ̀ngbà yẹn. C0NMAN Ayọ̀ ní tí mo mention yẹn. Ẹ mọ̀ pé táwọn driver bá ń lo Èkìtì ńgbà yẹn tẹ́ máa gbọ́ mú mi dé ilé ògo mú mi dé ilé ayọ̀ mú mi dé ilé.
Yeah, it's not popular. Yeah.
Kí ni ló popular gbáyìn now? It was Timi Odukoya tẹ̀lé mi ló popular.
No, kí ni à ń sọ̀rọ̀ orin etí bàbá ń sọ̀rọ̀ àwọn tó ẹ̀ṣẹ̀ rẹ̀.
Tẹ̀lé mi was 80.
Obìnrin kan tó máa ń kọ.
Bọ́lá rẹ̀.
Ṣé Bọ́lá rẹ̀ mo rántí rúkẹ́.
Bọ́lá rẹ̀ women choir àwọn tó popular.
Yeah, women choir. Yeah, women choir.
Dúpẹ́ ló máa ń kọ nígbà Dúpẹ́ Oyèlànà.
We are even talking of 1790. When I say
Ibo lẹ fi ìyàwó Kollington sí. Ibo lẹ fi ìyàwó
Kollington. Salama Benyamin.
Salama.
Síyàwó ẹ̀dì wọ́n dé tì ní ìyàwó ẹ̀dì.
I know Ibrahim personal. I know one mention.
Àwa la kọ́ Jésù àwẹ̀ o dúdú kẹrí.
If I start Elemure, they won't understand. Like ẹlẹ́sẹ̀ mú tẹ́lẹ̀ o ẹsẹ̀ orí ipa tútù lámọ̀ epo rí lọ́jà o ẹsẹ̀ orí ipa tútù lámọ̀ epo jẹ́ rárá ẹsẹ̀ orí.
Àmọ́ ẹbẹ̀ o nígbàgbé o lè Èkìtì o lè ẹ̀fẹ̀ gbàgbé tèkìtì yẹn láíláí. Yeah, just like One Piece. We're just like One Piece. We know you.
Àwọn modern ni àwọn bíi Àyùbá is modern for àwọn Ìjẹ̀bú àti Rẹ́mọ àwọn tí wọ́n nìyẹn. Àyùbá ló máa ń ta sí inside the.
So tabadẹ ti fẹ́ gbọ́ àwọn ìgbàlódé, then we'll be talking of what's this guy? Iye máa níye Michael Cray. Then we'll be talking of Major Fashek.
Can you
Then we will be talking of Pato.
Felix Liberty nko. Felix Liberty.
Ṣẹlẹ̀ believe pé Ọládésùrù ṣẹlẹ̀ believe pé mo bi one man léèrè pé kí ni top 10 one man fi Charlie Boy sínú top 10. Can you believe that?
Charlie Boy, only Charlie Boy nko.
Ó yà mí lẹ́nu mo ní Charlie Boy
The only one tí mo mọ̀ sí Charlie Boy nko tí mi ò rántí dáadáa mo ní pé don't pack away for 1990. That's one the way when he was singing it, that's the only thing mi ò mọ̀ rántí lyrics ẹ̀ gan. I would rather be ìyàwó àchóńrè ọmọ mi wà chóńrèrè tí a dá o.
Ẹsẹ̀ ní gbogbo
ọmọ mi bọ́ tèmi tí a dára. So
I have her as my number 5. I have Eseni Gbokwe as my number 5. So
then there's Okpo mi ò rántí money.
Onyeka Owenu. There's Onyeka Owenu.
There's Dancing in the Sun is the song I really like. Then Edna Ogole,
Oliver the Cock.
I wish you happy birthday. All those ones, you know.
But
Greg Bayero amọ̀nà tètè wá Ayẹwà, that's Ayẹwà.
Àwọn yẹn church bí báwọn yẹn church ló ń kọrin yẹn gbogbo yẹn nìkan ló kọ ìbíjọ ni wọ́n máa ní choir church.
Àwọn orin yẹn yìí tí ń gbà yẹn ni ṣebí ìgbà tí níyà Adédògúnṣọlá Dòkùnrin náà tó kọrin Ọlọ́run ṣe mí o mo sì fẹ́ gba ẹ̀san ní tèmi àbò ohit.
Ẹjọ I have one request of. There's one song tí mo máa ń kọ́ gbà tí mo ní record ní máa ń pè gbà yẹn wèrè lóhun wàásù ẹ wá wòran.
That's the Adédòkun now.
That's him.
Ẹ wá wo Sirimọ.
Lórí ta ẹ wá wo Sirimọ. Is it from your side? Ṣé Ìjẹ̀ṣà ni?
No, this na Ìjẹ̀ṣà guy now.
Because all sound like
then Shola Rotimi started that style of song that way say. Ẹni bá lè rò wípé òun ti dúró kó kíyè sára o kó má bàa ṣubú. You know the song. Wọ́n máa yàláyà lọ sétí odò, wọ́n mú wọn lọ sétí odò láàrin ọ̀gànjọ́, ìwẹ̀ méje fọ́jọ́ méje ò létí omi, ẹbí wọn lè rè.
Ó máa ń fún dèrò báyìí àbí kí ló ti máa ń pè é.
Àwọn àkọ́lé
ọ̀tá ló máa ń fún yẹn. Ta lọ́wọ́ yẹn.
So ewu lẹ́mú náà méjì ṣé táwọn máa ránkà méjì ṣé Òbí àti Sọ̀ni ewu lẹ́mú náà ewu ló bẹ́tà jù lára méjì.
Kò sẹ́nìkan ta lè ta tètè.
Ẹmú kan ní kò sí pé bóyá.
Nǹkan tó ṣẹlẹ̀ ni pé.
Ó fẹ́ wàhálà bàbá tí.
Sọ̀ni is an entertainer.
No.
This man said something. He said all the innovation in juju today that Sọ̀ni brought that. That pé àwọn juju tẹ́lẹ̀ pé wọ́n máa ń jókòó kọrin ni pé the first person tó máa kọ́ dìde kọrin ní Sọ̀ni and he introduced that. But Obe, when it comes to voice, Baba, ta ló fẹ́ ṣẹ́rí gbogbo àwọn Ṣẹ́gun Adéwálé yẹn àwọn gbogbo àwọn Prince Adékúnlé yẹn wọn lè bàbá Obe yẹn bí òfin mọ́ lè má ṣe ẹ o.
No, Obe ní talent, but I rank Sọ̀ni over him for two things. Tó bá gbọ́ orin Sọ̀ni, the sound engineer tó bá fine na bit ó máa ń clear is very clean, and he's a guitarist. Obe is a lazy guitarist. It's the same it's the same pattern. It's a lazy guitarist.
Obe easy.
No, listen to me. Obe can actually play. No. Listen to. Tó bá gbọ́ Àjòyí oh my, the guy went 3 minutes or so playing solo. So this guy can play like this. Logbo Àjòyí, we will see him going solo for like 3 minutes, just going crazy.
Which of the Àjòyí?
Àjòyí yo Madele. That was 76, right?
Okay.
So he played a whole solo. Just him on guitar for 3 minutes. But for some reason, but why is he always giving me the same chord? But Sọ̀ni is a better guitarist.
Sọ̀ni is Baba. Oh, look, in the 70s, the two guitarists we had then was Sọ̀ni and
This guy can play guitar to Dele Abiodun too.
No, Sonny and Nwifo. Those guys were the best guitarists we had. And later, Dele Abiodun came, and Ayuba Bello, or what is his name? Ayuba Bello or something. Something Ayuba Bello.
I'm saying that Obey.
That's a comfortable game.
But no, money, Obey is actually good. Obey is actually as good as them. Kuko say that much for some reason.
No, Obey is not. It's a layback guitarist. It's not an agile. It's not. You can't feel. You can't feel it.
But it's the same thing now. All I need to do. Pam 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 pam. Go
easy.
This guy was doing now.
Go easy.
And his own this thing is very slow, not like the Sonny that very very fast.
More like earlier Obey because but the earlier Obey was was very good.
Our board members, Abi.
Yeah,
they Obey super. Baba alone ejo. Baba alone.
Was recording whoever is recording is so I don't know who was producing his sound, but to back boy Sonny. Oh, clean by
Baba system will have been I got that. But system will have been Bobby. Fire.
It's not a clean, Gary. It's not a clean. You know, I was into producing back in college, so I'm kind of into sounds and.
Baba te bari speaker to wa lemi níbi tí mo ti ń sọ̀rọ̀ yìí. Kò dẹrùn rárá àtọ̀. Ẹ lọ Google RTI 9. Kẹ́ lọ wo nǹkan tí speaker yẹn jẹ́ kò gba 500 watts lẹ́yọ kọ̀ọ̀kan.
Okay. Tell me one obation compared to only a man so let them say on your that sound and compared to any obation that let them say it will sound better.
No.
It's just different.
No, if I want to sleep tonight now and I want my brain to settle, to wake up and my brain to be sharp tomorrow, obey me because you will be saying, okay, Oshemisi balaka. Oshemisi bolok. All those songs, like you know, all those songs, the way the guy they beat up is to, in fact, it will make your head cool very well. Listen, when you are down, and you want to dance.
No, can you play guitar now? Can you play? He plays guitar now.
Oda gbe baba ti Jasobe. Ṣé kí n play ọ̀kan fún yín kẹ́ gbọ́?
No, I know Obey now. I know.
Shina Peters can play guitar very well too.
Let me put in trouble again. You know, like between Prince Adekunle and Shina Peters, who is the better artist?
Who is Shina Peters? Shina Peters.
But didn't he learn from him though? Didn't he learn from Adekunle though?
Yeah, he learned from Adekunle.
C0NMAN Adewale.
C0NMAN Adewale patatara kasa ma forí tí ká sì tún ní tẹ́lọ́rùn ó pẹ́ ó bóyá a ó rí. Because àwọn méjèèjì yẹn náà jọ ṣeré together but Prince Adekunle bàbá ẹ̀gbọ́n wọn nìyẹn náà níbo. Prince Adekunle ló kọ àdìtú ẹ̀dẹ̀ Adekunle gbèdé bàbá yẹn ló ń gan.
Mo ti rántí that blind guy his name was Kokoro.
Mi ò mọ̀ yẹn, to be honest.
Kokoro. It was a blind guy from Omoba Kokoro. It was from Owo from Omoba Ìlú Ọ̀wọ̀. Yeah.
Ṣé bàbá tí ṣe you dey listen to old Sunny gbogbo àwọn ibi lékeleke gbé for sure. Ayé akárò kò lè mọ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀. Then àwọn synchro system.
Synchro system. No, synchro system. No. That song was not from Synchro System. Actually, that was from the National album.
Synchro System.
Exactly.
Look, Babati right to guitar so yeah they o buru gan gba yan.
I'm telling you, it
Guitar
is.
buru gan o ba fast speaker
You know that album got him a Grammy nomination.
Baba ọmọ ní Yikaye ẹ tún ti gbé Tunde 98.
That album got him a Grammy nomination. That album got him a Grammy nomination.
Wow.
Yeah.
That was fantastic. As far back as then. Look, synchro system, yeah. Oh, fine, oh, fine.
Sonny has a Grammy nomination for synchro system. Let me.
Oh, fine, tí Sonny bá kejì támọ́lẹ̀ ó mọ̀ pé ó máa fi guitar demonstrate ó máa ta guitar Sonny was very good though. I mean
lásìkò láyé ẹ̀dá kan kó mọ́la àìmásìkò ló ń dààmú ẹ̀dá lórí àpáta.
So let me read this. So Sonny got 2 Grammy nominations. The first one was for Synchro System in '83, and the second one was for Odu in 1998. Yeah, so he has 2 Grammy nominations.
Synchro System 18 yẹn gan remix ní 70s ló jẹ́ Synchro System.
Ó kọ̀ tún ṣe ni.
No, tẹ́bá Synchro System 19 pé kínní ṣé wàá pé after
Synchro System more than pé I think was 75 or so. 75 or 74 or 75.
Ní Orlando lọ kọrin pé lọ́dún tó kọjá nasu ẹgbẹ́ pákó làgbọ́ Synchro System ìyẹn ti Sunny Aládé. Àná orin tí adé ń sọ tí Orlando sọ yìí ó kọrin ní 1977.
Yeah, I think it was 76. I think it was 75 or 76.
That was 1970.
Bàbá Ajá Goku mo bó ṣe máa wọrin yìí bí mo ṣe kéré tó mo bó ṣe máa wọrin yìí. Dáàdì mi lo Fiesta turntable ńgbà yẹn. Títorí tèmi wọ́n lọ gbé Fiesta table yẹn mọ́ kí náà bí wedges náà máa ń kàn sára ògiri yẹn wọ́n á lọ gbé sókè màá máa wò wọ́n ní ẹ máa ṣe ti yín lọ. Tí dáàdì bá ti ń padà ọba yìí ìta ló ti máa gbọ́ tí lórí tí wọ́n máa dùn máa ti gòkè máa ti fi FPS tí máa ti máa fi lọ́tẹ̀. Bàbá ẹ̀ ò ní kankan fi mí ṣe.
1983 in the Synchro System. 1983.
No. It was in 70s.
But
hold on. One was Synchro System, one was Synchro Philips.
Yeah, now the system one was 83 no so say that's the one he got his first Grammy for.
Ṣé mo pé after tó kọ Synchro System tán ló kọ after tó ti kọ Synchro System tán mo tún gbédè o mo gbédè tó ti wá sọ pé kinní kan lọ sọ́dọ̀ Ọ̀rúnmìlà ní kinní kan ìyẹn ní 70s.
No. I'm saying the album title itself for the one in 83 in the Synchro System. That's the album title. Maybe it's
I don't believe it's not 83. No.
Grammy award nomination for Synchro System.
But I want to release. It's not. It was in 70s. Synchro System was in 70s. It's not 80s. I don't know why they have to put it in 80s. It's not 80s at all.
Let me see. Album. Because that was to me real music. You think don't connect the way at them then combine this. Let's cover everybody.
Yeah, our Synchro System was in 70s. And one was Synchro Philips. One was
Synchro System.
Inú Synchro System ló ti kọ níbi lékeleke gbé ń fọṣọ. Okay, Synchro System movement ló pè. 1974. Ẹyẹ àparò kò lè mọ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ akínrídí olókun akínrídí ọlọ́sà so ibi tó ti kọ́ nìyẹn.
19
so ó mì pé Orlando yẹn gan mo gbé síra wọn because 1974 the Synchro System movement. So Synchro mo lè pè pé kíní ẹ pé yẹn pé okay.
I agree with you. Obey is a better singer, but Sonny is a better performer. Obey is more lady.
Yeah, but Obey can sing very well. But Sonny, and particularly when it comes to stage show, Sonny is
it's more demonstrative and very
demotic for you.
Àmàgbọ́ orí wo obìnrin gbé mi kò ṣe pé kò lóhùn but kò lè compete pẹ̀lú tóhùn ẹ̀yẹn o no Obey easy ni ohun Obey.
Kini mo rí pé ó di perform very much ní on stage tó Yorùbá that I saw with my own eyes was Ayuba. Ọba yẹn jó. Before kí wọ́n tó gbébọ̀ fún lẹ́sẹ̀ yẹn ni o. Before the gun.
Ayuba ń jó bọ̀ kò lè
man, that guy can dance, man. Ọba yẹn in fact.
Ayuba ń jó. Ta ló gbébọ̀ fún lẹ́sẹ̀?
Àwọn ọlọ́pàá ni kò fún wọn bribe ní 01.
Àwọn wèrè.
Wọ́n fi gbébọ̀ fún lẹ́sẹ̀ gbà yẹn náà. Wọ́n yìnbọn fún lẹ́sẹ̀ left leg yẹn wọ́n gbébọ̀ fún. It was still dancing, but it wasn't the same old Ayuba anymore.
Ó pẹ́ tí Sàní ti yà pátá o. Rí orin tó fi kú ṣe Abíọ́rò pé ẹ kìlọ̀ fọ́mọdé nígbà tó yẹ pé wọ́n lọ rán Emperor Peter pé kó lọ bá kọrin. In fact,
but Abíọ́rò fẹ́ pàtẹ ẹ̀jẹ̀ ń gbà yẹn ni náà.
But mọ̀ pé Sàní gan tún díẹ̀ tó lè jọmọ. Orin tó bíbọ̀ Sàní gan mo lè jọmọdé o, but kí ló pé but abẹ́rẹ́ kéré kò ṣe gbé mi fàdíyẹ ní ọ̀rọ̀ ẹ kìlọ̀ fọ́mọdé yẹn. You know, that ẹ kìlọ̀ fọ́mọdé where you say in fact I just dey look at that thing. Babala àjọ burúkú ni ọ̀bọ̀n yẹn pé inú bẹ̀yẹn o. Then ó pẹ́ kí n tó mọ̀ gan pé Orlando kan tó jẹ́ pé.
But what of this guy? To Sako lọ́dọ̀ Sàní Peters something Peters kí lórúkọ ẹ̀. Òun ni Sàní ń bá ẹ kìlọ̀ fọ́mọdé.
Ó dà kó Sako lọ́dọ̀ Sàní ó ní òun tẹ̀ mọ́ Sàní gan rí ló sọ. Ó ṣe ìtàbí láìpẹ́ ó ní òun mọ̀ rí ó ní òun mọ̀ pé wọ́n ń lò against Sàní ni òun kàn fẹ́ make owó tiẹ̀ ni.
Ṣé Bọ́badé
Emperor Peter
kò mọ̀ pé ó ní òun mọ̀ ó ní so ìgbà tí olọkọrin ní Sàní Adékànwá á dá pé ẹ kìlọ̀ fọ́mọdé.
Ó má ṣe ṣe fara gbòógì dán lójijì ìgbọràn sàbẹ̀wò rúrú.
Ó ní kò mọ̀ ọ́n lọ gbé torí pé òun ẹ̀ jọ òun Sàní ó fẹ́ jọ òun Sàní díẹ̀ but kìíní yìí.
Ó jọ òun Sàní kò ṣe pé ó jọ òun Sàní gan-an ìgbà tó yá ìjà yẹn ó wá tún kúrò láàrin ó wá bọ́ sórí àárín Emperor Peter àti Délé Abíọ́dún.
Délé Abíọ́dún wá
àwọn yẹn lọ faraya lọ́bẹ̀ sí ní búra wọn gan-an. Ọmọ pé àwọn musician yẹn that time wọ́n máa target ara.
Ẹ mọ̀ pé mo rántí orin tí Délé Abíọ́dún kọ pé ọ̀dọ́mọdé ni wọn ò láyà akẹ́bọjẹ bí wọ́n láyà akẹ́bọjẹ wọn ò láyà ìjèṣù lọ ó ní bí wọ́n sì láyà èṣù wọn ò láyà Ṣàngó àní nítorí wípé Ṣàngó lọkọ ya.
Ọládésùlù mo ń wá ábọ̀mù kan mi ò tí ì rí ábọ̀mù yìí I be looking for it. Àwọn sisters yìí from the 70s.
Lijadu sister.
Mi ò gbé sórí Spotify ni kò yọ nígbà tí mo gbé sí mo ti ń wá.
Gígé làbágé kiri gbọ́ngbọ́n títí yan rí.
Okay, mo rí kan bẹ́ẹ̀ I saw their 74 album nìkan. Okay. They have it now.
Lijadu sister.
They only have 2. They have their albums.
Àwọn ló sọ pé ìbàjẹ́ ẹ mọ̀ pé kọ́sìn Fẹlá ni wọ́n ṣá.
Yes.
Fẹlá family now.
Yes.
So at this point, Google family they were busy in the 90s. Gbà yẹn wọ́n kàn ń kọrin.
Pé ìbàjẹ́ má ṣe ìbàjẹ́ máa sọ ó máa ròyìn. Àgbẹ̀ Kẹ́hìndé ẹ̀ kú ní like 2-3 years ago. Kìíní ẹ̀ dẹ̀ mú fún mi àti pé bóyá mo mọ̀ wọ́n rí ju pé orí kí ni mo ti ń gbọ́ wọn lọ. In fact, àwọn people yẹn Lijadu sister, yeah. Orin pọ̀ bàbá, too many. And those days, na real analog, no be digital, real analog. So it's simply.
They sound good in the studio, but don't want this stage by only. It sound terrible.
Bàbá tí nǹkan tí mo ní nísinsìnyí ni pé tí mo bá fire kìíní ẹ̀ nínú sound system mi, àwọn orin analog yẹn, they give me a better quality output ju àwọn digital yìí digital yìí ìgbà míì wọ́n máa ń wà too distorted but àwọn analog yẹn ẹ mọ̀ kí n máa play Orlando nísìnyìí ìjìnlẹ̀ orin ṣàwà lónìí bó ṣe máa dún yàtọ̀ sí bí àwọn anointing fall on you.
mọ̀ pé nǹkan tó play nínú àwọn orin yẹn they are real drums, real guitar, they are real instruments ni wọ́n play.
And the sound system tó lò ń gbà yẹn was very quality too. And because all those record companies were British owned,
because I come from electrical engineering. No, because I come from electrical engineering background, but understand content. So ever pé ìgbà yẹn àwọn class A B amplifier yẹn 6 better. Ẹ máa wo amplifier tí mo ń sọ létí mo ní sílé nísìnyí class D ni. Meanwhile, class D amplifier mi nísìnyí early series kí ló rè ìtẹ̀ lórúkọ ẹ̀jẹ̀ tẹ̀ tí ń wo gan. Báwo mo ṣe máa gbà pé nǹkan tí mo ní sí báyìí. Early series Pioneer.
Gbogbo àwọn sound systems tó ń lò ń gbà yẹn were of quality. They give very quality output. Yeah.
Early system yẹn tẹ́rí yẹn early system yẹn maximum tẹ́ máa rà ní market is $3,000, right? Tí mo bá fẹ́ ra class A B amplifier tí ó máa ní the same output báyìí I will spend over $30,000. It's in the market too, but it's not affordable.
Because they are quality engineering. Look, that is why I told you when you listen to the music, the album back then, the Sony, the Obey, because those companies, man, they use quality sound system and all those engineering, music engineering, everything was quality.
That sound was just clean.
Clean. They're sharp. Even let us even forget about Shebi and Obey and Sony. They are using Western instruments, guitar and jazz and all those things. Go and listen to the Apala, the Haruna Shola, and the Obey. And Ayla Mawura. Go and listen to the talking drum, the way they sound, and those other local instruments, the way they sound. You can ati shekere. Go and listen to the sound of that shekere.
God. Mike Ayla Mawula, I'm looking for it because Ogbe, this voice is just Ogbe, the real voice. I don't know. It's just those old 40s mic will need that much of a bass, only a lot of treble. So the one is singing, my God, who mic this guy up? Orlando voice jade clearly ni ko mo fura.
Ani babala superb engineering system. Look, quality sound system. Low. Recording by.
Yes, now
quality.
Orlando's sound for Ayinla Omowura, man, I ran away because practically water was running through my eye. You know, now real party to Ayinla Omowura when it's on. Hey, ojú mi show me gbere. In fact, those guys they sing, honestly. Those guys they are talented.
No, they are highly talented musicians. They are not Jankara.
Mo gbọ́ kini ni earlier today. Káyọ̀dé Fáṣọlá. Rántí ọmọ ẹni tí wọ́n ń ṣe o. Ẹ lọ gbọ́ orin yẹn bó ṣe clear. Tí wọ́n, I mean, the guitar was there. I mean, come on, man. It's different. It was different. I mean, more like boy a mic you up and buy, but you see, you can even go for I can go out to guitar store. I will buy for $400. I can set up my own studio. right
Baba,
now.
all those instruments they have to learn. Oh, maybe now my brain know they wire to learn all
Ola,
this stuff.
I used to produce back in the college now. I've told you that before. I used to produce.
Okay. You said
Yeah, I used to produce in college now. No, you don't need Ola. Guess what? Even right now, they have AI now. If you just want to, even if you don't know how to play any instrument, just use your voice to make the sound into the mic, and it will turn into the actual stuff for you on the computer. Even if you don't know how to make that.
Give me that application for Motini costume for the Christmas ilé but mi ò tiẹ̀ tí mo ṣe máa ta àwọn èèyàn jẹ pé mò ń kọrin Christmas. I have Christmas costume. You know my Christmas costume because I'm a Chelsea fan, so it's blue. Then everything blue.
Chelsea care. Tell is called go. Oh, I need to change the color by.
Baba, I beg, maybe they talk of our musicians. That's now I know they do it. That's now maybe they talk of our musicians. Now that's now we they talk of Baba, money I see your Mama Fashion Kaye Kuyo. But that's a good women's choir.
I mean, the guy was from the 50s, or the way he type, I'm thinking it's from the 50s.
Who?
Omani Kaye, because he knows a lot of 60s sound and song and from the 50s.
You know, when you see some people, you know, say they come from the old generation now.
Omani Kaye.
You see Baba T, you know, you see Oga, no, they mention too many, and that part I suspect Oga go be na one arugo like that. I need they pretend say he be young man.
Because the way he behaves, Bonner boy whiskey in it, but apparently he knows when he knows.
Like this one, Ibrahim Oyinkansola, Sweet Banana. Odiwo yiola oka ikuro nibi tawa iso nilo ni ya ere nduto yingba.
People one delay flight in Nisha. I was supposed to fly, but
which airline be that?
Well, I want Delta Nigeria.
And they are good airline, you know. And they are good airline. Man, all those Orlando is still one of my best because no one is even trying to replicate the song. No one.
I'm in China. I'm a fella try now. At least
they try. They try, but they're not even near their Baba, to be honest.
Femi try you. Femi got a Grammy nomination as well. I think that 97 album.
Femi, however, like me.
Water no get the remix I did.
It was scatter. I can't remember myself. I don't even remember the tone self.
That is fella now. Now your fault be that. Me I say
no. Scatter
your head. That was more European beats with Afrobeat. It wasn't really like too Afrobeat now. It was just doing those European pop sound with
But you know one thing about fella is voice, instrument, everything. You know, very sweet voice. Very sweet voice. Maybe if a person like me get good voice, maybe I don't get lost because there's no way I won't go into music if I get a good voice like that. You're like, there's no way. You need to say I get good voice. There's no way.
But
you know this guy that sang Kokura down too. Will you ever get there? Will you ever make it? Will you ever hear the sound of the cockroach down? You know the guy now. He signed. You know that cockroach down in 80 series now. But you know that soap opera now. Cockroach down.
On what channel? No, probably not.
NTA majorly NTA. You know it was the same time they were doing Odo Village Headmaster.
I know that one. I don't really remember that. Tax Collector. I know.
It was stated that Jaguar come the show my belly,
My head. I know.
Then I know New Masquerade. Eddie Kwanzaa, Bio.
Then they had the Aisho Pepe and man, those are times, man. Somebody will now come and say that Nollywood began in 1992. Àwọn market Adenuga has been doing super story since 82, 93 now. Abi?
Yes, my hero is messing me. Ola, your voice is for opera.
Ohun ò dáa, kò sí òpù fún Ọlá o. Ohun Ọlá ò dáa o.
May they make jest of me. No mind him.
Byron, don't give him hope. Don't give him any hope.
No. The best of my this thing when I was even still trying at all now to follow people saying tenor. But see, I want to use lead voice. Let me give you one example. One day, that's why I did one fellowship that day. So there's this song called One Name Yahweh. You know, there was a particular place now. It was not the masculine voice that we're going to use. Guess what happened to me that day? I forgot the verse of that song. Inside fellowship.
I used to play drums back in the days. So sister me head of the choir bang.
Okay.
And choir then jalo on ja. Only really play and they walk up to the stage. One half of the choir was singing one thing, the other half was singing something different, and they didn't care. All the cotton by all the combe. Pastor knew what is all this. How that play drum because I confused me. It would have played back.
At least the me I think ọpẹ́lọpẹ́ àwọn sister tó wà lẹ́yìn tó gbé nepa amúná lọ ni nepa amúná lọ pé ìzẹ̀lá o kàn débẹ̀ mo kàn gbà àwọn sister kan gbé ni which eléwúrẹ́ this I can't even remember sef because I know that eléwúrẹ́ wọlé o alágùntàn wọlé alákọ̀rí Toyota ewúrẹ́ ló fi kó. Aṣọ tí ń jalè tẹ́lẹ̀ kó tó ta Toyota. Who sang that song? I can't remember again.
Ewúrẹ́ wọlé.
Eléwúrẹ́ wọlé o, alágùntàn wọlé. Alákọ̀rí Toyota, ewúrẹ́ ló fi kó. Aṣọ. Is it Michael Ade? No, I don't think so. Michael Ade, I know Michael Ade, but I'm still even trying to.
Okay, I think I know. I think it was Fatai.
So. Me, I can't even remember honestly. That song.
Olowo ni your local. Let me see if I can.
So
hold on. Let me see. Yeah, Alaji Fatai Olowo ni your. Let me see.
So
hold on.
A lot of. But among them, who know I like if you see Orlando or this the times on that they say one give logo. You know Orlando na amateur boxer. Now amateur, I like the. Orlando that time was just like him. People they fear him because if you face that guy physically now because he go injure you. Baba Conde tall. He go beat anybody to come back. No. Man. There was a time that is one of his brother Ade Wesco that tried to sing the song but his own style, but he could not. Because those guys, Fela, Sunny Ade, it's even Sunny Ade, Obe, Orlando. Those people came with their own style that nobody is trying to even duplicate it.
I know, but where did you sound? I want you all duplicated gonna. They kind of.
But how long did they last? That's the point.
Anything will be on feedback copy was Obe. Obe was just very unique in his own style. There's no next Obe anything.
Obe girl. You don't see the chord Obe they use. That is chord is so difficult. At least People can even still try to say they want copy Barrister, even though Barrister is very hard to copy though. But then to just follow Obey's code and not those I know very. I admire Obey honestly. I really admire that.
Because Obey sound is Oman switch gun. It's not like wow. Only better slow, start fast, chord high, chord low. So it's very hard to say if follow one pattern or it's just very different. It's
Baba, if I they go on holiday, you know, when I they go on holiday, they like to the tribe. So it's impossible for you not to find me Obey. I can play Obey for 10 hours. You know, Jinadu is Aleko. You will find I can't travel without that song. Then you will see board member as part of my song. You know, all this modern things I started singing around 85, 86. No, all those ones I don't really like all those ones. Like
do you like him when he became born again? Jesus, oh Lord, then
Baba done the his song that I know. But when you are talking of no, that's on it. When you are talking of board members, you are talking for Oluwa Ede. You are talking of C0NMAN Likio. When you are talking of all those ones.
Do you like this? Do you like the first Miliki or the second Miliki? You know, the first one is C0NMAN Miliki. Second one was Miliki Express. That's the second one.
No. I don't like that one. I don't like that one.
But then, mo ṣe mo ń gbọ́ Mohbad dad tó ń sọ̀rọ̀ ni. Bàbá yìí ò mọ̀ náà. Something is happening pẹ̀lú bàbá ẹ̀ gan. Ó kọ́ lè ní ọmọ ẹ̀dẹ̀ kú bẹ́ẹ̀ ó kọ́ lè ní kọ́ bá ṣe kọ́ ṣe pàápàá kọ́ lè ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ ìwọ gan ní nǹkan lọ́wọ́.
Nǹkan tèmi ò fi fẹ́ complain ni pé you know is I don't want to join people to destroy someone because àlọ́bà ènìyàn máa rí ọ̀gìn rábọ̀ because I don't know èèyàn tí ibi tí èèyàn fojú sí ọ̀nà lè má gbà bẹ́ẹ̀ so that's just my own.
Bọ̀ àwọn people yẹn gan àwọn gan environment yẹn gan kò mọ́. Nǹkan torí bọ̀ gan ibẹ̀ gan as a environment gan ó ṣe bákan lọ́wọ́ ó ní lọ́wọ́.
Because as we speak now, Sammy Larry now they still dey inside the police custody.
Who's that?
Sammy Larry, the guy tí àwọn èèyàn sọ pé ó máa ń threatening bọ̀bọ̀ yẹn tó máa ń threatening.
Bí bully àbí?
Máa ń bully.
Ó dé báwọn náà ni kóhun náà mú mọ́ra tó bá tún láyé wá kò ní máa bully mọ́ àbí báwo dẹ̀ ni.
Kasha take it easy. Among these new artists, who you like pass? Because if you like say I dey like Asake for now.
Asake bẹ́ẹ̀ ni pé tó bá kàn bẹ́ẹ̀ bí ẹ̀mí ni o ó máa ń rí bí bẹ́ẹ̀ sun rárá ó ń ṣe fújì mọ́ rárá ni pẹ̀lú hip hop.
But I just like the guys on there.
Bóyá máa delivery ẹ̀ yàtọ̀ èmi ò I like Asake is okay. But our modern, I like their songs, but maybe not the albums. Maybe one few songs, but the modern one, no, I have not. Our younger ones, I like but boy, suppose he don't go. Suppose he look now.
I don't even remember those songs.
Yeah, I like the but I want C0NMAN like I want be like by Jar. Yeah.
No, I like Lagbaja. I like this guy. In my journey to the world, Beautiful Nubia. I like Beautiful Nubia.
What happened to him though?
That guy no even be. I don't think that guy really take music seriously like that. Maybe just. Ó dàbí kejì àwọn olú maintain ìkan sọ pé òun kọrin mọ́ pé òun fẹ́ lọ ṣe nǹkan míì. So even the other guy, but don't you call Yahoo saying no, but sing a really could come also.
All the side I know.
No, it's not easy. It's not easy to
make
music is if you are not talented. Okay, look at Tony now. Look at how long the guy has lasted, and look at Obey as well.
like, you know, anything we are surely can you by me when I was see you listen. You just nobody album by immediately nobody got me here. I was not, like I said before, the only reason I was even into Fuji was because of Paso. Paso, when it came with the techno computer or keyboard sound, yeah. I wanted
ìwà tó dẹ̀ pé báwo ló ṣe máa tà tó dẹ̀ rí pé okay, and he came out and he won.
So Pasuma, Wasiu, me like Obesere. Ó ti rise jù fún mi. It's too worse ju Pasuma lọ in terms of the street appeal. It's too
more like you know, one thing about me is that naturally I like music naturally. So now let me tell you one thing. Do you know that I listen beyond? When I like music, I dey listen to Indian music. I didn't say I dey listen to Nigerian music, and I dey listen to. Look at this lady from Republic of Benin. This lady that stand this Bolojo music.
So yeah, Kijabi.
No, Angelique Kidjo is another one. But this lady, now one fine lady like that. Look where I go now. Zinab. Zinab. Let me see if the song.
This girl is also from Benin now. But this young girl is from Benin Republic. But I think she's Nigerian, but she was born in Benin Republic. The Aryan Star.
That guy, Thomas Jenny,
no, this young girl, 21-year-old, don't coin it. She's from Benin. I want younger generation here. My censor, my block you one man show.
Okay, I think okay now. So lady here is enough just like Republic of Benin. Then you look about to call baby girl, you know.
To say it's your wedding, do something like that. Baby girl,
apartheid in South Africa.
Yeah, come and play.
Neno Liver.
Yeah, Oliver something. She all look like she half white and all look like light skinned.
Mi ò tiẹ̀ mọ̀, but bó ṣáà mọ̀ pé Republic of Benin náà ni mi ò tiẹ̀ mọ̀. Oliver kíndé Neno Oliver yá Neno Oliver náà àbí kí ló korúkọ rẹ̀ àti yá ìsìn Neno Oliver. I like that one too. Orin pọ̀, I no go lie you. Music too plenty. Tábà tún mú lọ sí orí àwọn American kiri náà báyìí, mo tún ní àwọn ṣọ́ọ̀ṣì, ọdún mi ò vast tó bẹ́ẹ̀ gbà ìbọn, mo ní àwọn ṣọ́ọ̀ṣì mi dáadáa bẹ́ẹ̀.
Àwọn Ghana, they are going through drought right now in terms of àwọn music companies in one listen, they are moving their money towards African and Latin music.
Because okay, look at it this way. There was a time that South African music meant a lot to us. Look at this. Is it Shaka Shaka? This is Unkomboti. Unkomboti. That Shaka Shaka, right?
Yeah. Can it more don't so? Toko Lela, I know.
Africa.
That is we were so into their music a lot too. Into South African music was was number one in Nigeria.
Yeah, but because Alujoni, but the one I love most then is anything like Lucky Dube. Anything Lucky Dube.
And the guy is Nigerian, so
Lucky Dube.
Yep.
I don't know.
Yeah, what? The guy left by me.
The only thing that Michael Fashek, the only thing is that I'm even finding it difficult to forgive Michael Fashek the way that guy finished himself, because no, Michael Fashek, he to say that guy no finish himself. Now one for Africa for BO.
ODB, sorry, somebody Bonner Boy, it reminds me of Magic Fashek. Like in terms of like not for necessarily, but in terms of the way the appearance, the stage, whatever. But dog don't low. Dog don't low, Abi. It was the drugs now.
No. I really like that guy. You know, one thing about his own this thing is totally different from that style of the style of Bob Marley. That okay, you know that if you are Rastafari like this thing, but this one, now real Africa Ricky, where you are okay. Look at this thing, Michael Fashek in New York now. You know was it the way he takes in that song? You understand? The way he takes in that song, the beat, you will see that it's typical African. When you say, I bubbled in the morning, I bubbled in the night, bubbled in the night in America, silent.
Yeah, he had
gong. It was using gong
and seconded on that song. Yeah.
So is you will love that his song. The way no. Then even though I like this guy, but he was not even nowhere near the Michael Fashek. This guy that sang Jaja Kumbo yeah.
Umo Larry Mema.
Raskimono.
You know, interesting. You know,
say that Yoruba song be that song. You know that Yoruba song. Now Yoruba song now. You know, it's one of the folklores in Yoruba. All those folk tales. Ajakumbo Kumbo Kumbo Mary
Memo. And more sound Yoruba. No, I'm serious. I've always wondered, like, but you know what is interesting though? You know, they used to be in the same music group before they broke up. Oh my bad. Raskimono and Mashek. They used to be in the same music group.
Honestly, I don't know this. That is
they used to be in a group called Jack 6 before. They made it one album.
Okay, it's like I read something like that, but
they used to
I'm not really deep in that in their story. Honestly,
they used to be in the same. I want to be Daniel Wilson, Blackie.
There was a time that I could not even separate Daniel Wilson from a Blackie.
Because there's the same way they. Our first American wanna be Nigeria.
This guy think Kanaya for dance. You see, my friend, I was me. You see,
I want your more Nigeria because I always tell my my Ghanaian friends, I want to
play. Oris Wileki. Oris Wileki. I like Oris Wileki too. I like Sonny. I know Sonny Okosun. No, Sonny Okosun's music can be so emotional. I love.
Wait. Nisuru. So you know the gospel Sonny Okosun or the secular one? Which one is better?
The first gospel, yeah. It's go.
The
Lord.
That was the one. That was the one that really got him out. Like, okay, this guy is really good.
Yeah, I say praise the Lord. I know Sonny Okosun. At least I was opportune to receive money from me while I was in Nepal. So no.
The album was so good. Even Imam was playing the album. I'm not kidding you. Imam was going album.
Yeah.
I
feel like Mother, you are my soul.
That was
my soul.
But I want to they were more borrowing from the American disco sound now. It wasn't like Nigerian sound that much.
But when you look at the beat, now Babala Afro, I love the beat.
But it was so they've been doing that.
I want to know.
They've been doing that Afro. They've been doing that Afro fusion for a long time. Can you say Bonado better Afro fusion? They've been combining stuff for a long time. Even Sonic Gunshi, ecosystem, that sound tó ń ṣe pẹ̀lú àwọn Brazilian sound yẹn. Kí ló pè náà? He called it something system. Kí ló pè náà? That was synchro system now. He combined that with Latin sound now.
I don't know the tone of the song.
Samba. Bam, bam, badam, badam, bam, dun, dun. He combined that Latino sound with African.
Obi are not saying no, it can't even be that. Ja for me. It can't be that though. Can't be that.
Nothing combined the music tipẹ́, but èmi ò kọ ìsinyìí. It's just that mi ò ní bí nǹkan tó ń kọ kò dà, but I'm just saying that àwọn tí ó yẹ kán ti gba ògùn ẹ̀ ń gbà yẹn ẹ̀ wá tí ẹ̀ sọ̀rọ̀ wọn mọ́.
Àwọn yẹn rìn nígbà tó yẹ pé nǹkan tough and they were able to, but àwọn tó ti smart láti bẹ̀rẹ̀ wá náà làwọn Sunny yẹn tán ti lọ dá. Sunny wà lára àwọn tó break away tó lọ dá record label ẹ̀lẹ́, because before àwọn yẹn ṣì máa dúró lọ́ndà record label. Even go including Fela, will you ever believe that a person like Sunny will be so smart just to go for his own record label? Alright, this one, if you break away to fi raw money.
But the idea, I will not blame Fela because we banned it here, ìlú ní banned it. Èmi nìkan fẹ́ lọ kọrin, èrò pọ̀.
Yeah.
Oh,
and a person like Sunny, he is smart, because when people were accusing him of not being nice to his band, he said, go and ask them. Who are those people? He said they were the one. The band members were the one that were sharing money, and they would just give him his own portion. That he never followed them to ask, okay, hey, don't you have the percentage. He doesn't care, but just give me my own. But he now said the problem, he said why he was saving money when he was saving for. And at the end of the day, when you even look at the logic of that thing, truly, look at it this way. Because this guy was able to even set up his own record label. Because they have formula of sharing that money. So those are the things. I think Sunny is somehow decent in the way he manages his life, right? So it is normal now for stars then. It's normal for them to just run after women too now. Women even run after them, not that they run after women. Women run after them. So, and it's still like that till today. So
yeah, it's how even so. I saw Shina Peters in person. We said you be a 5, 6 of. He's a short guy, but look at how much he sold in Ace now. That album. That was one of the greatest albums of Nigeria's history.
Ace, I think they released Ace 1989, if I remember right.
Is it 80? On 82, 81, 82. I'm not sure.
Ace.
No. That's no Ace. Yeah, Ace, I think 88.
I know that it should be after that. After he released Ace, because he started using electric drum that time, right? Then the like of Kujore, I think Kujore came like 2 years or 3 years after.
Yeah.
Right? But I think after Ace, Ijoyoyo from Kollington came, right? Then that was the time that this man too was singing Fuji Gabe series.
Barista.
So I think the Fuji Gabe series, the second one, that was when you knocked he has series 1 that Fuji Gabe that's series 1. But the second one anymore, okay. He said, welcome to dance to my Fuji.
I will dance to my lady. Exactly. But I love the production of that song.
Exactly. So they started introducing guitar and code and piano, all those stuff.
I go dance.
It was after that time that this guy too.
Oh man. That was Colinton here now.
No. You know, that's beat, okay?
No, that intro. Mo dúpẹ́ mo jí sáyé o, mo dúpẹ́.
No. I understand, but I'm even talking about. I'm trying to. You know that time in Ekiti, we change it. We say 504 Mama Renko. No, 504 Baba Renko. Voswoji Mama Reda. Oh, Tishe Ali Remi Lu Banjo. So Baba Mo Tunde O Iwo Loba To Dami. That's the song. That's where he sang that song, right? And those the two. I want learning KK some. I don't know. You may not even know this guy, Pato. That's a guide us, yeah. In your own ways, guide us through. Those guys, small guy, they started coming then. Ruba dance. This guy, Michael K. Ruba dance. You know, yeah, man, yeah. You know, yeah, man, yeah. So, I can, man. I've even forgotten most of this thing, you know. Now, small fraction of the thing I they listen to, I they remember. Then, yes, Alexo. Is it Alexo or Alexito? Which one again? I can't even, I'm missing themselves. Alexo and Alexito. Ibrahim. I'm just missing them up. Oh. We have Alexo, we have Alexito. But for sure, I remember Michael Cray. Then, what's the name of this guy? This man. Ìyá rẹ̀ lè lówó lọ́wọ́ kí bàbá lẹ́ṣin lè kàn. You don't see that thing? Ó bá gbójúlé wọn, òtẹ́tọ́ ni mo sọ ṣé o gbọ́, ẹ̀já múra, a lè múra síṣẹ́ o. You remember that one?
No. Yeah, no, I mean,
my goodness. Iṣẹ́ lóògùn iṣẹ́ ó múra sí. Then our time yẹn, that is when all those fún mi alágbáyé
àwọn ní nígbà yẹn ni àwọn televangelism wọlé dé.
Yeah.
So you start seeing àwọn Zion, start seeing àwọn. That was when he.
Ìwáyé máa yí mo ti igbe ojú mi sókè Evangelist Adébáyọ̀ something.
Tó kọlà báyìí.
Kókọlà ọ̀
Èwo ni Ayẹ̀wá nìyẹn. Ayẹ̀wá tó máa ń ṣe.
Ó ti rí nígbà ayé Noah, ó ń bẹ nísìnyí o. So this man, I'm trying to remember one guy. You know that time I used to like Barrister Gaga because Barrister with his Gaga, you know.
Rise up and down to my new music. Rise up and down.
That Barrier at 40. Second one where
ìtọ́sí tó kọrin ní ọmọ tó kọrin kan tó ń kọ nípa kòtò ayé tó kọ nípa
So in Barrier 40, that's where Bade Yoloro Afi Shuke. So that's Barrier 40.
Ileya Afi Shuke.
Man. Barrister we just choose
Thomas, I need to Thomas needs to do. I'm take the ministry seriously. If God puts it in your heart to start to join the ministry on a more serious level, go take it seriously.
Which ministry?
One of they take on Abi?
No. Oh no. God never called me, so.
The clear now.
No. You don't call yourself. But what do you mean? What are you thinking? What are you trying to insinuate?
Ọmọ Léfì ló yẹ kó jẹ́ Thomas.
Ọmọ Léfì ni mí, yeah, no problem.
Tí mọ́mí wa bá jẹ́ wòlíì, tí wọ́n bá lọ ń jẹ́ tó bá lọ ń jẹ́ what's up brother? You are supposed to be like
Ọmọ Léfì. Oh, living in me now. Oh, living in me.
Ó gbà yẹn pé àwọn òdìgbò ẹni dá mẹ́wàá o.
Kò sí problem mi ò tẹ̀ ní ìdá mẹ́wàá dín. Iṣẹ́ èmi ń ṣiṣẹ́ tèmi. Èmi ò ní ìdá mẹ́wàá. I think it's that time to go home. Thank you guys. Yeah. Ola.
I'm
Yeah, I
gonna
know.
I have to try Laro by 6:40. Not to feel I see by you. I have to try again. I already booked.
No problem. Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you, Remy. Thank you, Remy. Thank you, Ola. Thank you, Babasi. Yeah. Guys, it has been amazing. You can't doubt that. With all this intelligent guy on the screen. There's nothing we are here for, is to stop our country and make it better. Thank you, guys. May God bless you. I said, peace. Carry the conversation in the comment section. Thank you. Thank you. See you tomorrow. Thank you.
It must be by capacity and commitment. This is a job that requires physical and mental energy. And we must get it right. And that is what we're asking. The church must be at the forefront. Our children cannot continue like this. There's no offense they're committed by being Nigerians. Nigerians are the best you can get in the world. And we have the energy to change this world. All we lack is that we have criminals who have hijacked this country, stealing everything away, and we are keeping quiet. Please, the church, wake up. Take back your country. God bless you.
Good morning, Daddy.
Praise the Lord. How are you, sir?
Fine, Daddy. Good morning, Daddy.
Amen. In Jesus' name, we are going to get a bright result.
Thank you, Daddy. When I hear this your call and prayers, Daddy is very dear to me. And like I keep saying, if this works, you people will never regret this support.
Amen. Amen.
You know.
We look forward to God's intervention.
Thank you, Daddy.
We look forward to God's intervention.
Thank you, Daddy.
We look forward to God's intervention.
Amen, Daddy. Daddy, I need you to speak to the people in the Southwest. Your people in the Southwest. And Kwara.
Okay. I've been in touch with Kwara people.
The Christians in the Southwest and Kwara. This is a religious war.
I believe so.
Country people, make una come here tori o. Say Dino carry money, give talk. Say make you go buy gun to Piakwa. They say Dino carry money, give talk, carry gun, give talk. Say make dem go dey prepare for 2019. Ọlọ́run má jẹ́. They say me meet them for airport road Alakiaye. My brothers, the venom of a viper cannot do anything to the back of a tortoise. I don't waka. But make I tell you now, Yaya Bello, do you know Yaya Bello máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba? I know Yaya Bello máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. Do you know GYB máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba? We know GYB máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. Ìwọ Yaya, you Yaya, kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Ẹni tí mo bẹ́ lórí tó ń ṣẹ̀nu wúyẹ́, kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Àti ẹkún ìyá ni ó jẹ, Yaya Bello, àti ẹkún ìyá ni ó jẹ.
I'm going to be president of this country, whether you like it or not, and I will preside over the affairs of this country, including presiding over you. I think you must start adjusting to that reality. The sooner you do that, the less chest pains you'll have when that reality comes.